A Certain Justice by P.D. James. Read by Michael Jayston. Book 1. Counsel for the Defense. Chapter 1. Murderers do not usually give their victims notice. This is one death which, however terrible that last second of appalled realization, comes mercifully unburdened with anticipatory terror. When on the afternoon of Wednesday, the 11th of September, Venetia Aldridge stood up to cross-examine the prosecution's chief witness in the case of Regina versus Ash, she had 4 weeks, 4 hours, and 50 minutes left of life. After her death, the many who had admired her, and the few who had liked her, searching for a more personal response than the stock adjectives of horror and outrage, found themselves muttering that it would have pleased Venetia that her last case of murder had been tried at the Bailey, scene of her greatest triumphs, and in her favourite court. But there was truth in the inanity. Court number 1 had laid its spell on her since she had first entered it as a pupil. She had always tried to discipline that part of her mind which she suspected could be seduced by tradition or history. Yet she responded to this elegant wood-panelled theatre with an aesthetic satisfaction, and a lifting of the spirit, which was one of the keenest pleasures of her professional life. There was a rightness about the size and proportions, an appropriate dignity in the richly carved coat of arms above the dais, and the glittering 17th-century sword of justice suspended beneath it. An intriguing contrast between the witness box, canopied like a miniature pulpit, and the wide dock, in which the accused sat level-eyed with the judge. Like all places perfectly designed for their purpose, with nothing wanting, nothing superfluous, it induced a sense of timeless calm, even the illusion that the passions of men were susceptible to order and control. Once, from curiosity, she had gone into the public gallery, and had sat for a minute looking down at the empty court, and it had seemed to her that only here, where the spectators sat close-packed, was the air knotted with decades of human terror, hope, and despair. And now she was once more in the place where she belonged. She hadn't expected the case to be heard at the Old Bailey's most famous court, or to be judged by a High Court judge, but a previous trial had collapsed, and the judge's sittings and court allocation had been reorganized. It was a happy omen. She had lost in Court 1, but the memories of defeats there were not bitter. More often, she had won. Today, as always in court, she reserved her gaze for the judge, the jury, the witnesses. She seldom conferred with her junior, spoke to Ash's solicitor seated in front of her, or kept the court waiting even momentarily while she searched in her papers for a note. No defending counsel went into court better prepared, and she rarely glanced at her client, and then, when possible, without too obviously turning her head towards the dock. But his silent presence dominated her mind, as she knew it did the court. Gary Ash, aged 21 years and 3 months, accused of murdering his aunt, Mrs. Rita O'Keefe, by cutting her throat. One clean single slash, severing the vessels, and then the repeated frenzied stabs of the half-naked body. Often, particularly with a murder of great brutality, the accused seemed almost pathetically inadequate in his ordinariness, his air of hapless incompetence at variance with the violent dedication of the deed. But there was nothing ordinary about this accused. It seemed to Venetia that, without turning, she could remember every detail of his face. He was dark, the eyes sombre under straight, thick brows, the nose sharp and narrow, the mouth wide but thin-lipped, unyielding. The neck was long and very slender, giving the head the hieratic appearance of a bird of prey. He never fidgeted, indeed seldom moved, sitting very upright in the centre of the dock, flanked by the attendant officers. He seldom glanced at the jury in their box to his left. Only once, during the prosecution counsel's opening speech, had she seen him look up at the public gallery, his gaze ranging along the rows with a slight frown of disgust, as if deploring the quality of the audience he'd attracted, before turning his eyes again to rest them on the judge. But there was nothing tautly anxious about his stillness. Instead, he gave the impression of a man accustomed to public exposure, a young princeling at a public entertainment, to be endured rather than enjoyed, attended by his lords. It was the jury, the usual miscellany of men and women assembled to judge him, who looked to Venetia like an oddly assorted group of miscreants, herded into the box for sentence. 4 of them, in open-neck shirts and jumpers, looked as if they were about to wash the car. In contrast, the accused was carefully dressed in a navy blue striped suit, with a shirt so dazzling that it looked like an advertisement for a washing powder. The suit was well pressed but poorly cut, the over-padded shoulders giving the vigorous young body some of the gangling tenuity of adolescence. It was a good choice, the suit hinting at a mixture of self-respect and vulnerability, which she was hoping to exploit. She had a respect, but no liking, for Rufus Matthews, who was prosecuting. The days of flamboyant eloquence in court were over, and had in any case never been appropriate to the prosecution. But Rufus liked to win. He would make her fight for every point gained. Opening the prosecution case, he had recounted the facts with a brevity and an unemphatic clarity, which left the impression that no eloquence was necessary to support a case so self-evidently true. Gary Ash had lived with his maternal aunt, Mrs. Rita O'Keefe, at 397 Westway, for a year and 8 months before her death. His childhood had been spent in care, during which he had been placed with 8 foster parents between periods in children's homes. He had lived in 2 London squats, and had worked for a time in a bar in Ibiza, before moving in with his aunt. The relationship between aunt and nephew could hardly be called normal. Mrs. O'Keefe was in the habit of entertaining a variety of men friends, and Gary was either compelled or consented to photograph his aunt and these various men engaged in the sexual act. Photographs which the accused had admitted taking would be shown in evidence. On the night of the murder, Friday the 12th of January, Mrs. O'Keefe and Gary were seen together from 6 o'clock to 9 in the Duke of Clarence public house in Cosgrove Gardens, about 1.5 miles from Westway. There was a quarrel, and Gary left shortly after 9, saying that he was going home. His aunt, who was drinking heavily, stayed on. At about 10:30, the licensee refused to serve her any more, and she was helped into a taxi by 2 of her friends. At that time she was drunk, but by no means incapable. Her friends judged that she was able to get home on her own. The cab driver deposited her at number 397 and watched her enter through the side gate at about 10:45. At 10 minutes past midnight, a call was made to the police by Gary Ash from his aunt's house to say that he had returned from a walk to discover her body. When the police arrived at 12:20, they found Mrs. O'Keefe lying on a single divan in the front sitting room, practically naked. Her throat had been cut and she had been slashed with a knife after death, a total of 9 wounds. It was the opinion of the forensic pathologist who saw the body at 12:40 that Mrs. O'Keefe had died very shortly after her return home. There was no evidence of a break-in, and nothing to suggest that she had been entertaining or expecting a visitor that night. A smear of blood, later identified as Mrs. O'Keefe's, had been found on the headpiece of the shower above the bath in the bathroom, and 2 spots of her blood on the stair carpet. A large kitchen knife had been discovered under the privet hedge of a front garden, less than 100 yards from 397 Westway. The knife, which had a distinctive triangular chip in the handle, had been identified both by the accused and by the cleaning woman as having come from the drawer in Mrs. O'Keefe's kitchen. It had been cleaned of all fingerprints. The defendant had told the police that he had not gone straight home from the public house, but had walked the streets behind Westway and down as far as Shepherd's Bush, before returning after midnight to discover his aunt's body. The court would, however, hear evidence from the neighbour living next door that she had seen Gary Ash leaving 397 Westway at 11:15 on the night of the murder. It was the case for the Crown that Gary Ash had in fact gone straight home from the Duke of Clarence public house, that he had waited for his aunt to return, and that he had killed her with a kitchen knife, probably himself, in a state of nakedness. He had then taken a shower, dressed, and left the house at 11:15 to walk the streets in an attempt to establish an alibi. Rufus Matthews' final words were almost perfunctory. If the jury were satisfied on the evidence put before them that Gary Ash had murdered his aunt, it would be their duty to return a verdict of guilty. If, however, at the end of the case, they were left with a reasonable doubt of his guilt, then the accused was entitled to be acquitted of the murder of Mrs. Rita O'Keefe. The cross-examination of Stephen Wright, landlord of the Duke of Clarence, on the 3rd day of the trial, had presented Venetia with little difficulty, and she had expected none. He had entered the witness box with the swagger of a man determined to show that he wasn't intimidated by wigs and scarlet robes, and had taken the oath with a nonchalance which made only too plain his opinion in this archaic ritual. Venetia had met his slightly salacious smile with a long, cool glance. The prosecution had called him to add weight to their case, the relations between Ash and his aunt had quickly descended into acrimony when they were in the pub together, and that Mrs. O'Keefe had been frightened of her nephew. But he had been an unconvincing and prejudiced witness, and had done little to shake the evidence of the other pub witnesses that Ash had in fact said little and had drunk less. "He used to sit very quiet," said Wright, seduced by hubris into folly, and turning to confide in the jury. "Dangerous quiet, if you ask me, and he'd stare at her with that look he has. He didn't need drink to make him dangerous." Venetia had enjoyed her cross-examination of Stephen Wright, and, by the time he was released, couldn't resist a glance of commiseration at Rufus as he rose to try to undo some of the harm. Both knew that more had been lost during the last few minutes than one witness's reliability. Every time a prosecution witness was discredited, the whole case for the Crown became tainted with distrust. And she knew that she had from the start one great advantage. There was no instinctive sympathy for the victim. Show the jury pictures of the violated body of a dead child, tender as a fledgling, and some atavistic voice within always whispered, "Someone ought to pay for this." The need for vengeance, so easy to confuse with the imperatives of justice, always worked for the prosecution. The jury didn't want to convict the wrong man, but they did need to convict someone. The prosecution evidence was always weighted with the need to believe it true. But here, those stark police photographs of the victim, the flabby, pendulous belly and the spreading breasts, even the severed vessels, so horribly reminiscent of a pig's carcass hung on a butcher's hook, evoked disgust rather than pity. Her character had been effectively destroyed. It was seldom difficult in a murder case. The victim, after all, was not there to defend herself. Rita O'Keefe had been a drunken, unattractive, quarrelsome 55-year-old, with an insatiable appetite for gin and sex. 4 of the jury were young, 2 only just of the qualifying age. The young were not indulgent towards age and ugliness. Their silent inner voices would be muttering a very different message. She had it coming to her. And it was now, in the 2nd week and 7th day of the trial, that they had reached what for Venetia was the critical cross-examination of a prosecution witness. Mrs. Dorothy Scully, neighbour of the victim, a widow aged 69, the woman who had told the police, and now the court, that she had seen Gary Ash leaving number 397 at 11:15 on the night of the murder. Venetia had watched her during the examination-in-chief, noting her strengths, assessing her vulnerability. She knew what she needed to know about Mrs. Scully. She had made that her business. The woman was poor, but not desperately so. A widow managing on her pension. Westway had, after all, been relatively prosperous. A comfortable enclave of the respectable, reliable, law-abiding lower middle class, who owned their houses and took a pride in clean lace curtains and carefully tended front gardens, each a small triumph of individuality over the drab conformity. But their world was crashing down with their houses, rising in great choking clouds of ochre dust. Only a few houses were now left standing as the work on the road widening went inexorably ahead. Even the painted slogans of protest on the boards which separated the vacant lots from the road were beginning to fade. Soon there would be nothing but tarmac and the ceaseless roar and screech of traffic, thundering westward out of London. In time, even memory would be powerless to conjure up what once had been. Mrs. Scully would be one of the last to leave. Her memories would be built on air. She had brought with her into the witness box her soon-to-be obliterated past, her uncertain future, her respectability and her honesty. It was an inadequate armoury with which to confront one of the country's most formidable cross-examiners. Venetia saw that she had purchased no new coat for this court appearance. A new coat was a major extravagance. Only the onset of a particularly cold winter or the wearing out of the old coat could justify that expenditure. But the hat was obviously bought for the occasion. A pale blue felt with a small brim, adorned with a huge white flower, imposing a note of discordant frivolity above the serviceable tweed. She had taken the oath nervously, her voice almost inaudible. Twice during her evidence the judge had bent forward to ask her in his courteous old voice to speak up. She had, however, become more at ease as the examination proceeded. Rufus had tried to make it easy for her by occasionally repeating a question before she replied. but Venetia thought that his witness had found this more confusing than helpful. She guessed, too, that Mrs. Scully had disliked his over-loud, slightly hectoring upper-class voice, and his habit of addressing his remarks to the air, some few feet above the heads of the jury. Rufus had always been at his most effective when cross-examining a hostile witness. Mrs. Scully, old, pathetic, a little hard of hearing, brought out the bully in him. But she had been a good witness, answering simply and convincingly. She had spent the evening from 7 o'clock, having supper, and then watching a video of The Sound of Music with a friend, Mrs. Pierce, who lived 5 doors down the road. She didn't herself have a video recorder, but her friend would hire a video each week, and usually invited her to spend the evening so that they could watch it together. She didn't normally leave the house at night, but Mrs. Pierce lived so close that she didn't mind walking the short distance home, and the road was well lit. She was certain of the time. When the film ended, both she and her friend had said how much later it was than either of them had expected. The clock on her friend's mantelpiece had shown 10 minutes past 11, and she had looked at her own watch, because of her surprise that the time had passed so quickly. She had known Gary Ash since he had come to live with his aunt. She had no doubt that it was he whom she had seen leaving number 397. He had walked swiftly down the short garden path, and had turned left on Westway, walking quickly away from her. She had stood watching him until he was out of sight, surprised that he was leaving the house so late. She had then let herself into number 396. She couldn't remember whether there were any lights showing from the house next door. She rather thought that it had been in darkness. It was towards the end of Rufus's examination-in-chief that the note was passed to Venetia. Ash must have signalled to his solicitor, who went over to the dock. The note was handed from him to Venetia. It was written in black ballpoint in a firm, small, upright hand. There was nothing impulsive or scrawled about this message. Ask her what spectacles she was wearing on the night of the murder. Venetia was careful not to look at the dock. It was, she knew, one of those moments of decision which could decide the outcome of the trial, and it went straight to that first rule of cross-examination, learned when she was a pupil. Never ask a question unless you already know the answer. She had 5 seconds to decide before she must rise to cross-examine. If she asked this question, and the answer was wrong, Ash would go down. But she was confident of 2 things. The first was that she did already know the answer. Ash would not have written that note unless he was certain. The second was as vital. She had, if at all possible, to discredit Mrs. Scully. The woman's evidence, given with such obvious honesty, such certainty, had been damning. She slipped the note under her papers, as if it were an unimportant matter which she could attend to at leisure, and took her time getting to her feet. "Can you hear me clearly, Mrs. Scully?" The woman nodded and whispered, "Yes." Venetia smiled at her briefly. It was enough. The question, the encouraging smile, the warmth of the voice said it all. "I am a woman. We're on the same side. These pompous men don't frighten us. You've nothing to fear from me." Venetia went over the evidence quietly, so that when she was ready to move in for the kill, the victim was happily compliant. The rows she had heard from next door, one male voice, the other strongly Irish, recognizably that of Mrs. O'Keefe. Mrs. Scully had thought it had been the same male voice. But Mrs. O'Keefe was always entertaining her men friends. Perhaps a more accurate word would be clients. Could she be certain that the voice was Gary's? Mrs. Scully could not be sure. The suggestion was skillfully planted that a natural animus against the aunt could have spilled over to include the nephew. They were not the kind of neighbours Mrs. Scully was used to. "We come now, Mrs. Scully, to your identification of the defendant as the young man you saw leaving number 397 on the night of the murder. Did you often see Gary leaving the house by the front door?" "No. He usually used the back door and the garden gate because of his motorbike." "So you would see him leaving, wheeling his bike out by the garden gate?" "Sometimes. I could see from my bedroom window at the back. And as he kept his motorcycle in the garden, then that would be the natural way for him to leave." "I suppose so." Did you sometimes see him leaving by the back gate, even when he hadn't the bike with him?
Once or twice, I suppose.
Once or twice in all, or once or twice a week? Don't worry if you can't be absolutely precise. It isn't, after all, something you'd make a note of.
I suppose I saw him leaving by the back door about 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes with his bike, sometimes not.
How often did you see him leaving by the front door?
I can't remember. Once when he had a taxi call for him, he left by the front door then.
As one would expect. But did you often see him use the front door? You see, what I'm trying to find out here, because I think it will help the jury, is whether Gary normally used the front door or the back door when he left the house.
Now, I think they mostly used the back door, both of them.
I see. They mostly used the back door. Then, still quietly, still in the same interested, sympathetic voice, the spectacles you are wearing today, Mrs. Scully, are they new? The woman put up her hands to the frames, as if uncertain that she was still wearing them.
Quite new. I got them on my birthday.
Which was?
February the 16th. That's how I remember.
And you are quite sure about the date?
Oh, yes.
She turned to the judge, as if anxious to explain.
I was going to have tea with my sister, and I went into the shop to collect them on the way. I wanted to know what she thought about the new frames.
And you are quite sure of the date? 16th February, 5 weeks after the murder of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes, quite sure.
Did your sister think that the new glasses suited you?
She thought they were a bit fancy, but I wanted a change. You get tired of the same old frames. I thought I'd try something different.
And now the dangerous question. But Venetia knew what the answer would be. Women who are struggling on a low income don't pay for an eye test unnecessarily, or see their spectacles as a fashion accessory. She asked, "Is that why you changed the spectacles, Mrs. Scully? Because you wanted to try different frames?"
No, it wasn't. I couldn't see properly with the old spectacles. That's why I went to the oculist.
What couldn't you see specifically?
Well, the television, really. It was getting so I couldn't see the faces.
Where do you watch the television, Mrs. Scully?
In the front sitting room.
Which is the same size as the one next door?
It must be. The houses are all alike.
Not a large room, then. The jury have seen photographs of Mrs. O'Keefe's front room. About 12 feet square, would you say?
Yes, I suppose so. About that.
And how far do you sit from the screen? The first sign of slight distress, an anxious look at the judge. Then she said,
Well, I sit by the gas fire, and the telly's in the opposite corner by the door.
It's never comfortable to have the screen too close, is it? But let's see if we can be more definite. She looked at the judge. "If I may, my lord," and received his confirming nod. Then she leaned forward to Ash's solicitor, Neville Saunders. "If I ask this gentleman to move slowly towards his lordship, will you tell me when the distance between them is roughly the same as the distance between you and the set?" Neville Saunders, a little surprised, but setting his features into the gravity appropriate to taking a more active part in the proceedings, got up from his seat and began his slow game of grandmother's footsteps. When he was 10 feet from the bench, Mrs. Scully nodded. "About there. 10 feet or a little less." She turned again to the witness. "Mrs. Scully, I know that you are an honest witness. You are trying to tell the truth to help the court, and you know how important that truth is. The freedom, the whole future of a young life depends on it. You have told the court that you couldn't comfortably see your television set at 10 feet. You have stated on oath that you recognize the defendant at 20 feet on a dark night and by the light of overhead street lighting. Can you be absolutely sure that you weren't mistaken? Can you be confident that it wasn't some other young man leaving the house that night? Someone of roughly the same age and the same height? Take your time, Mrs. Scully. Think back. There's no hurry." There were only 8 words the witness needed to speak. It was Gary Ash. I saw him plainly. A professional criminal would have said them, would have known that in cross-examination you stick to your story doggedly, without alteration, without embellishment. But professional criminals know the system. Mrs. Scully was under the disadvantage of honesty, of nervousness, of the wish to please. There was a silence. Then she said, "I thought it was Gary." To leave it there or to go one step further, this was always the danger in cross-examination. Venetia said, "Because it was his house. He lived there. You would expect it to be Gary. But could you really see plainly, Mrs. Scully? Can you be sure?" The woman stared at her. At last she said, "I suppose it could have been someone like him. But I thought at the time it was Gary." "You thought at the time it was Gary, but it could have been someone like him, precisely. It was a natural mistake, Mrs. Scully. But I suggest to you that it was a mistake. Thank you." Rufus, of course, could not leave it like that. Entitled to re-examine on a point requiring clarification, he got portentously to his feet, hitched up his gown, and surveyed the air above the witness box, with the puzzled frown of a man expecting a change in the weather. Mrs. Scully looked at him with the anxiety of a guilty child, who knows that she has disappointed the grown-ups. Rufus attempted with some success to modify his tone. "Mrs. Scully, I'm sorry to keep you, but there's one point on which I think the jury might be somewhat confused. During your examination-in-chief, you said that you had no doubt that it was Gary Ash, whom you saw leaving his aunt's house at 11:15 on the night of the murder. However, during cross-examination by my learned friend, you have said, and I quote, 'I suppose it could have been someone like him, but I thought at the time it was Gary.' Now, I'm sure you will realize that these two statements can't both be right. The jury may find it difficult to understand what precisely it is you are saying. I confess I find myself somewhat confused. So I have just the one question. The man you saw leaving number 397 that night, who do you believe he was?" And now she was anxious only to be let out of the witness box, no longer to feel that she was being pulled between two people who both wanted a clear answer from her, but not the same answer. She looked at the judge, as if hoping that he would answer for her, or at least help her to a decision. The court waited. Then the answer came, and it came with the desperation of truth. "I believe that it was Gary Ash." Venetia knew that Rufus had little choice but to call his next witness, Mrs. Rose Pierce, to confirm the time at which Mrs. Scully had left her house. Time was of the essence. If Mrs. O'Keefe had been killed immediately or shortly after arriving home from the pub, Ash would have had 30 minutes in which to kill, shower, dress, and set out on his walk. Mrs. Pierce, plump, red-cheeked, bright-eyed, and padded in a black woolen coat, topped with a flat hat, fitted comfortably into the witness box, like Mrs. Noah, ensconced in the cabin of her ark. No doubt, thought Venetia, there were places which Mrs. Pierce might find intimidating, but the Premier Court at the Old Bailey was not among them. She gave her profession as a retired children's nurse. "A nanny, my lord," and gave the impression that she was as capable of dealing with the adult nonsenses of the male sex as she had with their childhood delinquencies. Even Rufus, facing her, seemed to be visited by uncomfortable memories of nursery discipline. His examination was brief, and her answers confident. Mrs. Scully had left her house just before Mrs. Pierce's carriage clock, given to her by one of her employers, had chimed 11:15. Venetia rose at once to ask her single question. "Mrs. Pierce, can you remember whether Mrs. Scully complained that she had difficulty in seeing the video that evening?" Mrs. Pierce was surprised into unexpected loquacity. "Funny you should ask that, learned counsel, madam. Dorothy complained at the time that the picture wasn't clear. Mind you, that was when she had her old specs. She'd been saying for some time that she ought to have her eyes tested, and I told her the sooner the better, and we had a chat over whether she'd stick to the same frames or try something different. Try something new, I told her. Be a devil. You only live once. Well, she got the new specs on her birthday, and she's had no trouble since." Venetia thanked her and sat down. She felt a little sorry for Rufus. The night of the murder could so easily have been the one on which Mrs. Scully had made no complaint of poor sight. But only the most naive believed that luck played no part in the criminal justice system. On the next day, Thursday the 12th of September, Venetia stood up to open the case for the defence. She had already effectively made that case in her cross-examination. Now, by the early afternoon, she had only one witness left to call, the accused. She knew that she had to put Ash in the box. He would have insisted. She had recognized early in their professional relationship the vanity, the mixture of conceit and bravado, which might even now undo all the good achieved by her cross-examination of the Crown witnesses. He wasn't going to be cheated out of this final public performance. All those hours of sitting patiently in the dock were for him a prelude to the moment when at last he could answer for himself, and the case would be won or lost. She knew him well enough to be sure that what he had most hated was the knowledge that he had to sit while others spoke, others argued their case. He was the most important person in that courtroom. It was for him that a High Court judge in his scarlet sash sat to the right of the carved royal arms. For him that 12 men and women sat there listening patiently for hour after hour. For him that the distinguished members of the bar, in their wigs and gowns, questioned, cross-questioned, and argued. Venetia knew that it was easy for the accused to feel that he was merely the ineffectual object of others' concerns, that the system had taken him over, was using him, that he was on display so that others could demonstrate their cleverness, their expertise. Now he would have his chance. She knew that it was a risk. If the conceit, the bravado, proved stronger than his control, then they were in trouble. Within minutes of her examination-in-chief, she knew that she needn't have worried. His performance, and she had no doubt that it was that, was beautifully judged. He was, of course, prepared for her first question, but she had not been prepared for his answer. "Gary, did you love your aunt?" A short pause, and then, "I was very fond of her, and I was sorry for her. Don't think I know what people mean by love." They were the first words he had spoken in court except for that plea of not guilty, spoken in a firm, low voice. The court was absolutely silent. The words fell on the quiet, expectant air. Venetia could sense the reaction of the jury. Of course he didn't know. How could he? A boy who had never known his father, had been thrown out by his mother before he was 8, been taken into care, shunted from foster parent to foster parent, transferred from one children's home to another, seen as a nuisance from the moment he was born. He had never known tenderness, security, or disinterested affection. How could he know the meaning of love? She had an extraordinary sense during his examination of their working together like two actors who had played opposite each other for years, recognizing each other's signals, judging each pause for its effectiveness, being careful not to spoil the other's most powerful moment, not because of affection or even mutual respect, but because this was a double act, and its success depended on that instinctive understanding in which each contributed to the desired end. His story had the merit of consistency and simplicity. What he had first said to the police, he now told the court without alteration or embellishment. Yes, his aunt and he had had a disagreement while they were at the Duke of Clarence. It had been a resurgence of the old argument. She wanted him to go on taking photographs of her when she and her customers were having sex. He wanted to stop. It had been a disagreement rather than a violent quarrel, but she had been drunk, and he had thought it wise to get away, to walk alone through the night, to think out whether it was time for him to move on. "And is that what you wanted? To leave your aunt?" "Part of me wanted that. Part of me wanted to stay. I was fond of her. I think she did need me, and it was home." So he had walked through the streets behind Westway as far as Shepherd's Bush, before returning. There were people passing, but not many. He had noticed no one in particular. He wasn't even sure which streets he had walked. He had arrived home just after midnight to find his aunt's body lying on the single divan in the sitting room, and had at once telephoned the police. No, he had not touched the body. He could see as soon as he entered the room that she was dead. He was unshaken in cross-examination. ready to say in reply to questions that he could not remember or was not sure. He never once looked at the jury, but they in their box to the right of him kept their eyes on him. When he finally left the witness box, she wondered why she had ever doubted him. Her final speech for the defense took each of the prosecution's points, one by one, and persuasively demolished them. She spoke to the jury as if she were confiding to them the truth of a matter which, with good reason, had caused both them and her concern, but which now could be seen in its true, its reasonable, its essentially innocent light. Where was his motive? It had been suggested that he hoped to be his aunt's heir, but all Mrs. O'Keefe had in prospect was the money for the compulsory sale of her house, when it came through, and that was insufficient to cover her debts. Her nephew knew that she spent lavishly, particularly on drink, that her creditors were pressing, that debt collectors called at the house. What could he expect to receive? By her death, he had gained nothing, and lost a home. Then there was that single small splash of Mrs. O'Keefe's blood on the head of the shower, and the 2 spots on the stairs. It had been suggested that Ash had killed his aunt, naked, and had showered before leaving the house, to take a walk designed to provide an alibi. But a visitor, particularly if he were a regular client, would have known the house, known that the tap of the bathroom wash basin was stiff, and gave an uncertain flow of water. What more natural than that he would wash his bloody hands under the shower? The prosecution had relied largely on one witness, the neighbour, Mrs. Scully, who said in her examination-in-chief that she had seen Gary leaving the house by the front door at 11:15. The jury had seen Mrs. Scully in the witness box. She may have struck them, as surely she did everyone who had heard her, as an honest witness trying to tell the truth. But what she had briefly seen was a male figure at night under the high sodium lights, designed to shine brightly on the busy road, but apt to throw confusing shadows over the fronts of the houses. At the time she was wearing spectacles, through which she couldn't even clearly see the faces on her television screen, at less than 10 feet. In cross-examination she had told the jury, "I thought at the time that it was Gary. I suppose it could have been someone like him." The jury might feel that Mrs. Scully's identification of Gary Ash, central to the prosecution's case, could not be relied upon. She ended, "Gary Ash has told you that he went for that night walk because he couldn't face his aunt when she returned home from the Duke of Clarence pub, drunk, as he knew she would be. He needed time to think about their life together, about his future, whether it was time to leave. In his own words in the witness box, 'I had to decide what I was going to make of my life.' Remembering those obscene photographs, which I am sorry you had to see, you may wonder why he didn't leave before. He has told you why. She was his only living relation. The home she provided was the only home he had ever known. He thought that she needed him. Members of the jury, it is hard to walk out on someone who needs you, however inconvenient, however perverse that need." So he walked, unseeing and unseen through the night, and returned to the horror of that blood-spattered sitting room. There is no forensic evidence to link him with the crime. The police found no blood on his clothes or person. His fingerprints were not on that knife. Any one of her numerous clients could have called that night. Members of the jury, no one deserves to be murdered. A human life is a human life, whether the victim is a prostitute or a saint. In death, as in life, we are all equal before the law. Mrs. O'Keefe did not deserve to die. But Mrs. O'Keefe, like all prostitutes, and that, members of the jury, is what she was, put herself peculiarly at risk because of her lifestyle. You have heard what that lifestyle was. You have seen the photographs which her nephew was induced or compelled to take. She was a sexually rapacious woman who could be affectionate and generous, but who, in drink, was abusive and violent. We do not know who it was she let in that night, or what happened between them. The medical evidence is that no sexual act took place immediately before death. But is it not overwhelmingly likely, members of the jury,
that she was murdered by one of her clients, killed out of jealousy, rage, frustration, hatred, or the lust to kill. It was a murder of great brutality. Half drunk, she opened her door to her murderer. That was her tragedy. It is also a tragedy for the young man who is in the dock, in this court today. My learned friend, in his opening address, put the matter to you quite clearly. If you are convinced beyond reasonable doubt that my client murdered his aunt, then your verdict must be one of guilty. But if, after considering all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt that it was indeed his hand that struck down Mrs. O'Keefe, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. All judges are actors. Mr. Justice Moorcroft's forte, a part which he had played for so many years that it had become instinctive, was a courteous reasonableness, occasionally enlivened with shafts of mordant wit. During his summing up, it was his habit to lean well forward towards the jury, a pencil delicately spanning the first finger of each hand, and address them as equals, who had kindly agreed to give up their valuable time to assist him with the problem which had its difficulties, but as with all human concerns, was susceptible to reason. The summing up, as always with this judge, was exemplary in its comprehensiveness and fairness. There could be no appeal in a court of law on the grounds of misdirection. With this judge, there never had been. The jury listened with impassive faces. Watching them, Venetia thought, as she often did, that it was a curious system, but one which worked remarkably well, provided that your first priority was the protection of the innocent, rather than the conviction of the guilty. It wasn't designed, how could it be, to elicit the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Even the continental inquisitorial system couldn't do that. It would have gone hard with her client, if it had. There was nothing more that she could do for him now. The jury were given their charge, and filed out. The judge rose, the court bowed and waited, standing until he had left. Venetia heard above her the murmuring and shuffling as the public gallery emptied. She had nothing to do now but to await the verdict. Chapter 2. In Pawlet Court, on the western boundary of the Middle Temple, the gas lamps were glowing into light. Hubert St. John Langton, head of chambers, watched from his window, as he had on every evening when he had been working in chambers for the last 40 years. It was the time of the year, the time of day that he loved best. Now the small court, one of the loveliest in the Middle Temple, took on the soft, refulgent glow of an early autumn evening. The boughs of the great horse-chestnut seemed to solidify as he watched, the rectangles of light in the Georgian windows enhancing the atmosphere of ordered, almost domestic 18th-century calm. Beneath him, the cobbles between the pavements of York stone glistened as it had been polished. Drysdale Lord moved up beside him. For a moment they stood in silence. Then Langton turned away. He said, "That's what I'm going to miss most, the lighting of the lamps. It's not quite the same now, they're automatic. I used to like watching for the lamplighter to come into the court. When that stopped, it seemed as if a whole era had gone forever." So he was going. He'd actually made up his mind at last. Lord carefully kept from his voice either surprise or regret. He said, "This place is going to miss you." There could hardly, he thought, have been a more banal exchange over a decision he had been awaiting with increasing impatience for over a year. It was time for the old man to go. He wasn't very old, not yet 73, but in the last year Lord's critical, anticipatory eyes had seen the gradual but inexorable draining of powers, physical and mental. Now he watched as Langton seated himself heavily at his desk, the desk that had been his grandfather's, and which he had hoped one day might be his son's. That hope, like so many others, had been swept away in that avalanche above Cloisters. He said, "I suppose the tree will have to go eventually. People complain that it shuts out too much light in summer. I'll be glad not to be here when they take the axe to it." Lord felt a small surge of irritation. Sentimentality was something new for Langton. He said, It won't be an axe, it'll be a heavy-duty chainsaw, and I don't suppose they'll do it. The tree is protected. He waited for a moment, then asked with studied unconcern, "When were you thinking of leaving?" "At the end of the year. Once these decisions are made, there's no point in dragging things out. I'm telling you now because we need to give thought to my successor. There's the Chambers meeting coming up in October. I thought we might discuss it then." Discuss? What was there to discuss? He and Langton had run Chambers between them for the last 10 years. The two archbishops, wasn't that how Chambers spoke of them? Colleagues might use the words with an undertone of slight resentment, even of derision, but they expressed a reality. He decided to be frank. Langton had become increasingly vague and indecisive, but surely not about this. He had to know where he stood. If there was going to be a fight, it was better to be prepared. He said, "I'd rather thought you wanted me to succeed you. We worked together well. I thought the Chambers had come to take it for granted." "That you were Crown Prince?" "I expect they have. But it might not be as straightforward as I expected. Venetia is interested." "Venetia? This is the first I've heard of it. She's never shown the slightest interest in becoming head of Chambers." "Not until now. But I've heard a rumour that she's changed her mind. And she is, of course, the senior. Only just, but there it is. She was called a term before you." Lord said, "Venetia made her position perfectly plain 4 years ago when you were off for 2 months with glandular fever, and we had a Chambers meeting. I asked her then whether she wanted to take the chair. I remember her reply perfectly. I have no ambition to occupy that seat either temporarily or when Hubert decides to vacate it. What part has she ever played in running this place? In the more tedious chores, even in the finance? All right, she comes to Chambers meetings and protests at whatever other people propose, but what does she actually do? Her own career has always come first." "Perhaps this is about her career. I've been wondering if she might not have an ambition to become a judge. She's apparently enjoying sitting as an assistant recorder. If so, succeeding me as head of Chambers would be important to her." "It's important to me. For God's sake, Hubert, you can't let her cut me out because I happen to have appendicitis at the wrong time. The only reason she's senior to me is because I was in the operating theatre on the day she was called. It put me a term behind. I don't think Chambers is going to choose Venetia because she was called in the Michaelmas term, and I was forced to wait until the Lent." Langton said, "But it does make her senior. If she wants the job, it will be embarrassing to reject her." "Because she's a woman. I thought we'd come to that. Well, it may terrify the more timid members of Chambers, but I think they'll put fairness over political correctness." Langton said mildly, "But it isn't exactly political correctness, is it? We do have a policy. There is a code of practice on sexual discrimination. That's what it's going to look like if we pass her over." Trying to control the mounting anger in his voice, Lord said, "Has she spoken to you? Has she actually said she wants it?" "Not to me. Someone, I think it was Simon, said she'd hinted at it to him." It would be Simon Costello, thought Lord. Number 8, Pawlet Court, like all Chambers, was a hotbed of gossip, but Simon's contribution to it was notorious for inaccuracy. If you wanted reliable news, you didn't go to Simon Costello. He said, "It's pure guesswork. If Venetia wanted to initiate a campaign, she'd hardly begin with Simon. He's one of her bêtes noires." He added, "It's important to avoid a contest if it is at all possible. It'll be fatal if we descend to personalities. Chambers could become a bear garden." Langton frowned. "Oh, I hardly think so. If we have to vote, that's what we'll do. People will accept the majority decision." Lord thought with some bitterness, "And you no longer care. You won't be here. 10 years of working together, of covering up your indecision, of advising without appearing to advise, and you do nothing. Don't you realize that defeat would be for me an intolerable humiliation?" He said, "I can't think she'll have much support." "Oh, I don't know. She's probably our most distinguished lawyer." "Oh, come off it, Hubert. Desmond Ulrich is our most distinguished lawyer, beyond question." Langton stated the obvious. But Desmond won't want it when the time comes. I doubt whether he'll even notice the change.
Lord was calculating. He said,
The people of the Salisbury Annex and those who work mainly from home probably care less than those physically in chambers, but I doubt whether more than a minority will want Venetia. She's not a conciliator. But is that what we need? There are going to have to be changes, Drysdale. I'm happy I shan't be here to see them, but I know they'll come. People talk about managing change. There'll be new people in chambers, new systems. Managing change, that fashionable shibboleth. Venetia might well manage change, but will they be the changes that chambers want? She can manage systems. She'd be disastrous at managing people. I thought you liked her. I've always seen you, well, I suppose as friends. I do like her. Insofar as she has a friend in chambers, I'm that friend. We share a liking for mid-20th century art. We go occasionally to the theatre. We dine out about once every 2 months. I enjoy her company. Presumably she enjoys mine. That doesn't mean I think she'll make a good head of chambers. Anyway, do we want a criminal lawyer? They're a minority here. We never look to the criminal bar for the head of chambers. Langton answered an objection understood, but not stated. Isn't that rather a snobbish view? I thought we were getting away from that. If law has to do with justice, with people's rights, their liberty, their freedom, isn't what Venetia does more important than Desmond's preoccupation with the minutiae of international maritime law? It may be. We're not discussing relative importance. We're choosing the head of chambers. Venetia would be a disaster. And there are 1 or 2 other matters which we'll have to discuss at chambers meeting on which she'll be difficult. What pupils to take on as tenants, for example? She won't want Catherine Beddington. She's Catherine's sponsor. That will make her objections more compelling. And there's another thing. If you're hoping to get Harry an extension of his contract, forget it. She wants to do away with his senior clerk and appoint a practice manager. That'll be the least of the changes if she gets her way. There was another silence. Langton sat at his desk, as if spent. Then he said, She seems to have been a bit on edge in the last few weeks. Not herself. Is anything wrong, do you know? So, he had noticed. That was the difficulty with premature senility. You could never be sure when the gears in the mind might not engage again. The old Langton disconcertingly assert himself. Lord said, Her daughter's home. Octavia left boarding school in July, and I gather she's done nothing since. Venetia's let her have the basement flat, so they shouldn't be on top of each other. But it isn't easy. Octavia's not yet 18. She needs some control, some advice. A convent education is hardly the best preparation for running around London unsupervised. Venetia's overbusy. She can do without the worry. And they've never got on. Venetia isn't maternal. She'd be a good enough mother to a beautiful, clever, ambitious daughter. That's not the kind she's got. What happened to her husband after the divorce? Is he still in the picture? Luke Cummins. I don't think she's seen him for years. I'm not sure he even sees Octavia. I believe he's married again and lives somewhere in the West Country. Married to a potter or a weaver, a craftsperson of some kind. I've got a feeling they're not well off. Venetia never mentions him. She's always been ruthless in writing off her failures. I suppose that's all that's wrong? Worry about Octavia? It's enough, I should have thought, but I'm only guessing. She doesn't talk to me about it. Our friendship doesn't extend to personal confidences. The fact that we go to an occasional exhibition together doesn't mean that I understand her, or any other woman, come to that. It's interesting, though, the power she exerts in chambers. Has it ever occurred to you that a woman, when she is powerful, is more powerful than a man? Powerful in a different way, perhaps. Lord said, It's a power partly based on fear. Perhaps the fear is atavistic, memories of babyhood. Women change the nappy, give the breast, or withhold it. Langton said with a faint smile, Not now, apparently. Fathers change nappies, and it's usually a bottle. But I'm right, Hubert, about power and fear. I wouldn't say it outside these walls, but But life in Chambers would be a great deal easier if Venetia fell under that convenient number 11 bus. He paused, and then asked the question to which he needed an answer. "So I have your support, have I? Can I take it that I'm your choice to succeed you as head of Chambers?" The question had been unwelcome. The tired eyes looked into his, and Langton seemed to shrink back in his chair, as if bracing himself against a physical attack. And when he spoke, Lord didn't miss that quavering note of petulance. "If that is the will of Chambers, of course you will have my support. But if Venetia wants it, I don't see how she can reasonably be rejected. It goes by seniority. Venetia is the senior." It wasn't enough, thought Lord bitterly. By God, it wasn't enough. He stood looking down at the man he had thought was his friend, and for the first time in that long association, it was a look more judgmental than affectionate. It was as if he were seeing Langton with the critical, unclouded eyes of a stranger, noting with detached interest the first ravages of merciless time. The strong, regular features were losing flesh. The nose was sharper, and there were hollows under the jutting cheekbones. The deep-set eyes were less clear, and beginning to hold the puzzled acceptance of old age. The mouth, once so firm-set, so uncompromising, was slackening into an occasional moist quaver. Once it had been a head, formed, or so it seemed, to be topped by a judge's wig. And that surely was what Langton had always hoped for. Despite the success, the satisfaction in succeeding his grandfather as head of Chambers, there had always hung about him the uncomfortable whiff of hopes unrealized, of a talent which had promised more than it had achieved. And, like his grandfather, he had stayed on too long. Both, too, had been unlucky in their only sons. Hubert's father had returned from the First World War with lungs half destroyed by gas, and a mind tormented by horrors of which he was never able to speak. He had had energy enough to father his only child, but had never effectively worked again, and had died in 1925. Hubert's only son, Matthew, as clever and ambitious as his father, sharing his father's enthusiasm for the law, had been killed by an avalanche while skiing, 2 years after being called to the bar. It was after that tragedy that the final spark of ambition had seemed to flicker, then die in his father. Lord thought, "But it hasn't died in me. I've supported him for the last 10 years, covered his inadequacies, done his tedious chores for him. He may be opting out of responsibility, but by God he's not going to opt out of this." But he knew with a sickness of the heart that this was mere posturing. There was no way in which he could win. If he forced a contest, Chambers would be embroiled in an acrimonious dissent, which would be publicly scandalous and could last for decades. And if he won by a narrow margin, what legitimacy would that confer? Either way, he wouldn't easily be forgiven. And if he didn't make a fight for it, then Venetia Aldridge would be the next head of Chambers. Chapter 3. It was never possible to estimate how long the jury would be out. Sometimes a case which had seemed so strong as to admit no possible question of the accused's guilt resulted in a wait of hours, while one of apparent doubt and complexity produced a verdict with astonishing speed. Counsel had different ways of occupying the dead hours. The occasional sweepstake on the time the jury would take to arrive at their verdict provided at least a diversion. Some played chess or Scrabble. Others went down to the cells to share the suspense with their client, to encourage, sustain, perhaps warn, while others reviewed the evidence with their colleagues and meditated possible lines for an appeal if the case went against them. Venetia preferred to spend the waiting time alone. As a junior, she had walked the corridors of the Bailey, moving from the Edwardian baroque of the old building to the simplicity of the new, then down to the marbled splendour of the great hall, to pace under the dome between its lunettes and blue mosaics, and contemplate once again the familiar monuments, while she emptied her mind of the things she might have done better, though she could have done worse, and prepared herself for the verdict. Now this perambulation had become for her too obvious a defence against anxiety. She preferred to sit in the library, and her insistence on solitude ensured that she was almost always alone. She took a volume from the shelf without noticing its title, and carried it over to a table with no intention of reading.
Gary, did you love your aunt? The question brought to mind a similar question asked when, 84 years earlier, in March 1912, when Frederick Henry Seddon had been found guilty of the murder of his lodger, Miss Eliza Barrow. Seddon, did you like Miss Barrow? And how could he convincingly answer that of the woman he had cheated out of her fortune and had buried in a pauper's grave? The Frog had been fascinated by the case. He had used that question to demonstrate the devastating effect which one question could have on the result of the trial. The Frog had come up with other instances, too. The expert witness for the defence in the Rouse burning car case, whose evidence had been discredited because he couldn't give the coefficient of expansion of brass. The judge, Mr. Justice Darling, leaning forward to intervene in the trial of Major Armstrong to ask why the defendant, who had claimed that the arsenic he had bought was for the destruction of dandelions, had parcelled it up into small portions. And she, a 15-year-old, sitting in that small, under-furnished bed-sitting room, had said, "Because a witness forgets a scientific fact, or the judge decides to intervene. Is that justice?" The Frog had for a moment looked pained, because he needed to believe in justice. He needed to believe in the law. The Frog, Edmund Albert Froggatt, improbably a Bachelor of Arts, obtained by external study at some unspecified university. Edmund Froggatt, who had made her a lawyer. She acknowledged this truth with gratitude to that odd, mysterious, pathetic little man. But he seldom came into her mind as an invited guest. The memory of that day when their relationship ended was so painful that gratitude was subsumed in embarrassment, fear, and shame. If she thought of him, it was because, as now, in this moment, some trick of memory intruded on the present, and she was 15 again, sitting in the Frog's bed-sitting room, listening to his stories, learning about the criminal law. They would be seated one each side of his small hissing gas fire, with only one section burning, because the Frog had to put coins into the meter, and the Frog was poor. But there was a gas ring beside the fire, and he would make cocoa for them both, strong and not too sweet, just as she liked it. She must have been there with him in summer, surely, in spring and in autumn, but in memory it was always winter, the unlined curtains drawn, the noise of the school muted now that the boys were in bed. Her parents, in their sitting room in the main part of the house, were unworried about her, because she was supposed to be in her bedroom finishing her homework. At 9 o'clock she would break off their talk and go downstairs to say good night, to answer the predictable questions about how her work had gone, the timetable for the next day. But she would return always to the only room in the house in which she had ever been happy, to the hiss of the fire, the armchair with the broken springs which was made comfortable because the Frog would take a pillow from his bed and put it at her back, to the Frog sitting opposite her in the upright chair, with his 6 volumes of notable British trials piled on the floor by his side. He had been the least regarded, the most exploited of the teachers at her father's suburban prep school, Danesford, where he had been employed to teach English and history throughout the school, but was required to undertake almost any job at the headmaster's whim. He was a neat, delicately boned little man, snub-nosed, with small bright eyes behind the pebbled glasses, and a fringe of ginger hair. Inevitably he was nicknamed the Frog by the boys. He could have been a good teacher, given the chance, but the small barbarians could smell out a natural victim in their juvenile jungle, and the Frog's life was a patiently borne hell of noisy insurrection and calculated cruelty. If a friend or acquaintance asked Venetia about her childhood, and few did, she had an answer ready, always in the same words, always spoken with a tone of casual acceptance, which somehow still managed to prohibit further curiosity. "My father kept a boys' prep school. Not exactly the Dragon or Summerfields. One of those cheaper places which parents send their children to when they want them out of the way. I don't know who disliked it most, the pupils, the staff, or I. Well, I suppose being brought up with 100 small boys wasn't a bad preparation for a criminal lawyer. Actually, my father taught rather well. The pupils could have done worse." She herself could hardly have done worse. The school, the pretentious red-brick residence of a 19th-century local worthy and former mayor, had originally been built some 2 miles outside the pleasant Berkshire town, which had then been little more than a village. By the time Clarence Aldridge bought the school in 1963, using a legacy from his father, the village had grown into a small town, though still with an individual character and a sense of identity. 10 years later, it had become a dormitory suburb, spreading over the green fields in a creeping cancer of red brick and concrete, executive estates, small shopping precincts, office buildings and blocks of flats. The fields between Danesford and the town had been bought by the local council for housing, but when the money ran out, with only part of the estate developed, the ground remaining had been left vacant, a junk-strewn wilderness of scrub and broken trees, the playground and the rubbish tip of the surrounding estate. She would cycle through it on her way to the high school, a journey she came to dread, but invariably took because the alternative route was twice as long and by way of the main road, and her father had forbidden her to use it. Once she had disobeyed him, and had been seen by one of his friends as his car sped past. Her father's anger had been dreadful, painful, and long-lasting. The weekday journey across the scrubland, over the railway bridge which divided it from the town, and through the housing estate was an ordeal. Daily she ran the gauntlet of taunts and shouted obscenities, provoked by the sight of her school uniform. Daily she tried to judge the roads which were most clear, on the watch for the larger, more frightening boys, accelerating or slowing down to miss the waiting mob, despising herself and hating her tormentors. The high school was a refuge from more than the estate. She was happy there, or as happy as she was capable of being. But her life was so separate from her life at Danesford as her parents' only child, that all her school days she had the sensation of living in two worlds. One she would prepare for when she put on the dark green uniform and knotted her school tie, and would physically take possession of when she dismounted and wheeled her bicycle through the school gates. The other would receive her back each late afternoon, a world composed of boys' voices, feet ringing on boards, the slamming of desktops, the smell of cooking, drying clothes, and young, inadequately washed bodies, and overlaying all, the scent of anxiety, incipient failure, and fear. That, too, had its solace. She sought it out every evening in the Frog's small, under-furnished bed-sitting room. He used his 6 volumes of the notable British trial series as textbooks and training exercises, he putting the case for the prosecution, she for the defence, and then changing roles. Every character in the trial became familiar to her. Every murder projected an image as powerful as it was vivid, feeding an imagination which was fertile, but circumscribed always by a sense of reality. The need to know that those desperate men and women, some buried in lime in the prison yard, weren't the creatures of her imagination, but had actually lived, breathed and died, that their tragedies could be analysed, discussed, and made sense of. Alfred Arthur Rouse, with his blazing car flaming like a fatal beacon in a Northampton lane. Madeline Smith proffering a cup of cocoa and perhaps arsenic through the bars of a Glasgow basement. George Joseph Smith playing the harmonium in a Highgate lodging house, while the woman he had seduced and murdered lay dead in the bath upstairs. Herbert Rouse Armstrong, holding out the scone, dosed with arsenic to his rival, with the words, "Excuse fingers." William Wallace making his conscientious way through the suburbs of Liverpool to find the non-existent Men-Love Gardens East. The Seddon case was one which they found particularly fascinating. The Frog would briefly recount the facts before they turned once again to the transcript of the trial. The year 1910. The accused, Seddon. Frederick Henry, rapacious, miserly, obsessed with money and profit. Lives with his wife, Margaret Ann, and their 5 children, his elderly father and a servant girl at Torrington Park in Islington. In a healthy way of business with the London and Manchester Industrial Insurance Company. Owns his house and has acquired a chain of small properties in different parts of London. And then, on the 25th of July 1910, he acquires a lodger. Eliza Mary Barrow is 49, unattractive in character and personal habits, but she does have money. She also has an 8-year-old orphan, Ernie Grant, the child of a friend who moves in with her and shares her bed. He probably loved her. No one else did. Ernie's uncle, Mr. Hook, and his wife also moved into the Seddon house, but didn't stay long. They left after a quarrel with Miss Barrow and a scene with Seddon,
whom they accused of trying to get hold of Miss Barrow's money. And over a period of little more than a year, he did just that. It was worth having. We are talking of 1910, remember. 1,600 in 3.5% India stock, the leasehold interest in a public house, and a barber shop. 212 on deposit in a savings bank, and cash in gold and notes, which he kept under the bed. All was transferred to Seddon in return for a promised annuity of just over £150 per year. An annuity means that Seddon took all the money and promised to pay her in return that amount each year for the rest of her life. Venetia said, "She was asking to be murdered, wasn't she? Once he got his hand on all her cash, she was just a liability." Certainly no lawyer would have advised such a show of trust. But being cold-blooded and greedy for money doesn't make a man a murderer. You must try to keep an open mind if you're going to make a speech for the defence. "You mean I have to believe he didn't do it?" "No. What you believe isn't at issue. Your job is to convince the jury that the Crown failed to make out its case against the prisoner beyond reasonable doubt. But you should never reach a decision about anything without first examining the facts. How did he do it? All right, how did the prosecution allege that he did it? With arsenic. On the 1st of September 1911, Miss Barrow complained of stomach pains, sickness, and other unpleasant symptoms. A doctor was called and was in regular attendance for 2 weeks. But early in the morning of the 14th of September, Seddon called at the doctor's house to tell him that his patient was dead. Didn't the doctor order a post-mortem? I suppose he saw no reason for one. He issued a death certificate showing that Miss Barrow had died from epidemic diarrhea. That same morning, Seddon arranged for her to be buried in a common grave for £4 and demanded a commission from the undertaker for introducing the business. The common grave was a mistake, wasn't it? So was the way he treated Miss Barrow's relations when they began inquiries. He was arrogant, unfeeling, and offensive. Not surprisingly, they became suspicious, and decided to communicate with the Director of Public Prosecutions. Miss Barrow's body was exhumed, and arsenic was found. Seddon was arrested, and his wife 6 months later. They were jointly charged with murder. She had said, "But wasn't he hanged because he was avaricious and greedy, not because the Crown really had a case? He was supposed to have sent his 15-year-old daughter, Maggie, to buy the arsenic for him, but she denied it. I don't think that chemist's evidence, Mr. Thorley, wasn't it, can be relied upon. Do you think you could have got him off?" The frog had given a little smile, but not without satisfaction. He had his small vanities, and sometimes she amused herself by provoking them. He had said, "You're asking me if I could have done better than Edward Marshall Hall. Now, there was a marvellous advocate. I would like to have heard him, but of course he died in 1927. Not a great lawyer. He was said to dread the Court of Appeal, but one of the great advocates. Wonderfully eloquent, an astonishing flow of language. Of course, it wouldn't do today. That kind of histrionic, dramatic advocacy hasn't a place in a modern court. But there was something he said I have never forgotten. I'll write it down for you. I have no scenery to help me, and no words are written for me to speak. There is no curtain. But out of the vivid dream of somebody else's life, I have to create an atmosphere, for that is advocacy. Out of the vivid dream of somebody else's life. I like that." She had said, "I like that too." The frog had said, "I think you're going to have the right kind of voice. Of course, you're young yet. It may not develop." "What kind of voice is that?" "Attractive to listen to. Not strident. Versatile, warm, perfectly modulated and controlled. Persuasive. Above all, persuasive." "Is that so very important?" "It's vital. Norman Burkitt had a voice like that. I wish I'd had a chance to hear it. Voice is as important to an advocate as it is to an actor. I might have been a lawyer if I'd had a voice. I'm afraid mine lacks strength. It wouldn't carry as far as the jury box."
Venetia had bent her head over the notable trials volume, so that he wouldn't see her smile. It wasn't only his voice, high, pedantic, with that occasional disconcerting rodent squeak. Even to picture a wig atop that dry thatch of ginger hair, or a gown on that diminutive, graceless body, was risible. And she had overheard her father's dismissive comments on the frog's lack of qualifications too often to have any doubt that he had had few chances in life. But she enjoyed his praise, and the game they played together had become an addiction. It satisfied her need for order and certainty. The frog's bed sitting room, with its faint smell of the gas fire, and the 2 ragged chairs, provided a refuge more reassuring even than her desk at the high school. Each gave what the other needed. He was a wonderful teacher, and she was an intelligent, enthusiastic pupil. Night after night she would hurry through her homework and choose her moment to slip unobserved from the main schoolhouse, across to the annex, and up the lino-covered stairs to his room, to listen to his stories, to indulge in their common obsession. The game ended 3 days after her 15th birthday. The frog had borrowed from the local library an account of the trial of Florence Maybrick, which they were to discuss that evening. He had left the book with her overnight, but she was anxious not to carry it to school, or to leave it in her room, where it could invite the curiosity of one of the school's 2 maids, or be discovered by her parents. She had very little faith that her privacy was ever respected. She decided to leave the volume in the frog's room. Her knock was perfunctory. She hardly expected to find him in. It was 7:30, and he would be supervising the boys' breakfast. The door, as she expected, was unlocked. To her astonishment, the frog was there. There was a large canvas suitcase on the bed, its battered lid open. The counterpane was covered with a tumble of shirts, pyjamas, and underclothes. Only his socks were neatly twisted into balls. It seemed to her that she was simultaneously aware of his look of horror at her interruption into the room, and of the pair of pants, soiled at the crotch, which, following her gaze, he shoved with trembling hands under the lid of the suitcase. She said, "Where are you going? Why are you packing? Were you leaving?" He turned away from her. She could only just hear his words. "I'm sorry if I distressed you. I didn't realize. I can see now that it was unwise. Selfish of me." "What do you mean, distress me? What was unwise?" She came into the room, and shutting the door, leaned against it, forcing him by an act of will to turn and look at her. But when he did, she saw on his face a shamed embarrassment, and a desperate appeal for pity, which she knew was as much beyond her understanding as it was beyond her power to help. She was filled with a terrible apprehension, a fear for herself which made her voice sharper than she realized. "Distress me? You haven't distressed me. What's all this about?" He said with a pathetic formality, "It seems that your father has misunderstood the nature of our relationship." "What has he been saying to you?" "It doesn't matter. Nothing can be done. He wants me out of here. I'm to be gone before school starts." She said, knowing as she spoke that the words were empty, the promise meaningless, "I'll speak to him. I'll explain. I'll put it right." He shook his head. "No, please no, Venetia. It would only make matters worse." He turned away, and she watched as he folded a shirt and placed it in the case. She saw the trembling of his hands and heard the tone of ashamed acceptance in his voice. "Your father has promised me a good reference." Of course, the reference. Without that he would be without hope of another teaching job. It lay within her father's power to do more than throw him out. There was nothing else to be said, and nothing she could do. But she still lingered, feeling the need for some gesture, some word of farewell, some hope that they might meet again. But they would never meet again. And what she was feeling now was not affection, but fear and shame. He was packing his volumes of the notable trials. The case was already overfull. She wondered if it would hold the extra weight. One volume still lay on the bed, and he handed it to her. It was the Seddon case. He said without looking at her, "Please take it. I'd like you to have it." Still without looking at her, he whispered, "Please go. I'm sorry, I didn't realize." Memory was like a film of sharply focused images, the set arranged and brightly lit, the characters formally disposed, the dialogue learnt and unchangeable, but with no linking passages. Now, sitting with a book on contract law open but unread before her unfocused eyes, she was again in her place opposite her father, in that over-furnished dining room, smelling the pungent morning aroma of coffee, toast, and bacon. Here again was that solid oak table with a drop leaf, which could be lifted to increase its length, pressing uncomfortably against her knees, the mullioned windows which excluded rather than admitted light, the sideboard with its ornate back and bulbous legs, the hot plates and covered dishes. Her father had once seen a play in which the upper classes helped themselves to breakfast from a side table. It had seemed to him the epitome of gracious living, and he had introduced it at Danesford, although the choice was never more than bacon and egg, or bacon and sausage. How odd that she should still be able to feel a prick of resentment at the silliness of the pretension, and the extra work it had made for her mother. Now she helped herself to bacon, sat down and forced herself to look at her father. He was eating solidly, his eyes moving from the heaped plate to the Times neatly folded beside it. His mouth beneath a small, scrubby moustache was pinkly moist. He would cut off small squares of toast, spread them with butter and marmalade, and then cast them into that raw, pulsating gap, which seemed to have a voracious life of its own. His hands were square and strong, the backs of the fingers spiked with black hair. She was sick with fear of him. She had always been frightened of him, and had known that she couldn't look to her mother for support. Her mother's fear was greater than her own. He had beaten her as a child for every infraction of his petty household rules, his laid-down standard of behaviour and achievement. The beatings hadn't been severe, but they had been unbearably humiliating. Each time she would resolve not to cry out, terrified that the boys might hear. But the attempt at courage was futile. He would continue the punishment until she did. Worst of all, she knew that he enjoyed it. When she reached puberty, he did stop. It was a small sacrifice on his part. After all, he still had the boys. Now, sitting in silence in the library, she could see his face again, the cheekbones broad and mottled under eyes from which she could never recall receiving a look of tenderness or kindness. One of the mistresses at school, after she had received her speech day prizes, had told her that her father was very proud of her. It had seemed an extraordinary statement at the time, and it still did so now. She had tried to keep her voice calm, unfrightened. "Mr. Froggatt says he's leaving." Still her father didn't look up. He said, with his mouth chomping, "You were not meant to see him before he left. I trust you have made no promise to write or get in touch." "Of course not, Daddy. But why is he leaving? He said it was something to do with me." Her mother had stopped eating. She cast one frightened, imploring glance at Venetia, then began breaking her toast into crumbs. Her father still didn't look up. He turned a page of his paper. "I'm surprised that you need to ask. Mr. Mitchell thought it right to inform me that my daughter was spending literally every evening until late in the bedroom of a junior master. If you had no sense of your own position in this school, you might at least have considered mine." "But we weren't doing anything. Just talking. We talked about books, about the law. And it isn't a bedroom, it's his sitting room." "I don't wish to discuss it. I'm not even asking what went on between you. If you have anything to confide, I suggested you speak to your mother. As far as I'm concerned, the affair is now closed. I don't wish to hear Edmund Froggatt's name mentioned in this house again. And from now on you will do your homework here on this table, not in your room." Was it that day, she wondered, or later, that she first realized what it had all been about? Her father had been looking for an excuse to get rid of the frog. He worked hard, but he was a poor disciplinarian, unpopular with the boys, an embarrassment at school events. He was cheap, but not cheap enough. The school was losing money. Only later did she realize how much. Someone had to go, and the frog was expendable. And her father had been clever. His accusation, unspecific no doubt in its details, but horribly clear in its essentials, was one the frog would never dare publicly to refute. She had never seen him again, nor had she heard from him. The gratitude for what she acknowledged he had given her was overlaid always with the shame of her weakness and betrayal. She had been fascinated by the game they had played, but never by him as a man, and she knew she would have been ashamed if any of her classmates had seen them together. The knowledge that she hadn't fought for him, hadn't defended him with vigour, let alone passion, that she felt more shame for herself and fear of her father than she had felt compassion, stayed with her to taint the memory of those evenings together. He came now only rarely into her mind. Sometimes she found herself wondering if he was still alive, and would have disconcerting and surprisingly vivid pictures of his hurling himself from Westminster Bridge, with incredulous passers-by straining over the parapet of the seething river, or would watch as he crammed the aspirin tablets into his mouth and washed them down with cheap wine, sitting on the single bed in some attic bed-sitting room. What, she wondered, had that 15-year-old child felt for him? Not love, certainly. There had been affection, need, companionship, stimulation, and the sense that she herself was needed. Perhaps she had been lonelier than she realized. But she knew with shame what she had always known, that she had been using him. If she had met him in the street walking with her few friends after school, she would have pretended not to see him. To a superstitious mind, it might have seemed a judgment that after the frog's departure, the school's decline accelerated. It might have survived, however, might even have recovered some prosperity, as parents, increasingly disenchanted with the local state school and seeking some imagined prestige, discipline and a show of good manners, saw Danesford as a reasonably cheap solution to family problems. But the suicide put an end to hope. The stretched neck of the young body hanging from the banisters in the annex, the carefully written note with the spelling of "are samed," scrupulously corrected, as if the headmaster's anger dominated even this last act of pathetic rebellion, were not things which could be covered up or explained away. It seemed to Venetia that with the severing of that taut pyjama cord, more than the body was cut down. The weeks that followed, the inquest, the burial, the comments in the papers, the allegations of beating and over-severity, became subsumed in the picture of departing cars, of small boys clutching their bulging cases, and making their way, shamefaced or triumphant, to the waiting vehicles. The school died in a sick-room stench of scandal, tragedy, and by the end, almost relief that the agony was over, the undertaker's van at last at the door. The family moved to London. Perhaps, she thought, her father, like so many before him, had seen the great city as an urban jungle, where loneliness at least walked with the safety of anonymity, where no questions were asked unless invited, and where the predators had more satisfying prey than a disgraced schoolmaster. The school premises, now to be converted into a roadhouse and a motel, provided sufficient cash to buy a small terraced house behind Shepherd's Bush, and to furnish an income which augmented the pittance he occasionally managed to earn from casual work. After a few months he found an underpaid job, marking papers for a correspondence school, a job which he did conscientiously, as he did all his teaching. When the correspondence school failed, he advertised for pupils. A few recognized the quality of his teaching. Others found too dispiriting the small, dark front room, which neither Aldridge nor his wife found the energy to do anything about, and which Venetia wasn't allowed to touch. She walked daily to the local comprehensive school. It was one of the first established in London, and was intended as a showcase for the new educational policy. Although the first heady years of doctrinaire optimism had been subsumed by the usual problems of a large urban school, it was one in which a clever, industrious child could do well. For Venetia, the change from the long-established provincial single-sex high school, with its slightly snobbish conventions and local traditions, was less traumatic than she had expected. It was as easy to be a loner at the new school as it had been at the old. She coped with a few bullies by a tongue which could lash them into silence. There was, after all, more than one way of making oneself feared. She worked hard in school, harder still at home. She knew precisely where she wanted to go. The 3 top-grade A-levels gained her an Oxford place. The first-class degree was followed by an equally brilliant academic success in her bar examinations. By the time she went up to Oxford, she thought she knew all she needed to know about men. The strong could be devils. The weak were moral cowards. There might be men she would sexually desire, even admire, come to like, and even want to marry. But never again would she put herself at the mercy of a man. The door opened, recalling her to the present. She looked at her watch. Nearly 2 hours. Had it really been so long since the jury went out? Her junior tried to control his excitement. "They're back." "With a question?" "Not a question. We've got a verdict." Chapter 4. Slowly and with a careful avoidance of drama or obvious anxiety, the court reassembled, waiting for the jury and the appearance of the judge. It was at this moment that Venetia remembered her pupil-master. He had been a traditionalist, to whom the picture of a woman in a wig was an anachronism to be borne with stoicism, provided the face beneath the wig was pretty, the manner sweetly deferential, and the brain no challenge to his own. There had been general surprise in chambers when he had accepted a woman pupil. It could only be in penance for an infraction too grievous to be atoned for by less draconian means. When she remembered him, it was with respect rather than affection. But he had given her 2 pieces of advice for which she was grateful. "Keep all your blue notebooks after trial, not just for the specified time, for always. It's useful to have a record of cases, and you can learn from early mistakes." The second had been equally useful. "There are moments when it is essential to look at the jury, moments when it is advisable to do so, and moments when you should avoid even a glance. One of the last is when they return with a verdict. Never betray anxiety in court. And if you put up a good fight and they're going against you, looking at them will only embarrass them." The latter advice was difficult to follow in Court 1 at the Bailey, where the jury box was immediately facing the barristers' benches. Venetia fixed her eyes on the judge's seat, and didn't glance across the court, when, following the usual preliminaries, the clerk to the court asked the foreman of the jury to stand. A middle-aged, scholarly-looking man, more formally dressed than the others, got to his feet. He had, thought Venetia, been a natural choice for foreman. The clerk asked, "Have you arrived at your verdict?" "We have, sir." "Do you find the accused Gary Ash guilty or not guilty of the murder of Mrs. Rita O'Keefe?" "Not guilty." "And that is the verdict of you all?" "It is." There was no sound in the body of the court, but she heard from the public gallery a low murmur, somewhere between a groan and a hiss, which could have been surprise, relief, or disgust. She didn't look up. It was only after the verdict had been given that she gave a thought to the audience, to those closely packed benches, where the relations and friends of the accused and the victim, the aficionados of murder, the casuals and the regulars, the morbid and the curious had sat and looked down impassively, while below them the court played out its stately measure of advance and retreat. Now it was over, and they would jostle down that bleak uncarpeted stairway, and breathe the untainted air, and relish their freedom. She did not glance at Ash, but she knew that she would have to see him. It was difficult to avoid at least a few words with the client who had been acquitted. People needed to express their pleasure, occasionally their gratitude, although she suspected that gratitude never lasted long, and for some no longer than the presentation of her bill. But it was only for the convicted clients that she felt even a trace of affection or pity. In her more analytical moments, she wondered whether she might not be harbouring a subconscious guilt, which after a victory, and particularly a victory against the odds, transferred itself into resentment of the client. The thought interested, but did not worry her. Other counsel might see it as part of their job to encourage, to support, to console. She saw her own in less ambiguous terms. It was simply to win. Well, she had won. And there came, as there so often did after the momentary exhilaration of triumph, a draining tiredness, which was as much physical as emotional. It never lasted long, but sometimes, after a case which had dragged on for months, the reaction of triumph and then exhaustion would come close to overpowering her, and it would take an effort of will to collect her papers together, get to her feet, and respond to the murmured congratulations of her junior and the solicitors. Today it seemed to her that the congratulations were muted. Her junior was still young, and found it difficult to rejoice in a verdict which he thought wrong. Yet for once the tiredness was only momentary. She could feel the surge of energy and strength returning to muscles and veins. But never before had she felt such repugnance for a client. She hoped never to have to see him again. But this last encounter was unavoidable. And now he came forward with his solicitor, Neville Saunders, in attendance, the latter wearing his usual schoolmaster's expression of disapproval, as if about to warn his client against a recurrence of the events which had brought them together. Smiling his wintry half-smile, he held out his hand and said, "Congratulations." Then turning to Ash, "You're a very fortunate young man. You owe Miss Aldridge a great deal." The dark eyes looked into hers, and she thought she detected for the first time a glint of humour. The unspoken message was clear. We understand each other. I know what got me off, and so do you. But all he said was, "She'll get what she's owed. I'm on legal aid. That's what it's for, remember." Saunders, his face flushed, opened his mouth to expostulate. But before he could speak, Venetia said, "Good afternoon to you both," and turned away. She had less than 4 weeks left of life, and she did not ask him then, or later, how he had known what spectacles Mrs. Scully had been wearing on the night of the murder. Chapter 5. On the same evening, Hubert Langton left his chambers at 6 o'clock. It was his usual time, and in recent years he had become obsessional about the small, comforting rituals of life. But this evening there seemed no possible reason to return home, to the long, lonely hours which stretched ahead. Almost without conscious thought he turned right, crossed Middle Temple Lane, and passed under the arch by Pawlet Court, and through the cloisters of the Temple Church. It was open, and he entered through the great Norman doorway to the sound of the organ. Someone was practising. The music was modern, abrasive to his ears, but he sat himself in the stall on the cantorist side, in which he had sat Sunday after Sunday for nearly 40 years, and let the weariness and the ennui which had threatened him all day take undisputed possession. 72 is not old. He spoke the words aloud, but they fell on the unencumbered air, less as a small defiant affirmation than a thin wail of desperation. Was it really possible that that appalling moment over the road in Court 12 only 3 weeks earlier could have robbed him of so much in one moment? The memory of it, the agony of it, was with him almost every waking minute. Now his body became stiff with remembered terror. He had been in the middle of his closing arguments in a case which had been more forensically interesting than difficult, a lucrative brief from an international company, and a case concerned as much with establishing a point of law as with any dramatic conflict of interests. In 1 second, with no warning, language deserted him. The words he next wanted to speak were not there, neither in his mind nor on his tongue. The familiar court in which he had appeared for over 40 years became an alien cockpit of terror. He could remember nothing, not the names of the judge or of the parties, not the name of his junior or of opposing counsel. There was a half-minute when it seemed that every breath was stilled, every eye in the court was bent on him with surprise, contempt, or curiosity. He managed somehow to finish his sentence and sit down. At least he could still read. The written words still conveyed a meaning. He took up his brief with hands which were shaking so violently that they must have signalled his distress to the whole court. But no one spoke. Nothing was said. After a little pause and a glance at him, the opposing counsel got to his feet. But it mustn't happen again. He couldn't live again through that embarrassment, that panic. He had been to his general practitioner, had spoken in general terms of lapses of short-term memory, of a fear that this could be a symptom of something worse. He had forced himself to speak the dreaded word, Alzheimer's. The subsequent physical examination revealed nothing abnormal. The doctor spoke reassuringly about overwork, the need to take things more gently, the advisability of a holiday. The connectors of his brain were getting less efficient with age. That was to be expected. He was reminded of the words of Dr. Johnson. If a young man mislays his hat, he says he has mislaid his hat. The old man says, I have lost my hat, I must be getting old. He suspected that this anecdote was offered as reassurance to all elderly patients. He had received no reassurance. He had expected none. Yes. It was time to retire. He hadn't intended to commit himself to Drysdale Lord, had regretted the words as soon as they were spoken. He had been precipitate. He had been wiser than he knew. It was right to give way to a younger man as head of chambers. Or a younger woman. Drysdale or Venetia, it hardly mattered to him which of them succeeded him. And how much did he himself want to go on? Even chambers had changed. It was now less a band of brothers than the convenient, if overcrowded, set of rooms in which men and women lived their separate professional lives, sometimes not meeting for weeks. He lamented the old days when he was first a member, and there was less specialization, when colleagues would saunter into each other's rooms to discuss a brief or the nicer points of law, to seek advice and rehearse arguments. A gentler world. Now the systems men had taken over with their calculators, their technology, their managerial obsession with results. Wouldn't he be better out of it? But where was he to go? For him there was no world elsewhere, no place except that quadrilateral of narrow streets and courts, where the ghost of a small boy, with his romantic dreams, his naive ambitions, walked through the Middle Temple. His grandfather, Matthew Langton, had from his birth intended him to be a lawyer. Despite the name, with its overtones of ecclesiastical eminence, the family had been poor. His great-grandfather had kept a small hardware shop in Sudbury in Suffolk. His great-grandmother had been in service with an aristocratic Suffolk family. They managed, but there was never money to spare. But their only child had been highly intelligent, ambitious, and determined to be a lawyer. Scholarships had been won, sacrifices made. The family at the great house where his mother had worked had given their patronage. At the age of 24, Matthew Langton had been admitted to the Middle Temple. And now, memory like a searchlight, moved with seemingly deliberate intent over the wasteland of Hubert's life, paused to illumine with shadowless clarity a moment in time which for a second was fixed and motionless, and then, as if activated by some click of recollection, moved on again. Himself, at the age of 10, walking through Middle Temple Gardens with his grandfather, trying to match his steps to the old man's longer stride, hearing the roll call of famous names, men who had been members of their ancient society, Sir Francis Drake, Sir Walter Raleigh, Edmund Burke, the American patriot John Dickinson, the Lord Chancellors, the Lord Chief Justices, the writers John Evelyn, Henry Fielding, William Cowper, De Quincey, Thackeray. He and his grandfather would pause at every building to identify it by the badge assigned to the Templars, the Paschal Lamb, carrying the banner of innocence, set in a red cross on a white nimbus ground. He remembered his triumph when he discovered it above a door or on a water pipe. He was told the history, the legends. Together they counted the goldfish in the pool in Fountain Court, and stood hand in hand under the 400-year-old double-hammer-beamed roof of Middle Temple Hall. And here, in those childhood years, he had imbibed the history, the romance, the proud traditions of this ancient society, and had known that one day he would be part of it. He must have been aged 8, perhaps even younger, when his grandfather first showed him the Temple Church. They had walked together between the 13th-century effigies of the knights, and he had learnt their names by heart as if they were friends. William Marshall, Earl of Pembroke, and his sons William and Gilbert. William the Marshal had been adviser to King John before Magna Carta. Geoffrey de Mandeville, Earl of Essex with his cylindrical helmet. Hubert would recite the names in his high, childish voice, pleasing his grandfather by this act of memory, and greatly daring, laying small hands on the cold stone, as if these flat, impassive faces held some high secret to which he was heir.
The Church had outlived them and their turbulent lives, as it would outlive him. It would survive the ceaseless battering of the millennium against its walls, as it had survived that night of the 10th of May, 1941, when the flames had roared with the tongues of an advancing army. The chapel had become a furnace. The marble pillars had cracked, and the roof had exploded in a burst of fire to fall in blazing shards over the effigies. Then it had seemed that 700 years of history were falling in flames. But the pillars had been replaced, the effigies repaired. New stalls were ranked in collegiate order, where once there had been Victorian woodwork, and Lord Glentana had given his splendid Harrison organ to replace the one destroyed. Now, in his own old age, Hubert suspected that his grandfather had tried to discipline his passionate pride in the career he had achieved, his veneration for the ancient society of which he was part, and that only with the child had he felt free to express emotions, the strength of which he was half ashamed. He had told his stories with little embellishment, but as the fervid imagination of adolescence had replaced the simple acceptance of childhood, Hubert had clothed history with romance. He had felt his jacket brushed by the gorgeous robes of Henry III and his nobles as they processed into the round church on Ascension Day in 1240 for the consecration of the magnificent new choir, had heard the weakening moans as a condemned knight starved to death in the 5-foot-long penitential chamber. The 8-year-old had found the story more interesting than horrific. "What had he done, grandfather?" "Broken one of the rules of the order. Disobeyed the master." "Are people put in the cell today?" He had stared at the 2 window slits, imagining that he could see desperate eyes peering down. "Not today. The Templars' order was dissolved in 1312. "But what about the lawyers?" "I'm happy to say that the Lord Chancellor is satisfied with less draconian measures." Hubert smiled, remembering, sitting still and silent, as if he too were carved in stone. The organ music had ceased. He couldn't remember when, any more than he could remember how long he had been sitting there. What had happened to those years? Where had they gone? The decades since he had walked between the stone nights with his grandfather, had sat with him Sunday after Sunday for matins. The simplicity and ordered beauty of the service, the splendour of the music, had seemed to him to represent the profession into which he had been born. He still attended every Sunday. It was as much a part of his routine as buying the same 2 Sunday newspapers at the same stall on his way home, the luncheon taken from the fridge, and heated up in obedience to Eric's written instructions, the short afternoon walk through the park, then the hour of sleep, and the evening of television. The practice of his religion, which, it seemed to him now, had never been more than a formal affirmation of a received set of values, was now little more than a pointless exercise, designed to give shape to the week. The wonder, the mystery, the sense of history had all gone. Time, which took so much away, had taken that as it was taking his strength and even his mind, but not, please God, his mind. Anything but that. He felt himself praying with Leah, "Oh, let me not be mad. Not mad, sweet heaven. Keep me in temper. I would not be mad." And then there came into his mind a more accepting, more submissive prayer. "Hear my prayer, O Lord, and with thine ears consider my calling. For I am a stranger with thee, and a sojourner, as all my fathers were. O spare me a little, that I may recover my strength before I go hence, and be no more seen." Chapter 6. It was 4 o'clock on Tuesday the 8th of October when Venetia hitched her gown more firmly on her shoulders, shuffled her papers together, and left a court in the Old Bailey for what was to be the last time. The 1972 extension with its rows of leather-covered benches was empty. The air held the expectant calm of a normally busy concourse, now cleansed of discordant humanity, and settling into its evening peace. The trial had made few demands on her, but she felt unexpectedly weary, and wanted nothing more than get to the lady barrister's robing room, and to put aside her working clothes for yet another day. She hadn't expected this case to come on at the Bailey.
The trial of Brian Cartwright on the charge of grievous bodily harm had originally been scheduled for Winchester Crown Court, but had been transferred to London because of local prejudice against the defendant. He had been more chagrined than gratified by the change, complaining bitterly throughout the 2 weeks' trial of the inconvenience of the venue and the time lost in travelling from his factory to London. She had won, and for him all inconveniences were forgotten. Volatile and indiscreet in victory, he had no intention of hurrying away. But for Venetia, anxious to see the last of him, it had been an unsatisfactory case, ill-prepared by the prosecution, presided over by a judge whom she suspected disliked her, and who had made his disapproval of the majority verdict only too apparent, and made tedious by a prosecuting counsel who could never believe that a jury could take in any fact that hadn't been explained to them 3 times. And now Brian Cartwright was at her shoulder, and scurrying beside her down the corridor, with the bumbling persistence of an over-affectionate dog, euphoric with a victory which even with his optimism he had hardly dared to expect. Above the crisply laundered collar, the carefully knotted old-school tie, the large pores of his strong red face oozed sweat as greasy as ointment. "Well, we did for those buggers. Good work, Miss Aldridge. I did all right in the box, didn't I?" He, the most arrogant of men, was suddenly like a child, avid for her approval. "You managed to answer questions without betraying your strong dislike of the anti-blood sports lobby, yes. We won because there was no clear evidence that it was your whip which blinded young Mills, and because Michael Tuley was seen as an unreliable witness." "Unreliable he bloody well was, and Mills was only blinded in one eye. I'm sorry for the lad, of course I am. But these people are keen enough to attack others, and then scream when they get hurt themselves. Tuley hates my guts. There was animus. You said so yourself, and the jury agreed. Animus. Those letters to the press, the telephone calls. You proved that he was out to get me. You tied him up properly, and I liked that last bit when you were making the speech for the defence. If my client has such an ungovernable temper, such a reputation for unprovoked violence, you may find it surprising, members of the jury, that at the age of 55 he has never had a criminal conviction." She began moving away, but he was at her shoulder. Venetia thought she could smell his triumph. "I don't think we need refight the case, Mr. Cartwright." "You didn't say that I'd never before appeared in a court of law, though, did you?" "That would have been a lie. Counsel don't lie to the court." "But they can be economical with the truth, can't they? Not guilty, then, this time, and not guilty the last time. Lucky for me. It wouldn't have been a good thing to come before the court with form. I don't suppose the jury noticed the actual words you used." He laughed. "Or didn't use." She thought, but did not say. The judge did. So did prosecuting counsel. As if he had read her mind, he went on. "They couldn't say anything, though, could they? I was found not guilty." He lowered his voice and glanced round the almost empty hall. He paused. "You remember what I told you about the last time? How I got off?" "I remember, Mr. Cartwright. I haven't told another soul, but I thought you'd like to know. Knowledge is power. Some knowledge is dangerous. I hope in your own interest that you'll keep this particular knowledge to yourself. You'll get my fee note in due course. I don't need additional payment in the form of private information." But the piggy, bloodshot eyes were sharp. He was a fool about some things, but not about everything. He said, "You're interested, though. Thought you might be. After all, Costello's in your chambers. And don't worry, I've kept it to myself for 4 years. I'm not a blabbermouth. You don't get to build up a successful business if you don't know when to keep your mouth shut. Hardly the sort of thing I'd sell to the Sunday tabloids, is it? Not that they'd ever get proof. I paid well the last time, and I don't mind paying well for this. I said to the lady wife, I'm getting the best criminal lawyer in London. I'll pay what it takes. Never economize on necessities. We'll see these bastards off. Urban vermin, that's what they are. They haven't got the guts to ride a seaside donkey. I'd like to put them up on a hunter. They don't know anything about the countryside. They don't care about animals. What they hate is seeing people enjoy themselves. Malice and envy, that's what it's about." He added, with a tone of surprised triumph, as if the words were inspired, "They don't love foxes, they hate humans." "Yes, I've heard that argument before, Mr. Cartwright." He seemed now to be pressing himself against her. She could almost smell the disagreeable warmth of his body through the tweed.
"The rest of the hunt won't be too pleased with the verdict. Some of them want me out. They wouldn't have minded seeing that saboteur win. They didn't exactly leap into the box as witnesses for the defence, did they? Well, if they want to hunt across my land, they'd better get used to seeing me in a pink coat."
How predictable he was, she thought. The stereotype of the hard-riding, hard-drinking, womanizing, would-be country gentleman. Wasn't it Henry James who had said, "Never believe that you know the last thing about any human heart"? But he was a novelist. It was his job to find complexities, anomalies, unsuspected subtleties in all human nature. To Venetia, as she grew into middle age, it seemed that the men and women she defended, the colleagues she worked with, became more, not less, predictable. Only rarely now was she surprised by an action totally out of character. It was as if the instrument, the key, the melody was settled in the early years of life, and however ingenious and varied the subsequent cadenzas, the theme remained unalterably the same. Yet Brian Cartwright had his virtues. He was a successful manufacturer of parts for agricultural machinery. You didn't build up a business from nothing if you were a fool. He provided jobs. He was said to be a generous, open-handed employer. What hidden talents and enthusiasms, she wondered, might lie under that carefully tailored tweed jacket? He had at least had the sense to dress soberly for his appearance in the witness box. She had feared that he might appear in over-bold checks and breeches. Had he perhaps a passion for leader, for growing orchids, for Baroque architecture? Unlikely. And what in God's name did the lady wife see in him? Was it significant that she hadn't been in court? Venetia had reached the door of the lady barrister's robing room. At last she would be free of him. Turning, she risked once more the vice-like grip of his hand, then watched him go. She hoped never to see him again, but that was what she felt about the defendant in every successful case. A court attendant had come up. He said, "There's quite a crowd of anti-hunt saboteurs outside. They're not happy with the verdict. It might be wise to leave by the other door." "Are the police there?"
"There's a couple of officers. I think they're more noisy than violent. The crowd, I mean."
"Thank you, Barraclough. I'll leave as I usually leave." It was then, passing along the concourse to the main staircase, that she saw them, Octavia and Ash. They were standing together beside the statue of Charles II, looking fixedly down the wide hall towards her. Even from this distance, she could see that they were together, that this was no chance meeting, but a deliberate encounter, a time and a place they had chosen. There was a stillness about them, unusual in her daughter, but known and recognized in Ash. For a second, no more, her steps faltered, and then she walked steadily towards them. As she came within speaking distance, she saw Octavia move her hand towards Ash's, and then, as he made no response, as quietly withdraw it. But her daughter's eyes did not fall. Ash was wearing a white shirt, which looked newly starched, blue jeans and a denim jacket. Venetia could see that the jacket had not been cheap. Somehow he had got hold of money. Beside his stylish self-confidence, Octavia looked very young and rather pathetic. The long cotton shift which she habitually wore over a T-shirt was cleaner than usual, but still made her look like a Victorian orphan, newly released from a children's home. Over the T-shirt she was wearing the jacket of a tweed suit. The cumbersome trainers on her feet looked too heavy for her narrow ankles and thin legs, adding to the impression of a vulnerable child. The thin, knowing face, which could so easily assume a look of fatuous slyness or mutinous resentment, now looked peaceful, almost happy. And for the first time in years she looked steadily at her mother, with the rich, deep brown eyes, which were the only feature they shared in common. Ash was the first to speak. Holding out his hand, he said, "Good afternoon, Miss Aldridge, and congratulations. We were in the gallery. We were impressed, weren't we, Octavia?" Venetia ignored his hand, but knew that this was both what he expected and what he wanted. Without looking at him, keeping her eyes on her mother, Octavia nodded. Venetia said, "I should have thought you'd had enough of the Bailey to last a lifetime. I take it that you know each other." Octavia said simply, "We're in love. We're thinking of getting engaged." The words came out in a rush, in her high, childish voice. but Venetia didn't miss the unmistakable note of triumph. She said calmly, "Indeed. Then I suggest you unthink it. You may not be particularly intelligent, but presumably you have some sense of self-preservation. Ash is totally unsuitable to be your husband." There was no outburst of protest from Ash. Then she hadn't expected one. He stood regarding her with the same half-smile, ironic, challenging, tinged with contempt. He said, "That's for Octavia to decide. She's of age." Venetia ignored him and spoke directly to her daughter. "I'm walking back to Chambers. I want you to come with me. Obviously, we have to talk." She wondered what she would do if Octavia refused, but Octavia looked at Ash. He nodded and said, "Shall I see you tonight? What time would you like me to come round?" "Yes, please. Come as soon as you can. 6:30. I'll cook something for supper." Venetia recognized the invitation for what it was, a declaration of defiance. Ash took her hand and raised it to his lips. Venetia knew that the mock formality of the exchange, the play-acting, was for her benefit, as was the kiss. She was seized with an anger and revulsion so strong that she had to clasp her hands to prevent herself slapping his face. People were passing. Barrister, she knew, and was acknowledging with a brief smile. They had to get out of the Bailey. Venetia said, "Right, shall we go?" and without looking again at Ash, led the way. Outside, the street was almost empty. Either the protesters had grown tired of waiting for her, or had been content to heckle Brian Cartwright. Still without speaking, she and Octavia crossed the road. It was Venetia's habit to walk back to Chambers when she had finished a case at the Bailey. Occasionally, she would vary the route. More often, she would turn off Fleet Street at Bouverie Street, then down Temple Lane to enter the Inner Temple by the Tudor Street entrance. She would then walk down Crown Office Row and across Middle Temple Lane to Pawlet Court. This afternoon, as always, Fleet Street was busy and noisy, the pavement so crowded that it was difficult for her and Octavia to walk abreast, and impossible to hear comfortably above the grind and rumble of the traffic. This wasn't the time to begin a serious talk. Even when they were in the comparative peace of Bouverie Street, she waited. But once in Inner Temple, she said, without turning to Octavia, "I've got 30 minutes to spare. We'll walk in the Temple Gardens." "All right, tell me about this. When did you meet him?" "About 3 weeks ago. I met him on the 17th of September. He picked you up, I suppose." "Where? Some pub? A club?" "You're not going to tell me that you were formally introduced at a meeting of the Young Conservatives?" She realized as soon as the words were out of her mouth that they were a mistake. In her confrontations with Octavia, she had never been able to resist the cheap jibe, the easy sarcasm. Already she realized with a familiar sinking of the heart that their conversation, if you could call it that, was doomed to acrimonious failure. Octavia didn't reply. Venetia said, keeping her voice calm, "I'm asking where you met him." "He crashed his bicycle at the end of our road and asked me if he could leave it in the basement area. He couldn't get it on a bus, and he hadn't enough money for a taxi. So you lent him £10, and, surprise, surprise, he came back next day to repay it. And what happened to the bicycle?" "He threw it away. He doesn't need it. He's got a motorbike." "The cycle had served its purpose, I suppose." "Something of a coincidence, wasn't it, crashing it outside my house?" My house, not our house. Another mistake. Again Octavia was silent. Had it been a coincidence? Stranger ones had happened. You couldn't be a criminal lawyer without encountering almost weekly the capricious phenomenon of chance. Octavia said sulkily, "Yes, he came back. And after that he came back again because I invited him." "So you met him less than a month ago, you know nothing about him, and you're telling me that you're engaged. You're not stupid enough to believe he loves you. Even you couldn't be that deluded." Octavia's voice was like a cry of pain. "He does love me. Just because you don't doesn't mean no one else ever will. Ash loves me, and I do know about him. He's told me. I know more about him than you do." "I doubt that. How much has he told you about his past, his childhood, what he's been doing for the last 7 years?" "I know that he hasn't a father, and that his mother chucked him out when he was 7, and made the local authority look after him. She's dead now.
He was in care until he was 16. They call it being taken into care. He said he was being taken into hell. His mother chucked him out because he was unmanageable. She told the local authority that she was frightened of him, frightened of a 7-year-old. Doesn't that tell you something? His life has been a series of unsuccessful fostering and children's homes, which moved him on as soon as they could persuade someone else to take him. None of it his fault, of course. Octavia's head was bent, her words hardly audible. I expect you would have liked to do the same with me. Put me in care. Only you couldn't because people would have talked. So you sent me to boarding school instead.
Venetia willed herself to stay calm. You two must have had an enjoyable 3 weeks together, sitting in the flat provided for you by me, eating my food, spending money I have earned, and exchanging horror stories about your suffering. Has he told you about the murder? You do know, I suppose, that he was accused of slashing his aunt to death, and that I defended him. You do realize that the murder happened only 9 months ago. He told me he didn't do it. She was a horrible woman who was always having men in the house. One of them killed her. He wasn't near the place when it happened. I'm aware of the defense. I conducted it. He's innocent. You know he's innocent. You told the court he didn't do it. I didn't tell the court that he didn't do it. I've explained all this to you before, only you've never been interested enough to listen. The court isn't concerned with what I think. I'm not there to give them my opinion. I'm there to test the prosecution's case. The jury had to be convinced of his guilt beyond reasonable doubt. I was able to show that there was a reasonable doubt. He was entitled to be acquitted, and he was acquitted. You're perfectly right, he's not guilty. At least of that crime. Not guilty in law. That doesn't mean that he's a suitable husband for you, or for any woman. His aunt wasn't a pleasant woman, but something held them together. Almost certainly they were lovers. He was one of many, but in his case no doubt it came free. Octavia cried, "It isn't true, and you can't stop us marrying. I'm over 18. I know I can't stop you. What I can do, and have a duty to do as your mother, is to point out the dangers. I know this young man. I make it my job to find out as much as I can about my clients. Gary Ash is dangerous. He may even be evil, whatever that word means. So why did you get him off? You haven't understood a word I've said, have you? So, let's be practical. When do you propose to marry? Soon. In a week, maybe. Perhaps 2, perhaps 3. We haven't decided. Are you having sex? But of course you are. You haven't any right to ask that. No. I'm sorry, you're quite right. You're of age. I haven't any right to ask that. Octavia said sulkily, Anyway, we're not. Not yet. Ash thinks we ought to wait. How very clever of him. And how does he propose to support you? As he's to be my son-in-law, I suppose I do have a right to ask that question. He'll work. I've got my allowance. You've settled that on me. You can't take it away. And we may sell our story to the papers. Ash thinks they'd be interested. Oh, they'll be interested, all right. You won't get a fortune, but you'll get something. I can imagine the line he'll take. Disadvantaged young man unjustly accused of heinous crime. Brilliant defense lawyer. Triumphant acquittal. The dawn of young love. Yes, it could make you £1 or 2. Of course, if Ash is prepared to confess to his aunt's murder, you might even ask for 6 figures, and why not? He can't be tried again. They paced together through the gathering dusk, heads bent close, yet distanced. Venetia found herself physically shaking with emotions which she was powerless to make sense of or control. He would sell the story if a paper made it worth his while. He felt no loyalty to her, any more than she had felt liking for him. He had needed her. Perhaps they had needed each other. And afterwards, in that brief interview, she had seen the contempt in his eyes, his conceit, and had sensed that he felt for her not gratitude, but resentment. Oh, yes, he would gladly humiliate her, if he had the power. And he did have the power. But why was it worse to contemplate the sentimentality and the vulgarity of that press exposure
the pity and amusement of her colleagues, than it was to face the thought of his marriage to Octavia. Did she really, with part of her mind, that mind in which she took such pride, care more for her reputation than for her daughter's safety? She had to make one more effort. They were turning out of the garden now. After a moment she said, "There's something he did. Not perhaps the worst thing, but one which for me is crucial. It explains why I think of him as evil, which isn't a word I normally care to use. When he was 15, he was in a children's home outside Ipswich. There was a residential social worker there. His name is Michael Cole, who really cared for Ash. He spent a great deal of time with him, believed he could help him, perhaps loved him. Ash tried to blackmail him. He said that if Coley, as he called him, didn't hand over a proportion of his weekly wage, he'd accuse him of assaulting him sexually. Cole refused and was denounced. There was an official inquiry. Nothing was proved, but the authorities thought it prudent to move Cole into another post, not working with children. He'll be under suspicion for the rest of his professional life, if he still has a professional life. Think of Coley before you commit yourself to marriage. Ash has broken the heart of everyone who has tried to help him. I don't believe it. You won't break my heart. Perhaps I'm like you. Perhaps I haven't got one." Suddenly she had turned away and was running through the gardens towards the embankment gate, moving clumsily like a distraught child, the legs thin as sticks above the heavy trainers, the jacket flying open. Turning to watch her, Venetia felt a momentary spasm of an emotion which had some of the tenderness of pity. But it passed, and was replaced with a burning anger and a sense of injustice as physical as a hard knot of pain under the heart. It seemed to her that Octavia had never given her a moment of unalloyed satisfaction, let alone joy. What, she wondered, had gone wrong? When and how? Even as a baby, she had resisted her mother's attempts to cuddle and caress her. The sharp-featured little face, always an adult face, twisting into a bawling purple mask of hatred. The baby legs, surprisingly strong, clamped against her stomach, thrusting her away, the body arched and rigid. And then at school, it had seemed that every emotional crisis had been deliberately timed to make Venetia's professional life more difficult. Every speech day, every school play had been arranged on a day when it was impossible for her to get away, increasing Octavia's resentment, her own nagging guilt. She remembered now the time when she had been engaged in one of the most complicated cases of fraud she had ever defended, and had been called immediately after the court rose on a Friday to cope with Octavia's expulsion from her second boarding school. She could remember clearly every word of the conversation with Miss Edgerton, the headmistress. "We haven't been able to make her happy. I didn't send her to you to be made happy. I sent her to be educated. The two aren't incompatible, Miss Aldridge. No, but it's as well to know which has priority in your scheme of things. So the convent takes your failures. There is no formal arrangement, but we do recommend it to parents from time to time. I don't want you to gain the wrong impression. It isn't a school for problem children, quite the reverse. And the examination results at A-level are respectable. Pupils do go on to university, but it caters for girls who need a more pastoral, less academic education than we are able to provide, or are willing to provide. This is a highly academic school, Miss Aldridge. We educate the whole girl, not only the mind, but the girl who does best here is usually highly intelligent. Spare me the school prospectus, I've read it. Did she tell you why she did it?" "Yes, to get expelled." She admitted that. "Not in those words." "In what words, Miss Edgerton?" "She said, 'I did it to get away from this fucking school.'" Venetia had thought. So at last I've got an honest answer out of her. Miss Edgerton had said, "The convent is run by Anglo-Catholic nuns, but I don't think you need fear religious indoctrination. The Mother Superior is scrupulous about respecting parental wishes. Octavia can genuflect before the Blessed Sacrament day and night, if it gives her any satisfaction, and gets her a couple of decent A-levels." But the interview had given her hope. A girl who could use that word to Miss Edgerton at least had spirit. Perhaps on some bleak, unwatered scrubland of the mind
She and Octavia might yet find a common meeting place. Perhaps there could be respect, even liking, even if there couldn't be love. But it had only taken the drive home to show that nothing had changed. Octavia's eyes still met hers with that same blank stare of obstinate antagonism. The convent had coped, in the sense that Octavia had stayed there until she was 17, achieved 4 modest passes in her O-levels. But Venetia had always been ill at ease on her few visits to the convent, particularly with the Reverend Mother. She remembered that first interview. "We have to accept, Miss Aldridge, that Octavia, as the child of divorced parents, will be disadvantaged all her life. Since that is a disadvantage she shares with thousands of other children, she'd better learn to cope. That is what we shall try to help her to do." Venetia had curbed an outward show of irritation with difficulty. Was this sponge-faced woman with the small, implacable eyes behind steel-rimmed spectacles daring to take upon herself the role of prosecuting counsel? Then she realized that no criticism was intended, no defense awaited, and no mitigation invited. It was simply that the Reverend Mother lived her life by rules, and one of them was that actions had consequences. Now, obsessed with this latest emergency, angry with Octavia and herself, faced with a calamity to which she could find no answer, she hardly remembered the short walk through Pawlet Court to chambers. Valerie Caldwell was at her desk in the reception booth, and looked up stony-faced as Venetia entered. Venetia asked, "Is Mr. Costello in his room, do you know?" "Yes, I think so, Miss Aldridge. He came in after lunch, and I don't think he's left. And Mr. Langton asked me to let him know when you came in." So Langton wanted to see her. She might as well go to his room now. Simon Costello could wait. When she entered Hubert's room, she found Drysdale Lord with him. That didn't surprise her. The archbishops usually acted together. Lord said, "It's about the Chambers meeting on the 31st. You are coming, Venetia?" "Don't I usually attend? I don't think I've missed more than one Chambers meeting since you made them twice yearly." Langton said, "There are a couple of matters on which we thought it might be helpful to know your mind." "You mean to indulge in a little preliminary lobbying in the interests of getting through the meeting with the minimum of dissension? I shouldn't be too optimistic." Drysdale Lord took over. He said, "First we have to decide who to take on as tenants. We agreed that we could usually find places for 2 more. It isn't an easy choice." "Isn't it?" "Come off it, Drysdale. Don't tell me you haven't reserved a place for Rupert Price-Maskell." Langton said, "He's got an excellent reference from his pupil master, and he's popular in Chambers. He's academically outstanding, of course. Scholar of Eton, Scholar of King's, first-class honours." Venetia said, "And he's the nephew of a law lord. His great-grandfather was head of these chambers, and his mother is the daughter of an earl." Langton frowned. "You aren't suggesting that we're being... He paused, his face for a moment a mask of embarrassment. Then he said, "That we're being over-influenced." "No. It's as illogical and indefensible to discriminate against Etonians as it is to discriminate against any other group. It's convenient that the candidate you want happens to be the one best qualified. You don't have to persuade me to vote for Price-Maskell. I was going to do so anyway. He'll be as pompous as his uncle in 20 years' time, but if we take incipient pomposity into account, we'd never appoint a member of your sex. I take it that Jonathan Scollard has the second place. He's less obviously brilliant. I'm not sure he won't prove to have the better mind, more staying power." Lord walked over to the window. He said in a voice unemphatic and unworried, "We were thinking of Catherine Beddington." Men in Chambers spend a great deal of time thinking of Catherine Beddington, but it isn't a beauty contest. Scollard is the better lawyer. This, of course, was what it was all about. She had known from her first entry into Hubert's room. Langton intervened. "I don't think Catherine's pupil master would necessarily agree. He's given her a very satisfactory report. She's got an excellent brain." "Of course she has. She wouldn't have been given pupillage in these chambers if she was stupid. Catherine Beddington will be a decorative and efficient member of the bar.
But she isn't as good a lawyer as Jonathan Scollard. I am her sponsor, remember. I've taken an interest in her, and I've seen some of her work. She isn't as impressive as Simon makes out. For example, when I'm in conference, discussing points of law in manslaughter, I do rather expect a pupil to see the relevance of Dawson and Andrews. Those are cases she should have learned before she entered chambers. Lord said lightly, "You terrify the child, Venetia. She's perfectly competent with me." If she's terrified by me, I pity her when she has to stand up before Mr. Justice Cartwright on a day his piles are giving him hell. How long, she thought, were they going to pussyfoot around the real issue? How they hated any argument in chambers, any genuine dissent, and how typical that Hubert had needed Drysdale's support, the two archbishops acting in concert as always. And wasn't it a way of letting her know that Drysdale was heir apparent, that she might as well give up hope of succeeding Hubert as head of chambers? But at least in this matter they knew that her voice would be influential. More than influential, it would probably carry the day. She saw their quick glances at each other. Then Drysdale said, "Isn't it a question of balance? I thought we'd agreed, at a chambers meeting in the spring of '94, wasn't it, that if we had two candidates for a chambers vacancy, one male, one female, and they were equally qualified—" Venetia broke in. "They never are equally qualified. People aren't clones." Lord went on as if she hadn't interrupted. "If we decided that there was nothing to choose between them, then in the interests of balance we'd take the woman. When people say there's nothing to choose, they mean that they want to avoid the responsibility of choosing." Langton's voice held a note of obstinacy. "We agreed that we would take the woman." He paused, then added, "or the black, if we had a black pupil." This was too much. Venetia's carefully controlled anger spilled out. "Woman? Black? How convenient to bracket us together. Pity we haven't a black, lesbian, unmarried mother with a disability. That way you could satisfy 4 politically correct requirements at one go. And it's bloody condescending to me. Do you think successful women want to be made to feel that we've got where we are because men are kind enough to give us an unfair advantage? Jonathan Scollard is the better lawyer, and you know it. So does he. Do you think it will help Catherine Beddington's career if he's able to go about saying he was cheated out of a place here because we wanted it for a less able woman? What does that do for the cause of equal opportunity?" Langton glanced at his colleague, then went on. "I'm not sure that it does the reputation of chambers any good if we are seen to be a coterie of misogynists, out of touch with changes in society and in the profession. Our reputation is founded on professional excellence. These are small chambers, but we haven't a dud. On the contrary, we've got some of the best people in their fields in London. And what are you frightened of? Has someone been getting at you?" There was a pause. Langton said, "Informal representations have been made." "Oh, have they? Might I ask from whom? Anyway, it won't be that female pressure group, Redress. It's the women they go after, the ones they judge aren't doing enough to give their sex a chance. Bankers, businesswomen, lawyers, publishers, top consultants. They're compiling a list of women who don't do enough to help the sisterhood. Not surprisingly, I'm on it. I suppose someone sent you a copy of their rag, Redress. There's a mention of me in the latest issue. It could be libelous. I'm taking advice from Henry Makins. If he advises that it's actionable, I'll sue." Lord said, "Is that wise? You'll get nothing unless they're insured. Are they worth the time or the trouble?" "Probably not. But with the press as mean-minded and vicious as some of it is today, it's unwise to let the idea get around that you can't be bothered to sue. You know as well as I that the litigious generally get left alone. Look at Robert Maxwell. And I can afford Henry Makins. Redress can't. If you are worried about the reputation of the law, why don't you apply your minds to that inequality? What is it that you currently charge for an hour of your time, Drysdale? £400, isn't it? 500? That effectively puts justice out of the reach of most people. Doing something about that is rather more difficult than pushing a few women into jobs for which they are underqualified, in the interests of balance." She paused.
Neither of the men spoke. Then she said, "So what's your other problem? You said there were two. It's Harry Norton's retirement, I suppose." Langton said, "Harry's 65 at the end of the month. His contract ends then, but he'd very much like another 3 years. His boy, Stephen, has got a place at university, Reading. He's just started on his first year. It's a big thing for them. But it means, of course, that the boy won't be earning, and naturally they're worried. They can manage, but it would be easier if Harry could carry on here for a year or two." The Lord added, "He's good for another 3 years at least. 65 is young for a healthy man to be pensioned off if he wants to go on working. We could give him an extension, renewed annually, and see how it goes." Venetia said, "He's a perfectly competent senior clerk. He's conscientious, methodical, accurate, and he gets the money in on time. I have no complaint about Harry, but things have changed since he succeeded his father here. He's made no attempt to come to terms with a new technology. All right, so the junior clerks, Terry and Scott, have. It comes easily to their generation. We haven't lost out. And I sympathize with Harry. I rather like his wall chart and personal files, and his little flag showing where we're appearing. But he should go when he's due to go. We all should. You know my views. What we need is a chambers manager. If we're going to expand, and we are expanding, the office and services need modernizing." "He'll take it very hard. He's given 39 years to these chambers, and his father was senior clerk before him." Venetia cried, "For God's sake, Hubert, you're not sacking the man. He's had 39 good years, and he's reached retirement age. He'll get his pension, and no doubt a little present to go with it. Of course you want him to stay on. That way you can postpone another difficult decision. You won't have to decide for another 3 years what Chambers really needs, and set about putting it in place. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. You've had your answers. If I've any influence in Chambers, then Jonathan Scullard will get the second vacancy, and Harry won't get an extension. And for God's sake, both of you, show some guts. Why not make a decision on its merits for a change?" They watched her without speaking as she went to the door. God, she thought, what an awful day, what a horrible day, and now she had to tackle Simon Costello. That, of course, could wait, but she was in no mood to let it wait, no mood to show mercy to any man. But there was one thing more to be said to the archbishops. She turned to the door and looked at Lord. "And if you're worried that Chambers may be getting a reputation for misogyny, relax. I'm the senior member after Hubert. Having a woman as next head of Chambers should put that right." Chapter 7. He had said that he would be with her at Pelham Place by 6:30, and by 6 Octavia was ready and waiting, moving restlessly from her small galley kitchen to the left of the door into the sitting room, where she could gaze from the window up through the basement railings. It would be the first meal she had cooked for him, the first time he had entered the flat. Until now he had called for her, but when she had invited him in, he had said mysteriously, "Not yet." She wondered what he had been waiting for. Some greater certainty, some more positive commitment, the right moment to make a symbolic entrance into her life. But she couldn't be more committed to him than she was now. She loved him. He was her man, her person, her lover. They had never made love, but that would come. There would be a right time for that, too. Now it was sufficient for her that she could rejoice in the assurance that she was loved. She wanted the whole of the world to know. She wanted to take him back with her to the convent, to show him off, to let those despised and arrogant girls know that she, too, could get a man. She wanted the conventional things, a ring on her engagement finger, a wedding to be planned, a home to make for him. He needed looking after. He needed love. And he had another power over her, and one she only half acknowledged. He was dangerous. She didn't know how dangerous, or in what way, but he wasn't of her world. He wasn't of any world that she had ever known or expected to know. With him there was not only the urge and excitement of growing desire, there was a frisson of danger which satisfied the rebel in her, made her feel for the first time in her life fully alive. This wasn't just a love affair. It was a comradeship in arms, an alliance, offensive and defensive, against the conforming world of home, against her mother and all her mother stood for. The motorcycle was part of that ash. Her arms round his waist, she could feel the rush of cold night air, see the road spinning like a grey ribbon under their wheels, want to shout with exhilaration and triumph. She had never known anyone like him. His behaviour to her was punctilious, almost formal. He would bend and kiss her cheek when they met, or lift her hand to his lips. Otherwise he never touched her, and she was beginning to want him with a need which increasingly she found it hard to hide. She knew that he didn't like to be touched, but she could barely keep her hands from him. He never told her where he was taking her, and she had been content not to know. Invariably it was to a country pub. He seemed to dislike London pubs, and they went to them seldom. But he despised the smart country pubs with rows of Porsches and BMWs carefully parked outside, the hanging baskets, the bar with its open fire and artfully arranged objects to provide a synthetic rusticity, the separate restaurant serving predictable food, the sound of confident, braying upper-class voices. He stopped always at the quieter, less fashionable places, where the country people drank, and he would settle her in a corner seat, fetch the medium sherry or half-pint of lager for which she asked, and his own half-pint of beer. They would eat bar food, usually cheese or pâté and French bread, and she would talk while he listened. He told her little about himself. She sensed that he was both willing that she should know how awful those early years had been, and yet unable to tolerate her pity. If she questioned, he would reply but briefly, sometimes with a single word. The impression he gave was of someone in control, who had always been in control, staying with each foster parent for as long as he had decided to stay, and no longer. She learned to know when she was treading on dangerous ground. After the meal, they would walk for half an hour in the country, he striding ahead, she scurrying to keep up with him, before setting back for London. Sometimes they went on to the coast. He liked Brighton, and they would roar out on the Rottingdean Road with its wide view of the Channel, find a small cafe, eat, then drive on over the downs. Although he disliked fashionable places, he was fussy about his food. A roll which wasn't fresh, cheese which was dry, rancid-tasting butter would be pushed aside. He would say, "Don't eat this muck, Octavia." "It's not too bad, darling." "Don't eat it. We'll buy some chips on the way home." She liked that best of all, sitting on the verge while the traffic swished past, the smell of chips and warm greaseproof paper, the excitement of being free and untrammelled, on the move, and yet of being secure in their private world. The purple Kawasaki was both the means of their freedom and its symbol. But today she was to cook for him for the first time. She had decided on steak. Surely all men like steak. She had bought fillet at the butcher's suggestion, and now the 2 thick lumps of red flesh lay on a plate, ready to be put under the grill at the last minute. She had been to Marks & Spencer and bought ready-washed and prepared vegetables, peas, small carrots, new potatoes. They were to have a lemon tart as a pudding. The table was laid. She had bought candles and borrowed 2 silver candlesticks from the drawing-room. She carried them with her into the ground-floor kitchen, where her mother's housekeeper, Mrs. Buckley, was scraping potatoes, and said without preamble, "If my mother wants to know where her candlesticks are, I've borrowed them." Without waiting for a response, she went over to the drinks cupboard and took out the first bottle of claret to hand, outstaring Mrs. Buckley's disapproving gaze. The woman opened her mouth to protest, thought better of it, and bent again to her task. Octavia thought, "Silly old cow. What's it to do with her? She'll probably be peering through the curtains to watch who arrives. Then she'll sneak to Venetia. Well, let her. It can't matter now." Standing at the door with the candlesticks in one hand, the bottle of wine in the other, she said, "Perhaps you'd open the door for me. Can't you see I've got my hands full?" Without a word, Mrs. Buckley came over and held open the door. Octavia swept out and heard the door close behind her. Downstairs, in her own sitting room, she surveyed the table with satisfaction. The candles made all the difference. And she had even remembered to buy flowers, a bunch of bronze chrysanthemums. The sitting room, which she had never liked, looked festive and welcoming. Maybe this evening they would make love. But when he arrived, on time, unsmiling as always, and she opened the door, he still didn't come in. He said, "Get into your bike things. There's something I want to show you." "But, darling, I said I'd cook supper for you. I've got steak." "It'll wait. We'll have it when we get back. I'll cook it." When she returned a few minutes later, carrying her helmet and zipping up her leather jacket, she said, "Where are we going?" "You'll see." "You make it sound important." "It is important." She asked no more questions. 15 minutes later, they were at the Holland Park roundabout and turning onto Westway. Another 5 minutes, and he drew up outside of one of the houses, and she knew where they were. It was a scene of utter desolation, made more unreal and bizarre by the glare of the overhead lights. On either side of them the houses stretched, boarded up with what looked like sheets of rust-coloured metal. They were identical, semi-detached, with side entrances and recessed porches. There were 3-paned bay windows on the ground and upper floor, and a triangular gable crossed with dark wooded slats. The windows and doors were barred. The fences of the front gardens had been wrenched away, and the small patches of scrub, some with the torn and broken branches of rose bushes and shrubs, were open to the pavement. He wheeled the bike down the side entrance of number 397, and she followed. He said, "Wait here," and pulling himself up onto the wall with one easy swing, climbed over the gate. A second later she heard the bolt drawn back. She held the gate open while he wheeled the bike into the back garden. She said, "Who lived next door?" "A woman called Scully. She's gone now. This is the last house to be cleared." "Does it belong to you?" "No." "But you live here?" "I do for now. Not much longer." "Is there electricity on?" "There is at present." She could see little of the garden. There was the outline of a small shed. Perhaps, she thought, this was where he kept the bike. She thought she could see a round white plastic table, overturned, and the spiky outline of garden chairs, broken and on their sides. There had been some kind of tree, but now there was only a splintered black trunk, its jagged spears sharp against the lurid blue and crimson of the evening sky. The air was dusty, clogging her nostrils, and smelt strongly of brick dust, rubble, and charred wood. Ash took a key from his pocket and opened the back door, then put out his hand for the light. The kitchen sprang into view, unnaturally bright. She saw a small stone sink, the cheap dresser with half of its hooks missing, the table with its stained plastic top peeling, the 4 insubstantial chairs. And here the smell was different, older, staler, the smell of years of inadequate cleaning, of rotting food, of unwashed dishes. She could see that he had made attempts to clean up. She knew how meticulous he was about order, how this place must have disgusted him. He had used disinfectant. The stink of it lingered, but the other smells were not so easily wiped away. She didn't know what to say, but he seemed to expect no comment, and made none. Then he said, "Come and see the hall." The hall light was from a single bulb, hung high and unshaded. When Ash pressed down the switch, Octavia gave a gasp of wonder. The walls on either side of the passage had been pasted with coloured pictures, obviously cut out from books and magazines, a rich collage of shiny images, which, as she gazed amazed from side to side, seemed to close in on her in vibrant, shimmering colour. Pasted over the gentle views of mountains, lakes, cathedrals, piazzas, were naked women, legs parted, naked breasts and buttocks, pouted lips, and male torsos with the genitalia caged in shiny black pouches. The whole superimposed on garlands of summer flowers, formal gardens, with their vistas and sculptures, cottage plots, animals and birds. And there were faces, grave, gentle and arrogant, cut from reproductions of the world's great paintings. Faces so placed that they seemed to regard the jumble of crude sexual images with distaste or patrician disdain. No inch of the walls was uncovered. Ahead was the front door, its glass panel boarded from outside. The door was fitted with heavy bolts at top and bottom, inducing in Octavia a moment of claustrophobic unease. After the first shock of surprise, she said, "It's crazy, but it's wonderful. Did you do all this?" "Auntie and I did it. I worked out the pattern, but it was her idea." It was odd the way he spoke always of Auntie. No name, just Auntie. Something about the way he said it struck a note of subtle disparagement, of falsity, of a stronger emotion, carefully controlled. And there was something more. He spoke the word as if it were a warning. She said, "I like it. God, it's clever. It's really clever. We could do something like this in the flat. But it must have taken months." 2 months and 3 days. Where did you get all the pictures? Magazines, mostly. Auntie's men brought them in for her. Some I stole. From libraries? She remembered reading about 2 men who had done that, a playwright and his lover. They had covered their flat walls with prints from stolen library books and had been found out. Hadn't they gone to prison? He said, "Too risky. I stole the books from bookstalls. Safer, easier, and it takes less time. And soon they'll be pulling it all down. Doesn't that worry you? I mean, after all this work?" She could picture it, the great balls swinging against the walls, the billows of grit and dust rising in a choking cloud, the images cracking apart like a broken jigsaw. He said, "It doesn't worry me. Nothing about this house worries me. It's time it was pulled down. Look in here." This was Auntie's room. He opened a door to the right and put out his hand for the switch. The room was bathed in a red light. It came not from a central bulb, but from 3 lamps fitted with ruched shades of scarlet satin and set about the room on low tables. The air was suffused with redness. It was like breathing blood. When she glanced down at her hands, she expected to see the flesh stained pink. The heavy curtains drawn across the barred windows were of red velvet. The walls were covered with a patterned paper of pink roses. The long sagging sofa in front of the window and the 2 armchairs on each side of the gas fire were covered with throws of Indian cotton in rich reds, purple and gold. Against the wall opposite the fire was a divan, covered with a grey blanket, a single sombre piece among the garish extravaganza. On a low table in front of the fire was a pack of playing cards and a glass globe. He said, "Auntie told fortunes. For money?" For money, for sex, for amusement. Did she have sex in this room? On that couch. This was her place. Everything happened here. Where were you? What did you do? I mean, where were you when she was in here having sex? I was here too. She liked me to be here. She liked me to watch. Didn't your mother tell you? She knew. Came out at the trial. It was impossible to tell from his voice what he was feeling. She shivered. She wanted to say, "And did you like that? Why did you stay? Were you fond of her? Did you love her?" But she couldn't have spoken that word. Love. She had never been sure what it meant, only that until now she had never known it. What she did know was that it had nothing to do with this room. She asked, almost in a whisper, "Is this where it happened? Is this where she was killed?" On the couch. She looked at it, fascinated, and said with a kind of wonder, "But it looks so clean, so ordinary." It was covered in blood, but they took away the mattress cover with the body. If you lift that blanket, you can still see the stains. No, thank you. She tried to make her voice light. Did you cover it with that blanket? He didn't reply, but she was aware that he was looking at her. She wanted to move close to him, to touch him, but she sensed that this would be unwise, and perhaps more than unwise, that he might even repel her. She was aware of her own quickened breathing, of a mixture of fear and excitement, and something else, which was as exhilarating as it was shameful. She wanted him to carry her over to that couch and make love to her. She thought, I'm frightened, but at least I'm feeling something. I'm alive. He was still looking at her. He said, There's something else I could show you, upstairs in the dark room. Do you want to see? Suddenly she needed to get out of the sitting room. The redness was beginning to hurt her eyes. She said casually, Okay, why not? Then she added, This was your home, where you lived.
I want to see everything.
He led the way upstairs. The stairs were carpeted in an indistinguishable pattern, the pile matted with grime, and in parts worn through, so that once she caught her foot in a tear and had to grasp the banister to save herself from stumbling. Ash didn't look back. She followed him into a room at the rear of the house, small enough to be a box room, but perhaps meant to be a bedroom. The single high window was covered with a thick black cloth nailed to the wooden frame. Beneath it were 3 shelves. To the right, mounted above a bench, was a large piece of equipment, which reminded her of a giant microscope. The bench itself held 3 rectangular plastic trays filled with liquid. She was aware of the smell, a mixture of ammonia and vinegar, slightly gaseous. He said, "Seen a room like this before?" "No. It's the dark room, isn't it? I don't know what it's for." "Don't you know anything about photography? Didn't you have a camera? Your kind always has a camera." "The other girls at school did. I didn't want one. What was there to photograph?" She had always hated those special days, speech days, the summer fete, the Christmas carol service, the annual play. She could picture the garden in high summer, with Reverend Mother laughing with 2 of the parents, old girls with daughters now at the school, the jostle round them of jumping children with the cameras pointed. "Look this way, Reverend Mother. Oh, please, Mummy, you're not looking at the camera." Venetia hadn't been there. Venetia was never there. There was always a court attendance, a meeting in chambers, something which couldn't be put off. She hadn't even been part of the audience when Octavia had been chosen to play Paulina in The Winter's Tale. She said, "We didn't have a dark room at school. The pictures went off to Boots or somewhere to be developed. Did your aunt give you this?" "That's right. Auntie paid for the camera and the room and the equipment. She wanted me to take pictures." "What sort of pictures?" "Pictures of her having sex with her lovers. She liked to look at them afterwards." She said, "What happened to them?" "The pictures you took." "My solicitor had them. They were exhibits for the defence. I don't know where they are now. They were used to prove that Auntie had lovers, and the police saw them. They tried to trace the men to exclude them from the inquiry. They only found one of them, and he had an alibi. I don't think they looked very hard for the others. They'd got me, hadn't they? They'd built up their case. They weren't going to waste time looking for evidence they didn't want to find. That's how the police work. They make up their minds, and then they look for the evidence." She had a sudden picture, vivid, indecent, but shamefully exciting, of that garish sitting room beneath them, of 2 naked bodies humping and groaning on the couch, of Ash standing above them, adjusting the lens, moving around, crouching, to get the pictures he wanted. She almost said, "Why did you do it? How could she make you?" But she knew that there were questions which she couldn't ask. She was aware that he was looking at her closely, with a concentrated, unsmiling gaze. He rested his hand on the equipment and asked, "Know what this is?" "Of course not. I told you. I don't understand about photography." "It's an enlarger. Do you want to see how it works?" "If you like." "We'll be in the dark for a time." "I don't mind the dark." He moved over to the door and switched off the light, then came back to where she stood and lifted his arm. A red bulb glowed, a stocky candle of translucent scarlet staining his fingers. Now another light, small and white, shone from the enlarger. He took from his pocket an envelope and withdrew a short strip of film, a single negative. He said, 35mm. I'm putting it into a frame, and the frame into the enlarger. An image which she couldn't decipher fell on a white board, crossed by bands of black metal like rulers. She couldn't make sense of it, while he peered at it through what looked like a small telescope. She said, "What is it? I can't see anything." "You will presently." He switched off the enlarger light, and now they were in darkness, except for that glimmering red pillar. She watched while he took a sheet of paper from a box on the lowest shelf and fitted it into the frame, adjusting the black rods. She said, "Go on, tell me what you're doing. I want to know." "I'm deciding on the size." He switched on the light in the enlarger. It seemed for only 6 or 7 seconds. Then he quickly put on a pair of plastic gloves, lifted the frame, and tossed the paper into the first bath, gently agitating the fluid. It began swaying and moving, snake-like, as if it were alive. She gazed at it, fascinated. "Now watch. Keep looking." The words were a command, and almost at once the image began to come up, a pattern in stark black and white. There was the couch, but covered now with a bedspread patterned in squares and circles, and on the couch was the body of a woman. She was lying on her back, naked except for a thin negligee which had fallen open to reveal the black smudge of pubic hair, and breasts white and heavy like giant jellyfish. The hair was a tangled frizz against the whiteness of the pillow. Her mouth was half open, the tongue slightly protruding, as if she had been strangled. The eyes were open, black and staring, but they were dead eyes. The knife wounds in the chest and belly gaped like mouths from which the blood was oozing like black sputum. There was a single gash across the throat, and here the blood had gushed, seemed, as she looked, to be gushing still, a spurting fountain of blood flowing over the breasts, dripping from the divan to the floor. The image pulsated in the tray until she could almost believe that the blood was seeping from it to stain the fluid red. Octavia could hear the rhythmic thudding of her heart. Surely he must hear it too. It seemed to power the claustrophobic little room like a dynamo. She said in a whisper, "Who took it?" He didn't reply for a moment. He was scrutinizing the print as if to check its quality. Still gently agitating the fluid, he said quietly, "I did. I took it when I got back and found her." "Before you phoned the police?" "Of course." "But why did you want it?" "Because I always photographed Auntie on that couch. That's what she liked." "Weren't you afraid that the police would find it?" "A strip of film is easy to hide. And they had the photographs they wanted. They weren't looking for it. They were looking for the knife." "Did they find it?" He didn't reply. She asked again. "Did they find it, the knife?" "Yes, they found it. He chucked it in a front garden 4 houses down, hidden under the privet hedge. It was a cooking knife from the kitchen." With his gloved hands he took the print from the fluid, dropped it into the second dish, and then immediately transferred it to the third. He switched on the overhead light. Taking the print from the dish, he held the dripping edge over a canister, and almost ran with it out of the room. She followed him into the bathroom next door. Lying in the bath was another dish, and flowing gently into it was cold water from a rubber shower hose attached to the tap. He said, "I have to use the bathroom. There's no water laid on next door." "Why do you use gloves? Is that fluid dangerous?" "It's not the stuff to get on your hands." Standing together as the picture, in its stark, uncompromising horror, swayed and shifted under the cleansing stream, Octavia thought, "He set all this up before he called for me this evening. He must have done. He wanted me to see it. He meant it as a test." She turned her eyes away and tried to concentrate on the room, the narrow, comfortless little cell, its stained bath with its rim of dirt and grease, the curtainless window of opaque glass, the brown linoleum curling round the base of the lavatory pedestal. But always her eyes came back to that gently moving image. She thought, but she was old, ugly, horrible. How could he bear to live with her? She remembered her mother's voice. His aunt wasn't a pleasant woman, but something held them together. Almost certainly they were lovers. He was one of many. But in his case, no doubt, it came free. She thought, it isn't true. She was saying it to turn me against him. There's nothing she can do now. He's shown me this. He trusts me. We belong together. Suddenly there were voices, loud shouting, a crash from the back door as if someone were trying to kick it in. Without a word, Ash rushed downstairs. Octavia, in panic, grabbed the print and dropped it into the lavatory bowl. Under the water she tore it in two, then tore again, and jerked down the handle of the flush. There was a gurgle, a thin trickle, then nothing. With a sob of desperation she jerked the handle again. After a second the water gushed, and the segments with their glossy image swirled out of sight. With a gasp, she ran downstairs. In the kitchen, Ash was forcing a young boy against the wall, holding a kitchen knife to his throat. The boy's eyes swiveled to hers in a mixture of terror and appeal. Ash said, "If you or your mates get over that fence again, I shall know. And next time I cut, I know a place where I can bury your body and no one will ever find it. Do you understand? The knife moved a fraction from the throat. The boy, terrified, nodded. Ash released him, and he disappeared out of the kitchen so quickly that he skidded into the doorpost. Ash calmly replaced the knife in a drawer. He said, "One of the kids from the estate. They're all barbarians." And then he saw Octavia's face. "God, you look terrified." "Who did you think it was?" "The police. I tore up the picture, flushed it down the loo. I was afraid they'd find it. I'm sorry." Suddenly she was frightened of him, of his displeasure, of his anger. But he shrugged and gave a short, mirthless laugh. "It wouldn't matter if they did see it. I could sell it to a Sunday paper, and there's nothing they could do. You can't be tried twice for the same offence. Didn't you know that?" "I suppose I did know. I just didn't think. I'm sorry." He came over to her, and taking her head in his hands, bent and kissed her on the lips. It was the first time. His lips were cold and surprisingly soft. But the kiss was firm, his mouth closed. She remembered other kisses and how she had hated them, the slobbery taste of beer and food, the wetness, the tongue thrusting down her throat. This kiss, she knew, was an affirmation. She had passed the test. Then he took something from his pocket and lifted her left hand. She felt the coldness of the ring before she saw it, a heavy band of old gold, with a blood-red stone encircled with clouded pearls. Octavia gazed down at it while he waited for her response, and then she shivered and caught her breath as if the air had become icy cold. Her veins and muscles tightened with fear, and she could hear the thud of her heart. Surely she had seen the ring before, on his dead aunt's little finger. The photograph swam up again before her eyes, the gaping wounds, the slashed throat. She knew that her voice sounded cracked. She made herself say, "It wasn't hers, was it? She wasn't wearing it when she died." But now his voice was softer, gentler than she had ever before heard it. "Would I do that to you? She had one like it, but with a different coloured stone. I bought this especially for you. It's an antique ring. I thought it was one you'd like." She said, "I do like it." She turned it on her finger. "It's a little loose. Wear it on the middle finger for now. We'll get it made smaller." "No," she said. "I don't want to take it off, ever. And I won't lose it. It's on the right finger. It shows that we belong together." "Yes," he said. "We belong together. We're safe. Now we can go home." Chapter 8. Simon Costello knew that the purchase of the house in Pembroke Square had been a mistake within a year of his and Lois's moving in. A possession which can only be afforded by the exercise of stringent and calculated economy is best not afforded at all. But at the time it had seemed a sensible, as well as a desirable move. He had had a run of successful cases, and the briefs were coming in with reassuring regularity. Lois had returned to her job at the advertising agency within 2 months of the birth of the twins, and had been given a rise which took her salary to $35,000. It was Lois who had argued the more strongly for a move, but he had put up little resistance to arguments which at the time had seemed compelling. The flat wasn't really suitable for a family. They needed more room, a garden, separate accommodation for an au pair. All these, of course, could have been achieved in a suburb or in a less fashionable part of London than Pembroke Square, but Lois was ambitious for more than additional space. Mornington Mansions had never been an acceptable address for an up-and-coming young barrister and a successful businesswoman. She never gave it without a sense that even speaking the words subtly diminished her standing, socially and economically. She had, he knew, a vivid mental picture of their renewed life together. There would be dinner parties, admittedly prepared by outside caterers or based on ready-cooked meals from Marks and Spencer, but elegant, carefully managed, the guests chosen to provide stimulating and amusing conversation. The whole a culinary celebration of marital harmony and professional success. It hadn't turned out like that. Both of them were too tired by the end of the working day to face more than a quickly prepared meal eaten at the kitchen table, or sitting with a tray in front of the television. And neither of them had had any idea of the demands made by the twins as they grew out of that first swaddled, cradle-bound, milky acquiescence into rumbustious 18-month-olds, whose claims to be fed, comforted, changed, and stimulated seemed insatiable. A succession of au pairs of varying degrees of competence dominated his and Lois's life. It sometimes seemed to him that they were more preoccupied with the comfort and happiness of the au pair than they were with each other's. Most of their friends were childless. The occasional warnings they had been given about the difficulty of finding reliable help had seemed more motivated by unacknowledged envy of Lois's pregnancy than by personal experience. But they had proved only too accurate. Sometimes it seemed that the au pair, so far from lessening their responsibilities, made them greater. Another person in the house to be considered, fed and propitiated. When the girl was satisfactory, they worried constantly that she would leave. Inevitably she did. Lois was an over-demanding employer. When it was necessary to get rid of an au pair, they argued over who should be the one to do it, and agonized about the difficulty of finding a replacement. They lay in bed, constantly discussing the defects and foibles of the girl in post, whispering in the darkness, as if they feared that the criticisms could be heard 2 floors above, where she slept in the room next to the nursery. Was she drinking? One could hardly mark the level of the bottles. Did she have boyfriends in during the day? Impossible to inspect the sheets. Were the children left alone? Perhaps one of them ought to come home unexpectedly from time to check. But which one? Simon protested that he couldn't walk out of court. Lois couldn't possibly take time off. The rise in salary was being dearly earned by longer hours and more responsibilities. There was a new boss whom she didn't like. He would be only too glad to say that married women with children were unreliable. Lois had decided that a necessary economy was for one of them to travel by public transport. Her firm was in Docklands. Obviously Simon must be the one to economize. The overcrowded tube journey, started in a mood of envious resentment, had become an unproductive 30 minutes of brooding on present discontents. He would recall his grandfather's house in Hampstead, where he had stayed as a boy, the decanter of sherry placed to hand, the smell of dinner from the kitchen, his grandmother's insistence that the returning breadwinner, tired from his exhausting day in court, should be given peace, a little gentle cosseting, and relief from every petty domestic anxiety. She had been a Chambers wife, indefatigable in legal good causes, elegantly present at all Chambers functions, apparently content with the sphere of life which she had made her own. Well, that world had passed forever. Lois had made it plain before their marriage that her career was just as important as his. It had hardly needed saying. This was, after all, a modern marriage. The job was important to her, and important to them both. The house, the au pair, their whole standard of living depended on 2 salaries. And now what they were precariously achieving could be destroyed by that bloody, self-righteous, interfering bitch. Venetia must have come straight from the Bailey to Chambers, and she had been in a dangerous mood. Something or someone had upset her. But the word upset was too weak, too bland for the intensity of furious disgust with which she had confronted him. Someone had driven her to the limit of her endurance. He cursed himself. If he hadn't been in his room, if he'd only left a minute earlier, the encounter wouldn't have taken place. She would have had the night to think it over, to consider what, if anything, she ought to do. Probably nothing. The morning might have brought sense. He remembered every word of her angry accusations. I defended Brian Cartwright today, successfully. He told me that when you were his counsel 4 years ago, you knew before trial that he had suborned 3 of the jury. You did nothing. You went on with the case. Is that true? He's lying. It isn't true. He also said that he passed over some shares in his company to your fiancée, also before trial. Is that true? I tell you he's lying. None of it's true. The denial had been as instinctive as an arm raised to ward off a blow, and had sounded unconvincing even to his own ears. His whole action had been one of guilt. The first cold horror draining his face was succeeded by a hot flush, bringing back shameful memories of his housemaster's study, of the terror of the inevitable beating. He had made himself look into her eyes, and had seen the look of contemptuous disbelief. If only he had some warning. He knew now what he should have said. Cartwright told me after the trial, but I didn't believe him. I don't believe him now. That man will say anything to make himself important. But he had told a more direct, more dangerous lie, and she had known that it was a lie. Even so, why the anger? Why the disgust? What was that old misdemeanor to do with her? Who had sent Venetia Aldridge to be guardian of the conscience of Chambers? Or of his, come to that? Was her own conscience so clear, her behaviour in court always so immaculate? Was she justified in destroying his career? And it would be destruction. He wasn't sure what exactly she could do, how far she was prepared to go. But if this got about, even as a rumour, he would never take silk. As soon as he opened his front door, the bawling met him. An unknown girl was coming down the stairs, holding Daisy in unpractised arms. He had an instantaneous conviction of her dangerous incompetence. The spiked red hair, the grubby jeans, the studs implanted in the side of her ear, the precarious balance of the high-heeled sandals on the uncarpeted stairs. He ran up and almost snatched the screaming Daisy from her arms. "Who the hell are you? Where's Estelle?" "Her boyfriend fall off bike. She go to see him in hospital, very bad. I look after babies till Mrs. Costello come." A familiar smell confirmed one cause of the crying. The child needed changing. Holding her almost at arm's length, he carried her up to the nursery. Amy, still in her daytime dungarees, was standing in her cot, clutching at the bars and grizzling. "Have they been fed?" He might have been talking of animals. "I give milk. Estelle say wait for Mrs. Costello." He dumped Daisy in her cot, and her bawling increased. It was, he thought, less distress than anger. Her eyes were slits through which she glared at him with concentrated malevolence. Amy, not to be outdone by her twin, began a more piteous sobbing which soon broke into loud crying. He heard with relief the sharp closing of the front door, and Lois's feet on the stairs. Going to meet her, he said, "For God's sake, cope in there. Estelle's off with some injured boyfriend, and she's left a freak in charge. I need a drink." The drinks cupboard was in the drawing-room. Throwing his coat over a chair, he poured himself a large whisky. But the sounds penetrated. Lois's angry voice becoming shrill, the crying children, feet on the stairs, more voices in the hall. The door opened. "I've got to pay her off. She wants 20 quid. Have you got a note?" He took out 2 tens and handed them silently over. The front door was decisively closed, and after a few minutes there was a blessed silence. But it was 40 minutes before Lois finally reappeared. "I've got them settled. You weren't a lot of use. You could at least have changed them." "I hadn't time. I was going to when you came in. What's happened about Estelle?" "God knows. I've never even heard of this boyfriend. She'll reappear sometime, I suppose, probably in time for supper. Oh, this is the last straw. She'll have to go. God, what a day. Pour me a drink, will you? Not whiskey. I'd like a gin and tonic." He took the drink over to where she sat slumped in the corner of the sofa. She was wearing what he thought of as her working clothes. He hated them. The black skirt with the centre slit, the well-cut jacket, the soft gleam of the silk shirt, the plain court shoes. They represented the Lois from whom he felt increasingly alienated, and a world which was as important to her as it was threatening to him. Only a moistness of the skin, a receding flush of the forehead, betrayed the recent struggle. How odd, he thought, that one could get used to beauty. Once he had thought that any price would be worth paying if he could possess it, know it to be exclusively his, feed on it, be comforted, exalted, even sanctified by it. But you couldn't possess beauty, any more than you could possess another human being. She drained the glass quickly, then getting up said, "I'll go and get changed now. We'll have spaghetti bolognese for supper. And if Estelle comes back, I don't want to tackle her till I've eaten." He said, "Don't go for a moment. There's something I've got to tell you." It wasn't a good time to break the news, but when would the time be right? Better get it over. He told her the facts baldly. "Venetia Aldridge came into my office before I left. She'd just defended Brian Cartwright. He told her that I knew 3 of the jurors had been bribed when I defended him in that assault case in 1992. He also told her about the Cartwright Agricultural Company shares he passed over to you before trial. I don't think she's going to let it rest.
What do you mean, she isn't going to let it rest?
I suppose at worst she could report me to the Bar Council or my inn.
Well, she can't. It's over. It's nothing to do with her.
She seemed to think it is.
I suppose you denied it.
Her voice sharpened.
You did deny it, didn't you?
Of course I denied it.
Then that's all right. She can't prove anything. It's your word against Cartwright's.
It isn't as simple as that. She could find proof about the shares, I imagine, and Cartwright will probably give her the jurors' names if pressed.
It's hardly in his interest to, is it? Why the hell did he tell her, anyway?
God knows. His way of handing out a tip for services received, I suppose. Conceit, perhaps. Wanted to boast, tell her that it was his cleverness, not counsel's, that got him off last time. Why do people do these things?
What does it matter why he did it? He did it. So what? Even if he does give the names, it's still his and their word against yours. And why shouldn't he give me the shares? You know how it was. I came to see you in chambers just as he was leaving, and we had a chat. We took to each other. You stayed on, and I shared a taxi with him. I rather liked him. We talked about investments. A week later, he wrote and gave me the shares. It's nothing to do with you. We weren't even married.
We were a week later.
But he gave them to me personally. There's nothing illegal in a friend giving me some shares, I suppose. It was nothing to do with you. He would have handed them over even if we hadn't been engaged.
Would he?
Anyway, I could say that you never knew about the shares. I never told you, so that's all right. And you could say that you didn't believe Cartwright about the bribery. You thought it was his idea of a joke. No one could prove anything. Isn't the law all about proof? Well, there isn't any. Venetia Aldridge will see that herself. She's supposed to be such a brilliant lawyer, isn't she? She'll let it drop. And now I need another drink.
Lois had never understood the law. She liked the prestige of being married to a barrister, and in the early days of their married life she had occasionally attended his cases, until boredom drove her away. He said, "It isn't as simple as that. She doesn't actually need proof, not the kind that would stand up in court. If this gets about, I can say goodbye to any chance of taking silk." Now she was worried. She turned to him sharply, gin bottle in hand. She said, her voice incredulous,
"You mean that Venetia Aldridge could actually stop you becoming a QC?"
"If she wanted to take the trouble, yes."
"Then you'll have to stop her."
He didn't reply. She said,
"Someone will have to stop her. I'll speak to Uncle Desmond. He'll tackle her. You always said he's the most highly regarded lawyer in Chambers."
Now his voice was sharp. No, Lois. You're not to say a word to him. Can't you see what that would mean? This is the last thing that Desmond Ulrich would be sympathetic to."
"Not sympathetic to you, perhaps. Sympathetic to me."
"I know you think that Desmond would do anything for you. I know he's besotted with you. I know you borrowed money from him."
"We borrowed money. We wouldn't have this house if he hadn't helped with that loan, interest-free. The Cartwright shares and Uncle Desmond's loan. That's what paid the deposit, and don't you forget it."
"I'm not likely to. Fat chance we got of paying it back."
"He doesn't expect to be paid back. He called it a loan to save your pride."
It hadn't saved his pride. Even in this, his extremity of worry, the old jealousy, irrational but ever-present, pricked him like the twinge of a familiar pain. Ulrich was besotted with her. That he could understand. Who better? What he found repugnant was her exploitation of it, her exultation in it. He said again, "You're not to say a word to him. I forbid you, Lois. The worst thing would be to confide in anyone about this, particularly someone in Chambers. Our only hope is to keep it quiet. Cartwright won't spread it around. He hasn't done so for the last 4 years. It isn't in his interest, anyway. I'll speak to Venetia."
"You'd better. And soon. You can't go on relying on my salary." I don't rely on it. We rely on it. And you're the one who's been most insistent on working. Well, I'm not as insistent as I was. I'm fed up with Carl Edgar. He's becoming intolerable. I'm looking for another job. Still, you'd better stick to the one you've got for the present. This is hardly the time to start handing in your notice. It's too late, I'm afraid. I've done so already this afternoon. They gazed at each other, appalled. Then she said again, So you'd better do something about Venetia Aldridge, hadn't you? And quickly. Chapter 9. The call came through to Mark Ralston's Pimlico house just as the 9 o'clock news on the BBC was drawing to an end. There had been nothing of importance in the house, and with a speech to work on for next week's debate, he had dined at home alone. Lucy was visiting her mother in Weybridge and would be staying the night. Mother and daughter had, after all, things to talk over, particularly now. But as usual, she had left his dinner ready. A duck casserole, which he had only needed to reheat, a simple salad, prepared except for the dressing, fruit and cheese. He was half expecting a telephone call, and this could be it. Kenneth Maples was dining at the house, but had said that he might drop in later for coffee and a chat. He would ring to confirm. Ken was in the shadow cabinet. The chat could be important. Everything that happened between now and the election could be important. This might be Ken confirming that he was on his way. Instead, with a mixture of disappointment and irritation, he heard Venetia's voice. She said, I'm glad I got you. I did try at the house. Look, I need to see you urgently. Can you come over for half an hour? Can't it wait? I'm expecting someone to ring me later. No, it can't wait. I shouldn't have rung if it could wait. Leave a message on the answer phone. I won't keep you long. The first spurt of irritation had given way to resignation. All right, he said ungraciously. I'll take a cab. Putting down the receiver, he reflected that it was unusual for Venetia to ring him at home. Indeed, he couldn't remember the last occasion. She had been as punctilious as he about keeping separate their love affair and their private lives, just as obsessive about secrecy and security, not because she had as much to lose as he, but through a fastidious dislike of knowing that her sexual life was the subject of Chambers gossip. It had helped, too, that he was a member of Lincoln's Inn, not the Middle Temple. Helped, too, that an MP's life, with its unpredictable and long hours, the journeys to and from his Midlands constituency, afforded opportunities for secret meetings, even occasionally for nights together at Pelham Place. But during the last 6 months, the meetings had become less frequent, the first move towards them coming more often from Venetia than from himself. The affair now was beginning to have some of the longueurs of marriage, but with none of marriage's reassuring safety and comfort. It wasn't only that the excitement had gone. It was difficult now to recall those first heady weeks when their affair had first started. Impossible to recapture that mixture of sexual enthrallment, spiced with danger, the exhilarating self-confidence of knowing that a beautiful and successful woman found him desirable. Did she still? Hadn't it become a matter of habit for them both? Everything, even illicit passion, had its natural end. At least this affair, unlike some of his earlier, ill-advised escapades, could be ended with dignity. He had been meaning to end it even before Lucy had told him of her pregnancy. It was becoming too dangerous. The word sleaze altogether too fashionable. The British public, and in particular the press with their usual genius for hypocrisy, had decided that a sexual license which journalists might permit themselves was disgraceful and unforgivable in a politician. The breed, never popular, must now be made uncomfortable by the imposition of an irreproachable sexual virtue. And he had no doubt his affair would rate the front page if the story broke on a dull day. Rising young Labour MP tipped for junior minister rank, devout Roman Catholic wife, a mistress who was one of the country's leading criminal lawyers. He wasn't going to take part in the usual demeaning charade, the public double act, complete with photograph of the repentant adventurer, the loyal little wife, nobly standing by her delinquent husband. He wouldn't put Lucy through that. Not now. Not ever. Venetia would see sense. He wasn't dealing with a jealous, vindictive, self-absorbed exhibitionist. One advantage of choosing an intelligent, independent woman as a mistress
was the certainty that an affair could always be ended with dignity. Lucy had waited until the pregnancy was certain and well established before she told him. It was typical of her. The ability to know what she meant to do, to think out precisely what she meant to say. He had taken her into his arms, had felt the resurgence of a half-forgotten passion, an old, protective love. Their childlessness had been a grief to her, a regret to him. In that moment he had realized overwhelmingly that he too had wanted a child, with something of her desperation, that it was only because failure had always been intolerable, that he had suppressed a hope which he had come to believe would never be realized. Freeing herself from his arms, Lucy had given her ultimatum. "Mark, this makes a difference to us, to our marriage." "Darling, a child always makes a difference. We'll be a family." "My God, it's wonderful. It's wonderful news. I don't know how you kept it to yourself for 4 months. He realized before the sentence was out of his mouth that this could be a mistake. It wasn't a secret that she would have found it so easy to keep in the days when they were close, but she let it pass. She said, "I mean it makes a difference to us now. Whoever it is you've been seeing, I don't want to know her name, I don't want to hear anything about it, but it has to end. You do see that?" And he had said, "It has ended. It wasn't important. I've never loved any woman but you." At that moment he believed it. He still believed it. Insofar as he was capable of loving, she had his heart. There had been an unspoken codicil to their concordance, and both of them knew it. The dinner party planned for Friday night was part of it. Lucy would do what was expected of her, and would do it well. She was little interested in politics. The world in which he strove, with its intrigues, its strategies for survival, its coteries and rivalries, its frenetic ambition, was alien to her fastidious mind. But she had a genuine interest in people, seeming unconscious of class or rank or importance, and they had responded always to that gentle, inquiring gaze, felt at ease in her drawing room, knew themselves to be safe. He told himself that his world needed Lucy. He needed Lucy. When the taxi turned into Pelham Place, he saw that a young man on a motorcycle was just leaving Venetia's house. Some friend of Octavia's, presumably. He had forgotten that she was now living in the basement. That was another reason for ending the affair. At least when she had been at school, they could be sure of privacy for most of the year. She was an unattractive child. He didn't want her even vicariously in his life. He rang the bell. Venetia had never given him a key, even when their affair was at its most intense. He told himself, not without a touch of resentment, that there had always been privacies Venetia would never surrender. He had been admitted to her bed, but not to her life. It was she, not the housekeeper, Mrs. Buckley, who opened the door and led him upstairs to the drawing-room. The whisky decanter was already set out on the low table in front of the fire. He thought, as he had done before, but now with a more positive reaction, that he had never really liked her drawing-room, never enjoyed or liked her house. It lacked comfort, individuality, a sense of welcome. It was as if she had decided that a Georgian townhouse must be formally furnished, and had gone round the auction houses, bidding for the minimum of appropriate pieces. Nothing in the room, he suspected, had come from her past. Nothing had been bought because she deeply cared for it. The padded chaise longue, which looked good but wasn't really comfortable. The silver table, with a few choice pieces, which he knew she had bought one afternoon in the silver vaults. The one picture, of Vanessa Bell, over the mantelpiece, at least witnessed a personal taste. She was fond of 20th century paintings. But there were never flowers. Mrs. Buckley had other things to do, and Venetia was too busy to buy and arrange them. He realized afterwards that he mishandled their meeting from the first moment. Forgetting that it was she who had called him for advice, he said, "I'm sorry I can't stop. I'm expecting Kenneth Maples, but I've been meaning to call in to see you. Life has rather fallen around my ears in the past few weeks. There's something I think I ought to say. I don't think we should see each other again. It's getting too dangerous, too difficult for us both. I've had a feeling for some time that you've been thinking along the same lines." She never drank whiskey, but there was a decanter of red wine on the silver tray. Now she poured herself a glass. Her hand was perfectly steady, But the dark, treacle-brown eyes stared into his with a look of such accusing contempt that instinctively he recoiled. He had never seen her like this. What was wrong with her? Never before had he felt that she was maintaining a precarious self-control. She said, "So that's why you've condescended to come here, even at the risk of missing Kenneth Maples. You're telling me you want to end our affair." He said, "I thought you were feeling much the same. After all, we haven't seen a great deal of each other in recent weeks." To his horror, he heard in his voice a tone of almost humiliating appeal. He went on with a kind of desperate assurance. "Look, we had an affair. I made no promises. Neither of us did. We never pretended to be madly in love. It wasn't on those terms." "What terms precisely did you think it was on?" "No, tell me, I'm interested." "The same as you, I imagine. Sexual attraction, respect, affection. I suppose habit, really. A very convenient habit. A sexual partner, available as and when required, whom you could trust because she had as much to lose as you, and whom you didn't have to pay. It's a habit your sex find it easy to acquire, especially politicians." "That's unworthy of you. It's also unfair. I thought I made you happy." And now there was a harshness in her voice which chilled his blood. "Did you, Mark? Did you really? Are you that arrogant? Making me happy isn't as easy as that. It requires more than an impressive prick and a modicum of sexual technique. You didn't make me happy. You've never made me happy. What you did was to provide from time to time, when it was convenient, when your wife didn't need you to entertain guests, when you had a spare evening, an instant of sexual pleasure. I could have done as much for myself, if less effectively. Don't call that making me happy." Trying to find a foothold in what seemed a morass of irrationality, he said, "If I treated you badly, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. That's the last thing I wanted." "You just don't understand, do you, Mark? You don't listen. You haven't the capacity to hurt me. You aren't that important to me. No man is. Then what are you complaining about? We had an affair. We both wanted it. It suited us. Now it's over. If I wasn't important to you, where's the hurt?" "I'm complaining about the extraordinary way in which you think you can treat women. You deceived your wife because you wanted variety, sex spiced with danger, and because you knew I was discreet. Now you need Lucy. Suddenly she's important. You need respectability, a dutiful, loving wife, a political asset. So Lucy promises to overlook the infidelity, support you through the election, be the perfect MP's wife. In return, no doubt, for your promise that our affair is over. I'll never see her again. It never really meant anything. It was always you I loved. Isn't that how philanderers reconcile themselves to the little woman?" Suddenly he found the comfort of anger. He said, "Leave Lucy out of this. She doesn't need your concern or your bloody patronizing sympathy. It's a bit late to start setting yourself up as a champion of the female sex. I look after Lucy. Our marriage has nothing to do with you. Anyway, it wasn't like that. Your name wasn't mentioned. Lucy doesn't know about our affair." "Doesn't she? Grow up, Mark. If she doesn't know it was me, she knows it was someone. Wives always do. If Lucy kept quiet, it was because she knew it was in her interests to keep quiet. You weren't going to break up the marriage, were you? It was just a little diversion on the side. Men do these things." "Lucy's pregnant." He didn't know what had made him say it, but now the words were out. There was a pause. Then she said calmly, "I thought Lucy couldn't have children." "That's what we thought. We've been married 8 years. You do tend to give up hope. Lucy wouldn't go through the paraphernalia of infertility testing and treatment. She thought it would be too humiliating for me. Well, it wasn't necessary. The baby's due on the 20th of February. How convenient. All done by prayer and lighting candles, I suppose. Or was it an immaculate conception?" She paused, holding out the whiskey bottle. He shook his head. She filled her own glass with wine, then said, her voice deliberately casual, "Does she know about the abortion? When you had that reconciling little talk, Did you think to mention that 12 months ago I aborted your child? No, she doesn't know. Of course not. That's one sin you wouldn't dare to confess. A little sexual misdemeanor, something on the side, that's forgivable. But killing an unborn child? No, she wouldn't be so charitable about that. A devout Roman Catholic, well-known supporter of the pro-life movement, and now pregnant herself. That interesting piece of information would overshadow the months between now and February, wouldn't it? Wouldn't there be for her a silent, reproachful, invisible sibling growing up with your son or daughter? Isn't that how she'd see it? Wouldn't she feel the ghost of that aborted baby every time you held your child? Don't do that to her, Venetia. Have some pride. Don't talk like a cheap blackmailer. Oh, not cheap, Mark, not cheap. Blackmail is never cheap. You're a criminal lawyer, you should know that. And now he was reduced to pleading, hating himself, hating her. She's never harmed you. You wouldn't do that to her. Probably not, but you'll never be certain, will you? He should have left it at that. Afterwards, he cursed his folly. It wasn't only in cross-examination that you had to know when to stop. He should have disciplined his pride, made a final appeal to her, and left. But he was angered by the injustice of it all. She was talking as if the responsibility was his alone, that she'd been forced into aborting the child. He said, "It was you who got it into your head that the pill was harmful, and that you better come off it for a time. It was you who took the risk, and you were as keen on the termination as I was. You were horrified when you found you were pregnant. An illegitimate child would have been a disaster. Any child would, you said so yourself. And you never wanted another child. You don't even care for the one you have." She wasn't looking at him now. Her angry eyes gazing past him were suddenly appalled, and he turned to follow her glance. Octavia was standing silently at the door, clutching a pair of silver candlesticks. No one spoke. Mother and daughter were frozen into a tableau. He muttered, "I'm sorry. Sorry," and pushing past Octavia almost ran down the stairs. There was no sign of Mrs. Buckley, but the door had been left on the Yale, and he was saved the ignominy of waiting to be let out. It was only when he was yards from the house and breaking into a run, desperate to hail a taxi, that he realized that he had never asked Venetia what she had wanted to say to him. Chapter 10. Drysdale Lord was aware that his friends thought, not without a touch of resentment, that he had his life pretty well organized. It was a view with which he agreed, and for which he took some credit. As a successful lawyer specializing in libel, his profession gave him ample opportunity to witness the mess some people made of their lives, messes that he viewed with proper professional sympathy, but with a greater wonder that human beings, given the choice between order and chaos, reason and stupidity, could behave with such a lack of self-interest. If challenged, he would have admitted that he had always been fortunate. He was the indulged only child of prosperous parents. Intelligent and exceptionally good-looking, he had progressed at school and Cambridge from success to expected success, achieving a first-class degree in classics before studying law. His father, although not a lawyer, had friends in the law. There was no difficulty in finding a suitable pupillage for young Drysdale. He had become a member of Chambers at the expected time, and had taken silk at the first reasonable opportunity. His father had now been dead for 10 years. His mother, left comfortably off, imposed on him no onerous filial duty, requiring only that he spend one weekend each month at her house in Buckinghamshire, during which she would arrange a dinner party. His part of the unstated bargain was to be present. Hers was to produce excellent food and guests who wouldn't bore him. The visits also provided cosseting from his ex-nanny, who had remained with his mother as a general factotum, and the opportunity for a round of golf or a vigorous country walk. A bag of soiled shirts would be washed and beautifully ironed. It was cheaper than taking them across the road to the nearest laundry, and saved time. His mother was a keen gardener, and he would take flowers, fresh fruit and vegetables in season, back to his flat on the south bank of the Thames near Tower Bridge. He and his mother had an affection for each other which was based on a respect for the other's essential selfishness. Her only criticism of him, hinted at rather than explicit, was his dilatoriness in getting married. She wanted grandchildren. His father would have expected him to carry on the family name. A succession of suitable girls was invited to her dinner parties. Occasionally he obliged by seeing one of them later. Less frequently the dinner party led to a brief affair, though it usually ended in recriminations. When the last candidate had demanded bitterly through her angry tears, "What is your mother, some kind of panda?" he decided that the mess and emotional turmoil were disproportionate to the pleasure, and returned to his former satisfactory arrangement with a lady who, although highly expensive, was discriminating in her choice of clients, imaginative in the personal services rendered, and entirely discreet. But these things had to be paid for. He had never expected to get his pleasures cheaply. He knew that his mother, who retained an old-fashioned prejudice against the divorced, especially when they had children, and who had found Venetia unsympathetic on the one occasion they had met, had been afraid that he might marry her. The thought had once crossed his mind, but only for an hour. He suspected that Venetia already had a lover, although he had never been curious enough to take the trouble to discover his name. He knew that their friendship was a source of gossip in chambers, but they had, in fact, never been lovers. He wasn't physically attracted to successful or powerful women, and would occasionally tell himself with a wry smile that sex with Venetia would be too like an examination, in which his performance would be subject to subsequent rigorous cross-examination. Once a month, his mother, an energetic and still handsome 65-year-old, came up to London to meet a friend, shop, see an exhibition, or have a beauty treatment, and would then come on to the flat, as she had this evening. They would have dinner together, usually at a riverside restaurant, and afterwards he would put her into a taxi for Marylebone and her usual train. It was, he thought, typical of her independence that she was beginning to question whether the detour was sensible at the end of a heavy day. Tower Bridge was inconvenient to reach from the West End, and in winter particularly she disliked being late home. He suspected that the arrangement wouldn't last much longer, and that for both of them its ending would be a source of only mild regret. The telephone rang as he re-entered the flat. Answering, he heard Venetia's voice. She sounded peremptory. "I need to see you, tonight if possible. Are you alone?" He said cautiously, "Yes, I've just seen my mother into her taxi. Can't it wait? It's after 11. No, it can't. I'll be with you as soon as I can." Half an hour later, he let her in. It was the first time she had been in his flat. Invariably punctilious in these matters, he called for her at her house when they had a date, and took her home afterwards. But she entered his sitting room without the slightest sign of interest, either in the room or in the wide expanse of shining water outside the windows, in the glittering floodlit wonder of Tower Bridge. He felt a moment's irritation that a room over which he had taken such trouble should be so disregarded. Ignoring the spectacular view which normally drew visitors to the windows, she flung off her coat and handed it to him as if he were a servant. He said, "What will you drink?" "Nothing. Anything. What you're having." "Whiskey." It was a drink he knew she disliked. She said, "Red wine, then. Anything you've got open." He had nothing open, but he fetched a bottle of Hermitage from the wine cupboard, poured her a glass, and set it down on the low table in front of her. Ignoring the drink, she said without preamble, "I'm sorry to come at such short notice, but I need your help. You remember that boy Gary Ash I defended 3 or 4 weeks ago?" "Of course." "Well, I saw him at the Bailey after my case today. He's taken up with Octavia. According to her, they're engaged." "That's quick. When did they meet?" "After the trial, of course. When else? Obviously it's a put-up job on his part, and I want it stopped." He said carefully, "I can see that it's unwelcome, but I don't see how you can stop it. Octavia's of age, isn't she? Even if she weren't, you'd have some difficulty. What could you allege against him? He was acquitted." His unspoken words were so obvious that he might as well have said them aloud, "Thanks to you." He asked, "You've spoken to Octavia?" "Of course. She's adamant. Well, she would be. Part of his attraction is the power he gives her to hurt me. Isn't that a little unjust? Why should she want to hurt you? She could be genuinely fond of him. For God's sake, Drysdale, be realistic. Besotted, maybe. Intrigued, perhaps. Liking the spice of danger. I can understand that. He is dangerous.
But what about him? You're not telling me that Ash is in love, and after 3 weeks? This is deliberate, and one or both of them engineered it. It's directed against me. By Ash, why should it be? I'd have expected him to be grateful. He isn't grateful, and I don't expect or want his gratitude. I want him out of my life.
Drysdale said quietly, "Isn't he rather more in Octavia's life than yours?"
I've told you this has nothing to do with Octavia. He's using her to get at me. They're even thinking of going to the press. Can you imagine that? A sentimental picture of them in the Sunday tabloids with his arm around her. Mummy saved my boyfriend from prison. Top QC's daughter tells the story of their love.
She wouldn't do that, surely.
Oh, yes, she would.
Drysdale said, "If you don't interfere, it'll probably pass. One or the other will get tired of it. If he chucks her, she'll be hurt in her pride, but that'll be all.
Isn't the important thing not to antagonize her?
To make her feel that you'll be there if she needs you? Haven't you a family friend, solicitor, GP, someone like that? An older person she respects who could talk to her?" He could hardly believe that it was he who was speaking.
He thought, I sound like some agony aunt handing out the predictable pabulum to rebellious daughters and their disaffected mothers.
The flood of resentment against Venetia surprised him by its intensity. He was the last person who could help with this kind of problem. All right, they were friends. They enjoyed each other's company. He liked being seen in public with a beautiful woman. She never bored him. Heads turned when they entered a restaurant together. He liked that, even while he faintly despised himself for so easy, so commonplace a vanity. But they had never been involved in each other's private lives. He seldom saw Octavia, and when he did he found her unresponsive, moody, antagonistic. She had a father somewhere. Let him take responsibility. It was ludicrous of Venetia to expect him to get involved. She was saying,
one thing could stop him. Money. I thought he was going to inherit from his aunt. She liked to give the impression that there was money, and she spent freely enough. On him, too. The photographic equipment, his motorbike, none of it was cheap. But she died in debt. She'd borrowed heavily against the compensation money for the compulsory purchase of the house. The bank will take most of it. He won't get a penny. Incidentally, they were almost certainly lovers. He said, "None of that came out in the trial, did it, that Ash and his aunt were lovers?" There were a number of things about Gary Ash that didn't come out in the trial. She looked him full in the face. "I thought you might see him and find out how much he wants. Buy him off. I'd be willing to go to £10,000. He was appalled. The idea was fantastic. It was also dangerous. That she could even think of it showed the measure of her desperation. That she should seriously expect him to involve himself was demeaning to them both. There were things which friendship had no right to demand. He kept his voice calm. "I'm sorry, Venetia. If you want to pay him off, you'll have to do it yourself, or get your solicitor to try. I can't be involved. I'd probably do more harm than good anyway. And if you're afraid of publicity, think of the press coverage if this went wrong. Top lawyer's man-friend tries to buy off daughter's lover. They'd have a field day." She put down her glass and got up. "So you won't help?" "Not won't. Can't." Unwilling to meet the angry contempt in her eyes, he went over to the windows. Below him the river was running strongly, its swirls and eddies fired with dancing tongues of silver light. The bridge with its towers and struts outlined with light looked, as always at night, as shimmering and unsubstantial as a mirage. It was a view with which, glass in hand, he had solaced himself after a busy day, night after night. Now she had spoilt it for him, and he felt some of the petulant resentment of a child. Without looking round, he said quietly, "How much does this really matter to you? How much would you be willing to give up for it? Your job? Being head of chambers?" There was a pause. Then she said quietly, "Don't be ridiculous, Drysdale. I'm not bargaining." He turned. "I didn't say you were. I was just wondering about your priorities. What is really important to you when the chips are down? Octavia or the career?" I don't intend to sacrifice either. I do intend to get rid of Ash. Again there was a pause. Then she said, "You're telling me you won't help?" "I'm sorry, I can't get involved." "Can't or won't?" "Both, Venetia." She reached for her coat. "Well, at least you've had the guts to be honest. Don't disturb yourself, I'll make my own way out." But following her to the door, he asked, "How did you come? Can I call a taxi?" "No, thank you. I'll walk across the bridge and pick one up there." He went down in the lift with her, then stood for a moment looking after her as she walked along the waterfront under the glitter of the lights. She didn't look back. Her stride, as always, was vigorous, confident. And then, as he watched, it seemed to him that she faltered. Her body sagged, and he realized, with the first genuine pity he had felt since her arrival, that he was watching the walk of an old woman.
Book 2. Death in Chambers. Chapter 11. At 7:30 on Thursday, the 10th of October, Harold Norton left his house in Buckhurst Hill, walked the quarter-mile to Buckhurst Hill Station, and caught a train just before 7:45, which would take him on the Central Line direct to Chancery Lane. It was a journey he had taken for nearly 40 years. His parents had lived in Buckhurst Hill, and when he was a boy, the suburb had still held some of the self-contained distinctiveness of a small country town. Now that it was just one of the dormitory outposts of the metropolis, it still retained in its leafier streets and lanes of cottage-like houses a measure of rural peace. He and Margaret had begun their married life in what was then one of the few blocks of modern flats. He had married an Essex girl. Epping Forest was her countryside, Southend Pier her sight and smell of the sea. The Central Line to Liverpool Street and beyond carried her only rarely to the dangerous delights of London. His father had died within a year of retirement, and after his mother's death, 3 years later, he had inherited the small house, where he had been brought up in the claustrophobic, overprotected world of an only child. But he was becoming successful. There were Stephen and Sally needing rooms of their own. Margaret hoped for a larger garden. The family house was sold, and the money used for the deposit on the modern semi-detached house on which Margaret had set her ambitions. The garden was long, and had been enlarged a few years later when their elderly neighbour, needing money and finding his patch too large to cope with, had been glad to sell. To this home, to his comfort, to the bringing up of their children, to the garden and greenhouse, to the local church and her patchwork quilts, Margaret had happily given her life. She had never wanted to take a job, and he had valued his domestic comfort too highly to encourage her to look for one. When, at a difficult time, his income from Chambers had fallen, she had tentatively suggested that she might brush up her secretarial skills. He had said, "We'll manage. The children need you here." And they had managed. But today, as the train rattled into the darkness of the tunnel after the momentary brightness of Stratford Station, he sat, his Daily Telegraph still folded, and wondered how he would manage now. By the end of the month, after the Chambers meeting, he would know whether he was to be given an extension of his contract. 3 years, if he were lucky, or 1 year, perhaps renewable. If the answer were no, what would there be for him? For nearly 40 years, Chambers had been his life. He had given, out of his need more than theirs, an absolute commitment of time, energy, and dedication. He had no hobbies. There hadn't been time for hobbies, except at weekends, and those were spent sleeping, watching television, taking Margaret for drives into the country, cutting the lawn, and helping with the heavier jobs in the garden. And what hobbies could he find? There might be something useful to be done in the church, but Margaret was already on the parochial church council, a member of the flower and cleaning rotas, part-time secretary of the Women's Wednesday Fellowship. He was repelled by the thought of going to the vicar, an embarrassing supplicant. "Please find me a job. I'm getting old. I'm unskilled. I've nothing to offer. Please make me feel useful again." There had always been the two worlds, his and Margaret's. His world, she had come to believe, or had decided to believe, was a mysterious masculine enclave of which her husband, after the head of Chambers, was the most important member. It required nothing from her, not even her interest. She never complained about its demands on her husband, the early start to the day, the late arrival home. He was meticulous about telephoning before he left the office if the delay was unusual, and she timed to the minute the heating of the casserole, the moment when the joint could be taken out of the oven to rest, the lighting of the gas under the vegetables, so that they were precisely as he liked them. His job was important, and must be served, because he provided the income without which her world would collapse. But what place was there for him in that world? His and Margaret's only shared interest had been in the bringing up of the children, though even that had been mainly Margaret's responsibility. Sally and Stephen had been in bed by the time he got home. It was Margaret who gave them their supper, read them the bedtime story, and, when they were old enough for school, listened to their tales of small triumphs or of woe. When they had needed him, if they ever needed him, he hadn't been there. They were still a shared anxiety. Children always were. Stephen had only just achieved the A-level grades necessary to gain his place at Reading, and they worried that he might not survive the first year. Sally, the elder, had trained as a physiotherapist and was working in a hospital in Hull. She rarely came home, but telephoned her mother at least twice weekly. Margaret, wanting grandchildren, worried there might not be a man in Sally's life, or that there was a man, but not one Sally felt she could bring home to introduce to her parents. When the children were at home, Harold got on well with them both. He had never found it difficult to get on well with strangers. His father, when he had made the same journey from Buckhurst Hill, had got off the train at Liverpool Street Station and taken a bus along Fleet Street to Middle Temple Lane. He preferred to go 3 stations further and walk down Chancery Lane. He loved the early morning freshness of the city, the first stirring of life, as if a giant were just waking and beginning to stretch his limbs, the comforting smell of coffee as the cafes opened for the early workers, or those coming off night shifts. The familiar shop fronts and public buildings in Chancery Lane were like old friends. The London silver vaults, Ede and Ravenscroft, wig and robe makers, with the royal arms over the door, the window dignified with ceremonial scarlet and ermine, the impressive Public Record Office, which he could never pass without recalling that it housed Magna Carta, the offices of the Law Society, with the iron railings and gilded lions' heads. His normal route was across Fleet Street to enter Middle Temple Lane through the Wren Gatehouse. He never passed under its portal without glancing upward at the badge of the Paschal Lamb holding the banner of innocence. It was his one superstition, the momentary lifting of his eyes to the ancient symbol. Sometimes he thought that it was his only prayer. But for the last few months the Fleet Street entrance to Middle Temple Lane had been closed for rebuilding, and he had had to walk onto the narrow lane opposite the Royal Courts of Justice by the George pub to the small black door set in the wider gate. This morning, as he reached the lane, he felt that he wasn't ready to face the working day, and, almost without pausing, he walked briskly on towards Trafalgar Square. He needed time to think. Needed, too, the physical release of walking, while he tried to make sense of this muddle of anxiety, hope, guilt, and half-formulated fears. If the offer to stay on were made, should he accept it? Wouldn't it be merely a cowardly postponement of the inevitable? And what did Margaret really want? She had said, "I don't know how Chambers will manage without you, but you must do what you think best. We can manage on the pension, and it's time you had some life of your own." What life? He loved her. He had always loved her, although it was difficult now to believe that they were the same people who, in those early days of marriage, had longed only for bedtime, for that falling into each other's arms. Now even love-making had become a habit, as comfortable, reassuring, and unstressful as the evening meal. They had been married for 32 years. Did he really know so little about her? Was he really telling himself that life at home with Margaret would be intolerable? A snatch of random conversation overheard after last Sunday's sung Eucharist fell like a stone into his mind. "I said to George, you have to find something to do. I don't want you under my feet all day." But Margaret was right. They could manage on his pension. Had it been honest, that suggestion to Mr. Langton, that they couldn't? He had never before lied to Mr. Langton. They had entered Chambers at the same time, Mr. Langton as a newly qualified barrister, he as assistant to his father. They had grown old together. He couldn't imagine Chambers without Mr. Langton. But something was wrong. The force, the confidence, even the authority of Head of Chambers seemed to have seeped out of him in the last few months. And he didn't look well. Something was worrying him. Could it be that he was concealing a mortal illness? Or was he planning to retire and facing the same problem of an unknown and useless future? And if he did retire, who would succeed him? If Miss Aldridge took over, would he really wish to stay on? No, that at least was certain. He wouldn't want to be senior clerk if Miss Aldridge were Head of Chambers, and she wouldn't want him. He knew that the one voice speaking against him would be hers. It was not, he felt, that she disliked him personally. Despite a slight fear of her, of that quick authoritative voice, that demand for instant response, he didn't really dislike her, although he wouldn't want to serve under her as Head of Chambers. But he wouldn't be Miss Aldridge. The thought was ridiculous. Chambers only had 4 criminal lawyers, and they would want a non-criminal QC to take over. The obvious candidate was Mr. Lord. After all, the 2 archbishops already ran Chambers between them. But if Mr. Lord took over, would he be strong enough to stand up to Miss Aldridge? If Mr. Langton retired, then Miss Aldridge would get her way, would press even more strongly for the appointment of an office manager, for new methods, new technology. Was there a place for him in this modern world, where systems mattered more than people? He had been walking for over half an hour. He had only a confused recollection of the route he had taken, but could remember pacing restlessly back and forward along the embankment, then past Temple Place, before striking northwards up an unremembered street to the Aldwych, and along the Strand to the Royal Courts of Justice. And now it was time to start the working day. He had at last made up his mind. If invited, he would stay on for a further year, but no longer, and in that year he would make up his mind what he wanted to do with the rest of his life. Pawlet Court was deserted. Only a few ground-floor windows of adjoining chambers showed a pattern of light, where clerks as punctilious as himself had already started their working day. The air smelt mistier than it had in the Strand, as if the small court still held some of the raw dampness of the October night. Round the great trunk of a horse-chestnut, the first fallen leaves lay in sluggish disorder. He took out his bunch of keys, and felt for the straight edge of the one for the Banham security lock, and then the smaller Ingersoll above it, which he turned to open the door. Immediately the alarm system gave out its insistent, high-pitched warning. He moved unhurriedly, knowing to a second how long he had to switch on the light in the reception office and insert his smallest key in the control panel to turn off the alarm. Beside the panel was a wooden board, with the names of members of chambers lettered on sliding panels to show whether they were in or out. The board showed that all were absent. The members were not always conscientious in their use of the board, but the theory was that the last member out should slide his peg across and then set the alarm. Mrs. Carpenter and Mrs. Watson, the cleaners, arriving at 8:30 at night, were usually the last people in chambers. Both were scrupulous in ensuring that the alarm was set before they left at 10 o'clock. He cast his eye critically over the reception room, which was also a waiting area. Valerie Caldwell's word processor under its cover was precisely placed in the middle of her desk. The 2-seater sofa, the 2 armchairs, and the 2 upright chairs for visitors were in place, the magazines on the table neatly arranged on the highly polished mahogany. All was as he had expected to find it, with one small difference. It looked as if neither Mrs. Carpenter nor Mrs. Watson had vacuum-swept the carpet. The office machine, bought 6 months previously, was as formidable in power as it was in noise, and usually left telltale lines on the carpet pile. But the floor looked clean. Perhaps one of them had run the carpet sweeper over it. It wasn't his job to oversee the cleaners, and with women from Miss Elkington's admirable agency, no supervision was normally necessary, but he liked to keep an eye on things. The reception room was a visitor's introduction to chambers, and first impressions mattered. Next, he looked briefly into the library and conference room to the right of the front door. Here, too, all was in order. The room had something of the atmosphere of a gentleman's club, but without its comfortable intimacy. Even so, it had its graces. To the left and right of the marble fireplace, the leather spines of books gleamed behind the glass of 18th-century bookcases, each topped with a marble bust. On the left of Charles Dickens, and on the right of Henry Fielding, both members of the Honourable Society of the Middle Temple. The fitted unglazed bookcases on the wall facing the door held a more utilitarian library of law reports, bound statutes, Halsbury's Laws of England, and books on various aspects of criminal and civil law. Ranged on the lower shelves were red leather-bound volumes of Punch from 1880 to 1930, a parting gift from a previous member of Chambers, whose wife reputedly had insisted on their disposal before moving to their smaller retirement home. The 4 leather armchairs were placed about the room with an eccentric disregard for the conveniences of intimate conversation. Much of the floor space was occupied by a large, rectangular table in old oak, almost black with age, with 10 matching chairs. The room was seldom used for Chambers meetings. Mr. Langton preferred to hold them in his own room, and if there were insufficient chairs, colleagues would carry in their own and sit informally in a circle. But occasional suggestions that the conference room should be given over to a new member of Chambers in the interest of productive use of space were always resisted. The table, which had once been owned by John Dickinson, was the pride of Chambers, and no other room could suitably accommodate it. There were double doors opening from the reception room into the clerk's office, but they were seldom used, and the normal entrance was from the hall. As he entered, he could hear the occasional bleep of the fax machine, spewing out yesterday's judgments. He went over to read the messages, then took off his coat and hung it on the wooden coat hanger bearing his name on the peg behind the door. Here, in this cluttered, over-furnished but ordered space, was his sanctum, his kingdom, the powerhouse and very heart of Chambers. Like all clerks' rooms he had ever seen, it was cramped and over-furnished. Here was his desk and the desks of his 2 junior clerks, each with its word processor. Here was the computer to which he had at last become accustomed, although he still missed the early morning walk over to the law courts, the chat with the listing officer. Here was his wall chart, setting out in his small, meticulous handwriting the court appearances of each member of Chambers who worked from Pawlet Court. Here, tied up in the large cupboard against the wall, were the rolled briefs, the red ribbon for defence, the white for prosecution. The room, its smell, its organised clutter, the chair on which his father had sat, the desk on which his father had worked, were more familiar to him than his own bedroom. The telephone rang. It was unusual for anyone to want him so early. The voice was unfamiliar to him. A woman's voice, high, anxious, and with a faint note of incipient hysteria. "It's Mrs. Buckley speaking. I'm Miss Aldrich's housekeeper. I'm so glad there's someone there. I did try even earlier. She'd always told me that you open the office just after 8:30 if there was something important." He said defensively, "Chambers are not open at 8:30, but I am usually here by that time. Can I help you?" "It's Miss Aldridge. Is she there, please?" "No one has arrived in Chambers yet. Did Miss Aldridge say that she'd be in early?" "You don't understand." The voice now held a definite note of hysteria. "She didn't come home last night. That's why I'm so worried," he said. "Perhaps she spent the night with a friend." "She wouldn't do that, not without telling me, and it was 10:30 when I went off duty and up to my room. She wasn't expecting to stay out all night. I did listen for her, but she's always very quiet coming in, so sometimes I don't hear her. I took up her tea at 7:30, and the bed hasn't been slept in." He said, "I think it's rather early to become seriously worried. I don't think she's here. There were no lights on in the front when I arrived, but I'll go and have a look. Wait for a moment, will you, please?" He went up to the front room on the first floor, which Miss Aldridge occupied. The heavy oak outer door was locked. This was not in itself particularly surprising. Members of Chambers who wanted to leave important papers on their desks did sometimes lock their rooms before leaving. But it was more usual to leave the oak unlocked and to secure only the inner door. He went back to his own room and picked up the receiver. "Mrs. Buckley, I don't think she's in her room, but I'll just unlock the door. I won't be long." He had a spare key to each room, jealously guarded, tagged and kept in the bottom drawer of his desk. The key to Miss Aldridge's room was there. It opened both the oak and the inner door. Again he went up the stairs, this time aware of the first prickings of anxiety. He told himself that it was unnecessary. A member of Chambers had chosen to spend a night otherwise than in her own home. That was her affair, not his. Probably even now she was putting the key in her front door. He unlocked the oak door and turned his key in the inner door. Instantaneously he knew that something was wrong. There was a smell in the room, alien and faint, but still horribly familiar. He put out his hand to the switch, and 4 of the wall lights came on. What met his eyes was so bizarre in its horror that for half a minute he stood rooted in disbelief, his mind rejecting what his eyes so plainly saw. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. But for those few seconds of disorientated incredulity, he was incapable even of terror. But then he knew it was true. His heart leapt into life and began a pounding, which shook his whole body. He heard a low, incoherent moaning, and knew that this strange disembodied sound was his own voice. He moved slowly forward, as if drawn by the inexorable pull of a thread. She was sitting well back in the swivel chair behind her desk. The desk was to the left of the door, facing the 2 tall windows. Her head was slumped forward on her chest. Her arms hung loosely over the curved arms of the chair. He couldn't see her face, but he knew that she was dead. On her head was a full-bottomed wig, its stiff curls of horsehair a mass of red and brown blood. Moving towards her, he put the back of his right hand against her cheek. It was ice-cold. Surely even dead flesh couldn't be as cold as this. The touch, gentle as it had been, dislodged a globule of blood from the wig. He watched, horrified, as it rolled in slow spurts over the dead cheek to tremble on the edge of her chin. He moaned in terror. He thought, "Oh, God, she's cold. She's dead cold, but the blood is still tacky." Instinctively he clutched at the chair for support, and to his horror it swung slowly round until she was facing the door, her feet dragging on the carpet. He gasped and drew back, looking appalled at his hand, as if expecting it to be sticky with blood. Then he leaned forward and, stooping, tried to look into her face. The forehead, the cheeks, and one eye were covered with the congealed blood. Only the right eye was unsullied. The dead, unseeing stare, fixed on some far enormity, seemed, as he gazed at it, to hold a terrible malice. Mesmerized, he slowly backed away from her. Somehow he managed to get out of the door. With shaking hands he closed and locked both doors behind him, carefully and quietly, as if a clumsy move could wake that terrible thing within. Then he pocketed the key and made his way to the stairs. He felt very cold. He wasn't sure that his legs could support him, but somehow he staggered down. And at least his brain was clear, miraculously clear. When he picked up the phone, he knew what he had to do. His tongue felt too swollen and unyielding for a mouth grown suddenly taut and dry. The words came, but the sounds were harshly alien. He said, "Yes, she is here, but she can't be disturbed. Everything's all right." Then he put down the receiver before she could answer or ask any further questions. He couldn't tell her the truth. It would be all over London. She would know all about it in good time. Now there was a higher priority. He would have to telephone the police. He reached again for the receiver, and then hesitated. He had a sudden vivid picture of police cars racing up Middle Temple Lane, of loud masculine voices, of members of Chambers arriving to find the court cordoned off. There was a higher priority even than the police. He had to ring Head of Chambers. The phone was answered quickly by a male voice. Mr. Langton had left for Chambers 15 minutes earlier. He felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. It would only be about 20 minutes before the Head of Chambers arrived. But the news would be horribly shocking to him. He would need some help, some support. He would need Mr. Lord. Harry telephoned the flat at Shad Thames and heard the familiar voice. He said, "It's Harry Norton, sir, ringing from Chambers. I've just telephoned Mr. Langton. Could you come at once, please? Miss Aldridge is dead in her room. It isn't a natural death, sir. I'm afraid it looks as if she's been murdered. He was surprised that his voice could be so strong, so steady. There was silence. He wondered for a moment whether Mr. Lord had taken it in, or whether shock had rendered him speechless, whether he had even heard the message. He began again, tentatively. "Mr. Lord, it's Harry Norton." And then the voice answered. "I know, I heard you, Harry. Tell Mr. Langton when he arrives that I'm coming immediately." He had telephoned from the reception room, but now went back into the hall and waited. There were footsteps, but heavier than those of Mr. Langton. The door opened, and Terry Gledhill, one of his junior clerks, came in, carrying, as usual, a bulging briefcase, which contained his sandwiches, a thermos, and his computer magazines. He took one glance at Harry's face. "What's up? You all right, Mr. Norton? You look as white as that door." "It's Miss Aldridge. She's dead in her room. I found her when I arrived." "Dead? You sure?" Terry made a move towards the stairs, but Harry moved instinctively to block his path. "Of course I'm sure. She's cold. No point in going up. I've locked the door." He paused and said, It wasn't natural, Terry." "Christ, you mean she was murdered? What happened? How do you know?" "There's blood. A lot of blood. And, Terry, she's cold. Ice cold. But the blood is tacky." "You're sure that she's dead?" "Of course I'm sure. I told you she's cold." "Have you rung the police?" "Not yet. I'm waiting for Mr. Langton." "What can he do?" "If it's murder, you want the police, and we ought to ring them now. No point in waiting till all the staff arrive. They could muck up the scene, destroy clues. The police will have to be called, and the sooner the better. It'll look pretty odd if you don't ring them at once. And we'd better warn security." The words were an uncomfortable echo of Harry's own misgivings, but he heard in his voice the note of obstinate self-justification. He told himself that he was senior clerk. He didn't have to explain his actions to his staff. He said, "Mr. Langton is head of chambers. He ought to be told first, and he's on his way. I rang his flat, and I've rung Mr. Lord, too. He'll be as quick as he can. It's not as if anyone can help Miss Aldridge." He added, more sharply, "You'd better get into the office, Terry, and start the day. No point in holding up the work. If the police want us all out when they arrive, no doubt they'll say so. More likely to want us all here for questioning. Look, shall I make a cup of tea? You look as if you could do with it." Christ! Murder! And in chambers! He put his hand on the banister and looked up the stairs with a horrified, half-curious fascination. Harry said, "Yes, make some tea. Mr. Langton will need something when he arrives. Better make it fresh for him, though." Neither of them heard the approaching footsteps. The door opened, and Valerie Caldwell, the chamber's secretary, closed it behind her and leaned against it. Her eyes settled first on Harry's face, and then on Terry's, with what seemed like questioning deliberation. None of them spoke. It seemed to Harry that the moment was frozen in time. Terry, with his hand on the banister, himself staring in horrified dismay, like a schoolboy caught out in some juvenile mischief. He knew with an appalling certainty that nothing needed to be said. He watched while the blood drained from her face, and it changed, grew old and unfamiliar, as if he were watching the very act of dying. He could take no more. He said, "You tell her. Make that tea. I'm going upstairs." Harry had no idea where precisely he was going, or what he was going to do. He only knew that he had to get away from them. But he had barely reached the landing before he heard a soft thud and heard Terry's voice, "Give me a hand, Mr. Norton. She's fainted." He came down, and together they lifted Valerie into the reception room and lowered her onto the sofa. Terry put his hand on the back of her neck and forced her head down between her knees. After about half a minute, which seemed much longer, she gave a little moan. Terry, who seemed to have taken control, said, "She'll do now.
Better get a glass of water for her, Mr. Norton, then I'll make that tea, good and sweet. But before either of them could move, they heard the sound of the front door closing, and looking up, saw Hubert Langton standing in the doorway. Before he could speak, Harry took his arm and gently led him across the hall and into the conference room. Surprised into acquiescence, Langton was as docile as a child. Harry closed the door and spoke the words which he had already mentally rehearsed. "I'm sorry, sir, but I have something very shocking to tell you. It's Miss Aldridge. When I arrived this morning, her housekeeper rang to say that she hadn't been home last night. Both doors of her room here were locked, but I've got the spare key. I'm afraid that she's dead, sir. It looks like murder." Mr. Langton didn't reply. His face was a mask, betraying nothing. Then he said, "I'd better look. Have you rung the police?" "Not yet, sir. I knew you were on your way, so I thought it would be better to wait. I've telephoned Mr. Lord, and he said he'd come immediately." Harry followed Mr. Langton up the stairs. The head of chambers held on to the banisters, but his feet were steady. He waited calmly, his face still expressionless, while Harry took the key from his pocket and unlocked the doors, then held them open. For a second, as the key turned, he had been seized with an irrational conviction that it would all prove to be a mistake, that the blood-bloated head had been a sick fantasy, and that the room would be empty. But the reality was even more horrible than on the first sight. He dared not look at Mr. Langton's face. Then he heard him speak. His voice was calm, but it was the voice of an old man. "This is an abomination, Harry." "Yes, sir." "And this is how you found her?" "Not quite, Mr. Langton. She was facing the desk. I touched the chair, inadvertently really, and she swung round." "Have you told anyone else? Terry? Valerie? About the blood and the wig?" "No, sir. Just that I found her dead. I did say it looked like murder. Oh, and I did tell Terry that there was fresh blood. That's all I told him." "That was sensible of you. Keep the details to yourself. The media will make a meal of this if it gets out." "It's bound to get out sooner or later, Mr. Langton." "Then let it be later. I'll ring the police now." He moved towards the desk telephone, then said, "I'd better do it from my room. The less we touch in here, the better. I'll take charge of the key." Harry handed it over. Langton turned out the light and locked both doors. Watching him, Harry thought that the old man was taking the shock more calmly than he had dared to hope. This was the head of chambers he remembered, authoritative, calm, taking control. But then he looked at his companion's face, and knew with a rush of pity what this calmness was costing him. He said, "What shall I do about the rest of the staff, sir? And then there are the members of chambers. Mr. Ulrich always comes in early on Thursday, if he's in London. They'll want to get to their rooms. I've no intention of preventing them. If the police want chambers closed for the day, that will be for them. Perhaps you'd come with me while I telephone. Then you'd better stay on the door. Tell the staff as they arrive as little as possible. Try to keep them calm. Ask any members of chambers to have the goodness to see me immediately in my room." "Yes, sir." "There's Mrs. Buckley, the housekeeper. She'll be fussing. And then there's the daughter. Someone will have to tell her." "Oh, yes, the daughter. I'd forgotten about the daughter. We'll leave that to the police and to Mr. Lord. He knows the family." Harry said, "Miss Aldrich was due at Snaresbrook Crown Court at 10. She was expecting the case to end by this afternoon. Her junior will have to cope. It's Mr. Fleming, isn't it? Ring him at home. You'd better tell him that Miss Aldrich has been found dead in her room, but say as little as possible." They were in Mr. Langton's room now. Hubert stood for a moment with his hand hovering on the telephone. He said with a kind of wonder, I've never had to do this before. Dialing 999 hardly seems appropriate. I'd better try the Commissioner's office. Or there is someone I know at the Yard. Not well, but we have met. It may not be for him, but if it isn't, he'll know what has to be done. He's got a name that's easy to remember. Adam Dalgliesh.
Chapter 12. The appointment for Detective Inspectors Kate Miskin and Piers Tarrant to take their qualifying test at the West London shooting range had been made for 8 o'clock. Anticipating some difficulty in parking, Kate set out from her Thameside flat at 7 and arrived at 7:45. She had completed the preliminaries, handed over her pink card showing the record of her previous shoots, and had made the required declaration that she hadn't taken alcohol in the last 24 hours and wasn't on any prescribed drugs, before she heard the sound of a lift, and Piers Tarrant came unhurriedly through the door, precisely on time. They greeted each other briefly, but there was no conversation. It was unusual for Piers to be silent for long, but Kate had noticed on their practice shoot a month earlier that he had said nothing throughout the whole shoot except to congratulate her briefly at the end. She approved of his silence. Talking was not encouraged. The shooting gallery wasn't the place for chatter or badinage. There was always about it the heightened atmosphere of incipient danger, of serious men engaged in a serious purpose. The officers of Commander Dalglish's squad shot at West London by special arrangement. The gallery was normally used only by officers on royal and personal protection duties. More than one life could depend on the speed of their reactions. Kate was apt to judge her male colleagues by their behaviour when shooting. Massingham could never bear to be outscored by her, and seldom was. The qualifying shoot was not intended to be competitive. Officers were supposed to be concerned only with their own achievement. But Massingham had never been able to resist a quick glance at her score, and had made no attempt at generosity if she outscored him. To him, success at the shooting range had been an affirmation of masculinity. He had been brought up with guns, and had found it intolerable that a woman, and one with Kate's urban background, could handle a weapon effectively. Daniel Aaron, on the other hand, had seen the practice shoots as a necessary part of the job, and had cared little whether he scored higher than Kate, provided he qualified. Piers Tarrant, who had succeeded him 3 months earlier, had already shown himself a better shot than either of his predecessors. She had yet to learn how much that mattered to him, how important it was that she could still outscore him. It was one of many things which she had not yet learned about him. Admittedly, they had only worked together for 3 months, and no major case had broken, but she still found him puzzling. He had come to Dalglish's team from the Arts and Antiques Squad, set up to investigate the theft of works of art. It was generally considered an elite squad, but Tarrant had apparently asked for a transfer. She knew something about him. Policing was a job in which it was difficult to safeguard personal privacy. Gossip and rumour soon provided what reticence hoped to keep private. She knew that he was 27, unmarried, and lived in a flat in the city, from which he cycled to New Scotland Yard, saying that he had more than enough of cars in the job without using one to get to work. He was rumoured to be knowledgeable about the Wren churches in the city. He took policing light-heartedly, more casually than Kate's dedication sometimes found appropriate. She was intrigued, too, by his occasional swings of mood, between a gently cynical amusement and, as now, a self-contained quietude, which had none of the depressing contagion of moodiness, but had the effect of making him unapproachable. She stood at the door of the authorized firearms officer's glass-fronted office, and watched Piers as he completed the preliminaries, assessing him as if she were seeing him for the first time. He wasn't tall, less than 6 feet, but although he walked lightly, there was a streetwise toughness about the shoulders and long arms, which made him look like a boxer. His mouth was well-shaped, sensitive, and humorous. Even when set firm, as now, it suggested an inner, barely contained amusement. There was the faintest suggestion of the comedian about the slightly pudgy nose and deep-set eyes under slanting eyebrows. His mid-brown hair was strong, an undisciplined strand falling across his forehead. He was less handsome than Daniel, but she had been aware from their first meeting that he was one of the most sexually attractive officers with whom she had ever worked. It had been an unwelcome realization, but she had no intention of letting it become a problem. Kate believed in keeping her sexual and professional lives separate. She had seen too many careers, too many marriages, too many lives messed up to go down that dangerously seductive path. A month after he joined the squad, on impulse, she had asked, "Why the police?" It was unlike her to force a confidence, but he had answered without resentment. "Why not?" "Come off it, Piers. Oxford degree in theology. You're not the typical copper." "Do I have to be? Do you have to be? What is the typical copper, anyway? Me? You? A.D.? Max Trimlett?" "We know about Trimlett. A foul-mouthed, sexist bastard. Trimlett likes power, and thought joining the police was the easiest way to get it. He certainly hasn't the intelligence to get it any other way. He should have been chucked out after that last complaint. We're not talking about D.C. Trimlett. We're talking about you. But if you don't like the question, that's okay. It's your life. I'd no right to ask." "Think of the alternatives. Teaching? Not with today's young. If I'm going to be bashed by louts, I'd rather be bashed by an adult lout, when I can do some bashing back. The law? Overcrowded. Medicine? 10 years hard labour, and at the end you sit handing out prescriptions to a surgery of dispirited neurotics. Anyway, I'm too squeamish. I don't mind dead bodies, just don't fancy watching them die. The city? Precarious, and I can't add up. The civil service? Boring and respectable, and anyway, they probably wouldn't have me. Any suggestions? You could try male modelling." She thought she might have gone too far, but he had answered, "Not photogenic enough. What about you? Why did you join?" It was a fair question, and she could have answered, to get away from that flat on the 7th floor of Ellison Fairweather Buildings. My own money, independence, the chance of pulling myself out of poverty and mess, to get away from the smell of urine and failure, the need to do a job which offered opportunities and which I believe is one worth doing, for the security of order and hierarchy. Instead, she said, "To earn an honest living. Ah, that's how we all begin. Maybe even Trimlett." The instructor checked that they were to fire not Glocks, but the 6-shot .38 caliber Smith & Wessons, issued them with earmuffs, their weapons and the first bullets for hand-loading, holster and ammunition pouch and jet loader, and then watched from his window as they went through to the shooting gallery where his colleague was waiting. Still without speaking, they cleaned their weapons with a 4x2 rag and loaded the first 6 bullets into the chambers by hand. The authorized firearms officer said, "Right, Mom? Right, sir. 70-round classifying shoot from 3 meters to 25, 2-second exposure." They fitted the earmuffs and joined him on the 3-meter line, standing one on each side of him. Against the dark pink wall was the row of 11 target figures, stark black, forward crouching, guns in hand, with a white line encircling the central visible mass, which was the target area. The figures were reversed to show only the blank, white backs. The AFO barked out his command. The crouching figures swung back into view. The air crackled with gunfire. Despite the earmuffs, that first explosion of sound always surprised Kate by its reverberating loudness. When the first 6 rounds had been fired, they moved forward to inspect the targets, sticking white circles on each hole. Kate saw with satisfaction that hers were nicely grouped in the center of the visible target area. She always wanted to achieve a neat, concentric pattern, and had occasionally come close to it. Glancing across at Piers, busy with his white markers, she saw that he had done well. They moved back to the next line, and finally to 25 meters, shooting, checking the hits, reloading, checking again. At the end of the 70 rounds they waited while the instructor added up and recorded their scores. Both had qualified, but Kate had scored the higher. Piers spoke for almost the first time. "Congratulations! Go on like this and you'll get seconded for royal protection. Think of all those Buckhouse garden parties." They checked in their weapons and equipment, received their signed cards, and had almost reached the lift when they heard the telephone. The AFO put his head out of his office and called, "It's for you, Mom." Kate heard Dalglish's voice. "Is Piers with you?" "Yes, sir. We've just completed the qualifying test." "There's a suspicious death at 8 Pawlet Court in the Middle Temple. A woman QC at the criminal bar, Venetia Aldridge. Collect your murder bags and meet me there. The manned gate from Tudor Street will be open, and they'll show you where to park." Kate said, "The temple? Isn't that for the city, sir?" "Normally, yes, but we're taking it with city backup. An exercise in cooperation. Actually, the boundary between Westminster and the city runs through the middle of number 8. Lord Justice Boothroyd and his wife have their flat on the top floor, and Lady Boothroyd's bedroom is said to be half in Westminster and half in the city. Both she and the judge are out of London, which saves one complication." "Right, sir. We're leaving now." Going down in the lift, she put Piers in the picture. He said, "So we're to work with those giants from the city. God knows where they recruit their 6-footers. Probably breed them. Why is this for us, anyway?" "Senior barrister murdered. Judge and his wife living upstairs. Sacred precincts of the Middle Temple. Not exactly your usual scene of crime." Piers said, "Not exactly your usual suspects. Add to which the head of chambers probably knows the commissioner. It'll be pleasant for AD. Between grilling members of the bar, he'll be able to contemplate the 13th century effigies in the round church. Should even inspire a new slim volume of verse. It's time he gave us one." "Why don't you suggest it? I should like to see his reaction. Do you want to drive, or shall I?" "You, please. I want to get there safely. All that banging away has unsettled my nerves. I hate loud noises, especially when I'm making them myself." Clicking on her seatbelt, Kate said on impulse, "I wish I knew why I always look forward to a shoot. I can't imagine wanting to kill an animal, let alone a man. But I like guns. I like using them. I like the feel of the Smith & Wesson in my hand." "You like shooting because it's a skill and you're very good at it." "It can't only be that. It's not the only thing I'm good at. I'm beginning to think that shooting is addictive." He said, "Not for me, but then I'm not as good as you. Anything we're good at gives us a sense of power." "So that's what it amounts to, power?" "Of course. You're holding something that can kill. What else does that give you but a sense of power? No wonder it's addictive." It hadn't been a comfortable conversation. With an effort of will, Kate put the shooting range out of her mind. They were on their way to a new job. As always, she felt along the veins that fizz of exhilaration that came with every new case. She thought, as she often did, how fortunate she was. She had a job which she enjoyed, and knew she did well, a boss she liked and admired. And now there was this murder, with all it promised of excitement, human interest, the challenge of the investigation, the satisfaction of ultimate success. Someone had to die before she could feel like this. And that, too, wasn't a comfortable thought. Chapter 13. Dalgliesh arrived first at number 8 Pawlet Court. The court lay quiet and empty in the strengthening light. The sweet-smelling air was pricked with a faint mist, presaging another unseasonably warm day. The great horse-chestnut was still weighted with the heaviness of high summer. Only a few of the leaves had stiffened into the brown and gold of their autumn decrepitude. As Dalgliesh entered the court, carrying his murder bag, which looked so deceptively like a more orthodox case, he wondered how a casual watcher would see him. Probably as a solicitor, arriving for a consultation about a brief. But there were no watchers. The court lay open to the morning in an expectant calm, as removed from the grinding traffic of Fleet Street and the Embankment as if it were a provincial cathedral close. The door of number 8 opened as soon as he reached it. They were, of course, expecting him. A young woman, whose smeared and puffy face showed that she had recently been crying, ushered him in with an inaudible welcome and disappeared through an open door to the left, where she seated herself behind the reception desk and stared into space. 3 men came out of a room to the right of the hall, and Dalgliesh saw with surprise that one of them was the forensic pathologist, Miles Kynaston. Shaking hands, he said, "What's this, Miles? Premonition?" "No, coincidence. I had an early consultation at E.N. Mumford's chambers, in Inner Temple. They're calling me for the defence in the Manning case at the Bailey next week." Turning, he introduced his companions. Hubert Langton, head of chambers, and Drysdale Lord, both of whom Dalgliesh had briefly met before. Lord shook hands with the wariness of a man who is uncertain how far it would be prudent to acknowledge the acquaintanceship. Langton said, "She's in her room on the first floor, just above this. Do you want me to come up?" "Later, perhaps." "Who found her?" "Our senior clerk, Harry Norton, when he arrived this morning. That was at about 9. He's in his office with one of the junior clerks, Terry Gledhill. The only other member of staff in chambers is the secretary-receptionist, Miss Caldwell, who let you in. Other people, staff and members of chambers, will be arriving soon. I don't think I can keep members of chambers out of their rooms, but I suppose the staff could be sent home." He looked at Lord, as if seeking guidance. Lord's voice was uncompromising. "Obviously we shall cooperate, but the work has to go on." Dalgliesh said calmly, "But the investigation of murder, if this is murder, takes precedence. We shall have to search chambers, and the fewer people here the better. We don't intend to waste time, ours or yours. Is there a room we can use temporarily for interviews?" It was Lord who replied, "You can have mine. It's 2 floors up at the back. Or there's the reception room. If we close chambers for the morning, that will be free." "Thank you. We'll use the reception room. In the meantime, it would be helpful if you could stay here together until we have had a preliminary look at the body. Detective Inspectors Kate Miskin and Piers Tarrant are on their way with the backup team. We may have to tape off a part of the court, but I hope not for long. Meanwhile, I'd be glad to have a list of all occupants of chambers with their addresses and a plan of the middle and inner temple with all the entrances marked, if you have one. It would also be helpful to have a plan of this building, showing which rooms the members occupy." Langton said, "Harry has a map of the temple in his office. I think it has all the entrances marked. I'll get Miss Caldwell to type out the list of members for you, and the staff, of course." Dalgliesh said, "And the key. Who has it?" Langton took it from his pocket and handed it over. He said, "I locked both the outer and inner doors after Lord and I had seen the body. This one key opens both." "Thank you." Dalgliesh turned to Kynaston. "Shall we go up, Miles?" It interested, but did not surprise him that Kynaston had waited for him to arrive before examining the body. As a forensic pathologist, Miles had all the virtues. He came quickly. He worked without fuss or complaint, however inconvenient the terrain or repellent the decomposing corpse. He spoke little, but always to the point, and he was blessedly free of that sardonic humour with which some of his colleagues, and not only the least distinguished, attempted to demonstrate their imperviousness to the more gruesome realities of violent death. He was dressed now, as he always was, whatever the season, in a tweed suit with a waistcoat and a thin wool shirt with the collar ends buttoned down. Mounting the stairs behind his stumbling gait, Dalgliesh wondered again at the contrast between this graceless solidity and the precision and delicacy with which Kynaston could insinuate his fingers, gloved in their second skin of white latex, into the body's unresisting cavities. The reverence with which he laid those dreadfully experienced hands on violated flesh. The 4 rooms on the first floor had outer doors of stout oak, banded with iron. Behind the outer oak of Venetia Aldridge's room was an inner door with a keyhole, but no push-button security system. The key turned easily, and as they entered, Dalgliesh put out his hand to the left of the door and switched on the light. The scene that met their eyes was so bizarre that it might have been a tableau in Grand Guignol, deliberately contrived to confront, astonish, and horrify. The desk chair in which she sat slumped had swung round so that she was facing them as they entered, the head a little forward, the chin pressed against the throat. The top of the full-bottomed wig was covered with blood, leaving only a few stiff grey curls visible. Dalgliesh moved close to the body. Blood had flowed down over the left-hand side of the face to soak the fine wool of her black cardigan, and stain with reddish-brown the edges of a cream shirt. The left eye was obscured with globules of viscous blood, which, as he watched, seemed to tremble and solidify. The right eye, glazed with the dull impassivity of death, was fixed beyond him, as if his presence was unworthy of notice. Her forearms rested on the arms of the chair. The drooping hands with the two middle fingers a little lowered, frozen into a gesture as graceful as a ballet dancer's. Her black skirt had rucked up above the knees, and knees and legs were held close together and slanted to the left, a pose reminiscent of the deliberate provocation of a fashion model. The fine nylon tights sheened the knee bones and emphasized every plane of the long, elegant legs. One black court shoe with its medium heel had fallen or been kicked off. She was wearing a narrow wedding ring, but no other jewellery, except for an elegant, square-faced gold watch on the left wrist. There was a small table to the right of the door. It was covered with papers and briefs tied with red tape. Dalgliesh went over and placed his murder bag in the only clear space, then took out and put on his search gloves. Kynaston had, as always, taken his from his suit pocket. He tore off the end of the envelope and put them on, then drew very close to the body, Dalgliesh at his shoulder. He said, "I'll state the obvious. Either the blood was poured over the wig within the last 3 hours, or it contains an anticoagulant." His hands moved about the neck, gently rotated the head, touched the hands. Then with extreme care he lifted the wig from her head, bent low over her hair, sniffed as if he were a dog, and as gently replaced the wig. He said, "Rigour well developed, probably dead 12 to 14 hours. No obvious wound. Wherever it came from, the blood isn't hers." With extraordinary delicacy, the stubby fingers undid the buttons of her cashmere cardigan to reveal the shirt. Dalgliesh saw that there was a narrow, sharp-edged cut just below a button on the left side. She was wearing a bra. The swell of the breasts looked very white against the creamy sheen of the silk. Kynaston placed his hand underneath the left breast and gently released it from the bra. There was a puncture wound, a narrow slit about 1 inch long, a little depressed and with some superficial oozing, but no blood. Kynaston said, "A thrust to the heart. He was either very lucky or very skilled. I'll confirm it on the table, but death must have been almost instantaneous." Dalgliesh asked, "And the weapon?" "Long, thin, rapier-like, a narrow dagger. Could be a thin knife, but that's unlikely. Both sides were sharp. Could be a steel paper knife, provided it's sharp, pointed, strong, and at least 4 inches long in the blade." It was then that they heard the running footsteps, and the door was flung open with force. They turned towards it, their bodies shielding the corpse. The man who stood in the doorway was literally shaking with anger, his face a white mask of outrage. He was holding a pouch, like a clear plastic hot water bottle, and now he shook it at them. "What's going on here? Who has taken my blood?" Dalgliesh, without replying, stood to one side. The result in other circumstances would have been risible. The newcomer stared at the body in a wide-eyed parody of disbelief. He opened his mouth to speak, thought better of it, moved quietly, cat-like into the room, as if the corpse were a figment of his imagination, which would disappear, if only he could bring himself to confront it. When he did speak, he had his voice under control. "Someone has a curious sense of humour. And what are you doing here?" Dalgliesh said, "I would have thought that was obvious. This is Dr. Kynaston, who is a forensic pathologist. My name is Dalgliesh. I'm from New Scotland Yard. Are you a member of these chambers?" "Desmond Ulrich. And yes, I am a member of these chambers." "And you arrived when?" Ulrich's gaze was still fixed on the body, but with a look which Dalgliesh thought held more fascinated curiosity than horror.
He said, "My usual time, 10 minutes ago." "And no one stopped you?" "Why should they? As I've said, I'm a member of these chambers. The door was closed, which is unusual, but I have a key. Miss Caldwell was at her desk, as usual. No one else was around, as far as I could see. I went down to my room. It's in the basement at the back. A few minutes ago I opened my refrigerator to take out a carton of milk. The pouch and the stored blood were missing. The blood was taken 3 days ago and was being stored for a minor operation I'm due to have on Saturday." "When did you put it in the refrigerator, Mr. Ulrich?" "On Monday at about midday. I came straight from the hospital." "And who knew it was there?" "Mrs. Carpenter, the cleaner. I left a note warning her not to open the fridge to clean it. I told Miss Caldwell in case she wanted to put her milk in my fridge. I've no doubt she passed the news round chambers. Nothing is secret here. You'd better ask her." He paused, and then said, "I take it from the presence of you and your colleague that the police are treating this as an unnatural death." Dalgliesh said, "We are treating it as murder, Mr. Ulrich." Ulrich made a movement, as if about to approach the body, then turned to the door. "As you no doubt know, Commander, Venetia Aldridge was much concerned with murder, but she could hardly have expected to be so intimately involved. She will be greatly missed. And now, if you will excuse me, I'll get down to my room. I have work to do." Dalgliesh said, "Mr. Langton and Mr. Lord are in the library. I would be glad if you would join them. We shall need to examine your room and to dust for fingerprints. I'll let you know as soon as it's free." He thought for a moment that Ulrich was about to protest. Instead, he held out the pouch. "What am I supposed to do with this? It's no use to me." Dalgliesh said, "I'll take it, thank you," holding out his gloved hands. He carried it by the corner over to the table, and taking out an exhibit bag, placed the pouch inside. Ulrich watched, seeming suddenly reluctant to leave. Dalgliesh said, "While you are here, perhaps you could tell me something about the wig. Is it yours?" "No, I have no ambitions to be a judge." "Did it belong to Miss Aldridge, do you know?" "I shouldn't think so. Few barristers own a full-bottomed. She'll have worn one once before, when she became a QC. It's probably Hubert Langton's. It used to belong to his grandfather, and he keeps it here in chambers to lend to any member who takes silk. It's kept in a tin box in Harry Norton's office. Harry's our senior clerk. He'll be able to check for you." Kynaston was peeling off his gloves. Ignoring Ulrich, he said to Dalgliesh, "I can't do anything more here. I have a couple of PMs this evening at 8. I could fit her in then." He turned to go, but found the doorway temporarily blocked by Kate Miskin. She said, "The Sockos and the photographers are here, sir." "Good, Kate. Take over here, will you? Is Piers with you?" "Yes, sir. He's with Sergeant Robbins. They're taping off this part of the court." Dalgliesh turned to Ulrich. "We shall need to search your room first. Perhaps you would be good enough to join your colleagues in the library." More meekly than Dalgliesh had expected, Ulrich went out, almost colliding with Charlie Ferris in the doorway. Charlie Ferris, inevitably nicknamed the Ferret, was one of the most experienced of the Met's scene-of-crime officers, reported to be able to identify by sight threads normally discernible only under a microscope, and to smell out a decaying body at 100 yards. He was wearing the search garb, which in the last few months had replaced his former, somewhat eccentric outfit of white shorts with the legs cut to the crotch, and a sweatshirt. He now wore a tight-fitting cotton jacket and trousers and white plimsolls, and his customary plastic swimming cap, tight-fitting to prevent the contamination of the scene with his own hairs. He stood for a moment in the doorway, as if assessing the room and its potential, before beginning his meticulous kneeling search. Dalgliesh said, "The carpet is scuffed just to the right of the door. It's possible she was killed there and dragged to the chair. I'd like that patch photographed and protected." Ferris muttered, "Yes, sir," but did not take his eyes from the part of the carpet he was examining.
He wouldn't have missed the scuff mark, and would get to it in time. The ferret had his own way of working. The photographers and fingerprint officers had arrived now, and went silently about their business. The two photographers were an efficient couple, used to working together, who wasted no time on the niceties, but did their job and got out. As a young detective sergeant, Dalgliesh used to wonder what they made of it, this almost daily recording of man's inhumanity to man, and whether the photographs they took when they were off duty, the innocent holiday pictures and records of family occasions, were overlaid by the images of violent death. Taking care to keep out of their way, Dalgliesh began his examination of the room, Kate at his shoulder. The desk was not modern, a solid mahogany partner's desk, leather-topped, the wood showing the patina of years of polishing. The brass handles on the two sets of 3 drawers were obviously original. In the top left-hand drawer was a handbag in soft black leather with a gold clasp and a narrow strap. Opening it, Dalgliesh saw that it contained her checkbook, a thin wallet of credit cards, a purse with £25 in notes and a few coins, a clean folded handkerchief in white linen, and a bunch of miscellaneous keys. Examining them, he said, "It looks as if she kept her house and car keys on a separate ring from her keys to Chambers' front door and this room. It's odd that the killer locked those 2 doors and took away the keys. You'd expect him to leave the door open if he wanted this to look like an outside job. But he could get rid of them easily enough. They're probably in the Thames, or dropped through a grating." He drew open the 2 bottom drawers and found little of immediate interest. There were boxes of writing paper and envelopes, notepads, a wooden box containing a collection of ballpoint pens, and in the bottom drawer 2 folded hand towels and a toilet bag containing soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. A smaller zipped bag held Venetia Aldridge's makeup, a small bottle of moisturizer, a compact of pressed powder, a single lipstick. Kate said, "Expensive but minimal." Dalgliesh heard in her voice what he himself had so often felt. It was the small, chosen artifacts of daily life which produced the most poignant memento mori. The only paper of interest in the top right-hand drawer was a copy of a thin pamphlet, inexpertly printed and headed Redress. It was apparently distributed by an organization concerned with opportunities for women in senior posts in the professions and industry, and consisted mainly of comparative figures for some of the most prominent corporations and companies, showing the total number of women employed, and those who had achieved directorships or senior managerial posts. The 4 names printed beneath the name Redress meant nothing to Dalgliesh. The secretary was a Trudy Manning, with an address in north-east London. The pamphlet consisted of only 4 pages. The last bore a brief note. "We find it surprising that the chambers of Mr. Hubert Langton at 8 Pawlet Court, Middle Temple, employ only 3 women barristers from a total of 21 members. One of them is the distinguished criminal lawyer Miss Venetia Aldridge, QC. May we suggest to Miss Aldridge that she shows a little more enthusiasm than she has to date for ensuring fair treatment for her own sex." Dalgliesh took out the pamphlet and said to Ferris, "Put this among the exhibits, will you, Charlie?" Venetia Aldridge had obviously been working when she was killed. There was a brief on the desk, supported by a thick wad of papers. A cursory glance at the brief showed Dalgliesh that it was a case of grievous bodily harm, set down for the Bailey in 2 weeks' time. The only other papers on the desk were a copy of the Temple newsletter and the previous day's Evening Standard. It looked untouched, but Dalgliesh noted that the pink financial insert, Business Day, was missing. A large envelope addressed to Miss Venetia Aldridge, QC, neatly slit, was in the waste-paper basket to the right of the desk. Dalgliesh thought it had probably held the Temple newsletter. The room, about 15 feet square, was sparsely furnished for a barrister's chambers. Along the left-hand side, a long, elegant bookcase, also mahogany, stretched almost the whole length of the wall, facing the 2 Georgian windows, each with its 12 panes. The bookcase contained a small library of law books and bound statutes, with beneath them a row of barristers' blue notebooks. Drawing one or two out at random, Dalgliesh saw with interest that they covered the whole of her professional career, and were meticulously kept. On the same shelf was a volume of the Notable British Trials series, dealing with the trial of Frederick Seddon. It was a somewhat incongruous addition to a library otherwise completely dedicated to statutes and criminal statistics. Opening it, Dalgliesh saw a brief dedication in a small, cramped hand. To V.A. from her friend and mentor, E.A.F. He moved over to the left-hand window. Outside in the morning light, which was beginning already to hold the promise of sunshine, he saw that part of the court had been taped off. No one was about, yet he seemed to sense the presence of watching eyes behind blank windows. Briefly, he surveyed the rest of the furniture. To the left of the door, there was a 4-drawer metal filing cabinet and a narrow mahogany cupboard. A coat hanger held a coat in fine black wool. There was no red robe bag. Perhaps she was in the middle of a case, and had left her wig and gown in the locker room of the Crown Court. In front of the windows was a small conference table with 6 chairs, while the 2 leather high-back chairs in front of the marble fireplace suggested a more comfortable ambiance for consultation. The only pictures were a line of spy cartoons of 19th-century judges and barristers in wig and gown, and over the fireplace an oil by Duncan Grant. Under an impressionistic late summer sky, it showed a haystack and wagon with low farm buildings and a cornfield beyond, the whole painted in clear, bold colours. Dalgliesh wondered whether the cartoons had been there when Miss Aldridge took over the room. The Duncan Grant suggested a more personal taste. The photographers had finished for the present, and were ready to go, but the fingerprint officers were still occupied with the desk and the jamb of the door. Dalgliesh thought it unlikely that any useful prints would be found. Anyone in chambers would have had legitimate access to the room. He left the experts to their task, and went to join the company waiting in the library. There were now 4 men present. The addition to the company, a large red-haired man, powerfully built, was standing in front of the fireplace. Langton said, "This is Simon Costello, a member of Chambers. He wanted to stay, and I wasn't prepared to keep any member of Chambers out of this building." Dalgliesh said, "If he stays in this room, he won't be in the way. I had rather assumed that busy men would prefer to work elsewhere for the morning." Desmond Ulrich was seated in a high-backed chair by the fireplace. A book lay open on his lap, and with his thin knees pressed together, he looked as docile and absorbed as an obedient child. Langton was standing at one of the 2 windows, Lord at the other, and Costello had begun a restless pacing as soon as Dalgliesh entered. All except Ulrich fixed their eyes on him. Dalgliesh said, "Miss Aldrich was stabbed in the heart. I have to tell you that we are almost certainly dealing with a case of murder." Costello's voice was roughly belligerent. "And the weapon?" "Not yet found." "So why almost certainly? If the weapon isn't there, how can it be anything else but murder? Are you suggesting that Venetia stabbed herself, and someone else conveniently removed the weapon?" Langton sat down at the table, as if his legs had suddenly lost power. He looked at Costello, silently imploring him to be tactful. Dalgliesh said, "Theoretically, Miss Aldrich could have stabbed herself, and the weapon have been removed later by someone else, perhaps the person who put the wig on her head. I don't for a moment believe that's what happened. We are treating the case as murder. The weapon was a sharp stiletto-like blade, something like a small thin dagger. Has any of you seen such a thing? The question may seem absurd, but obviously it has to be asked." There was silence. Then Lord said, "Venetia had something very like it. A paper knife, but it wasn't intended as a paper knife. It's a steel dagger with a brass handle and guard. It was given to me by a grateful, if undiscriminating client when I took silk. I think he had it specially made and imagined it was something like the sword of justice, an embarrassing object. I was never sure what I was expected to do with it. I gave it to Venetia about 2 years ago. I was in her office when she was opening her letters, and her wooden paper knife snapped,
so I went to my room and brought up the dagger. I'd put it at the back of one of my desk drawers and had almost forgotten about it. Actually, it made a very effective paper knife. Dalgliesh said, "Was it sharp?" "God, yes, extremely sharp. But it had a sheath. That was in black leather with a brass tip and a kind of brass rose on it, as far as I remember. And the paper knife itself had my initials engraved on the blade." Dalgliesh said, "It isn't in her office now. Can you remember when anyone here last saw it?" There was no reply. Lord said, "Venetia used to keep it in her top right-hand drawer unless she was actually opening letters. I don't think I've seen her with it for weeks." But she had opened that stiff envelope the night before, and the flap had been sliced, not torn. Dalgliesh said, "We shall have to find it. If it was the weapon, the killer may of course have taken it with him. If it is found, obviously it will be tested for prints. That means that we need the prints of anyone who was or could have been in chambers yesterday evening." Costello said, "For elimination purposes. And afterwards, of course, they will be destroyed." "You're a criminal lawyer, aren't you, Mr. Costello? I think you know the law." Langton said, "I'm sure I speak for the whole of Chambers when I say that we shall cooperate in every way we can. Obviously, you'll need our prints. Obviously, too, you'll need to search Chambers. We'll be glad to have the use of our rooms as soon as possible, but we do understand the need for delay." Dalgliesh said, "I'll ensure that it's kept to the minimum. Who is the next of kin, do you know? Have the family been told?" The question was treated with embarrassment, almost, he thought, with dismay. Once more, no one responded. Langton looked again at Lord. Lord said, "I'm afraid that what with shock and the need to call you in as soon as possible, we hadn't thought about next of kin. There's an ex-husband, Luke Cummins, and an only child, Octavia. Venetia had no other family, as far as I know. She's been divorced for 11 years. Her ex-husband has remarried and lives in the country, Dorset, I think. If you want his address, I expect it will be among Venetia's papers. Octavia lives in the basement flat at her mother's house. She's young, only just 18. Actually, she was born on the first minute of the first day of October, hence the name. Venetia always liked life to be rational. Oh, and there's the housekeeper, of course, Mrs. Buckley, who rang Harry this morning. I'm surprised he hasn't been on to us again." Langton said, "Didn't Harry say that he'd told her that Miss Aldridge was here? She'll probably be expecting her home for dinner, as usual." Dalgliesh said, "The daughter should be told as soon as possible. I don't know whether a member of Chambers would wish to do that. I should in any case want to send 2 of my officers to the house." Again there was an embarrassed pause. Again the other 3 seemed to be looking to Lord for a lead. He said, "I knew Venetia better than anyone else in Chambers, but I've hardly met the daughter. None of us knows Octavia. I don't think she's ever set foot in Chambers. When we did meet, I sensed that she didn't much care for me. If we had a woman colleague here, we could send her, but we haven't. It might be better if one of your people told her. I don't think the news would come well from me. I'm here, of course, if I can help." He looked round at his colleagues. "We all are." Dalgliesh asked, "Did Miss Aldridge normally work late in Chambers?" Once more it was Lord who replied, "Yes, she did. Occasionally she'd be here as late as 10. She preferred not to work at home." "And who was the last person to see her yesterday?" Langton and Lord glanced at each other. There was a pause, and then Lord replied, "Probably Harry Norton. Harry says that he took a brief up to her at 6:30. The rest of us had left by then. But one of the cleaners may have seen her, Mrs. Carpenter or Mrs. Watson. We get them from Miss Elkington's domestic agency, and they both come from 8:30 to 10 on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. On the other 2 days, Mrs. Watson works alone." A little surprised that Lord should know these domestic details, Dalgliesh asked, "And one or both of them has a key?"
Again it was Lord who replied. "To the main door. Both of them. And Miss Elkington. They're extremely reliable women. They set the alarm before they leave." Langton broke his silence. He said, "I have every confidence in the reliability and integrity of the cleaners. Every confidence." There was an embarrassed silence. Lord seemed about to speak, changed his mind, and then looked straight at Dalgliesh. "There's something I ought perhaps to mention. I'm not saying it's got anything to do with Venetia's death, but it could be a factor in the situation. I mean, it's something your officers might find it helpful to know before they see Octavia." Dalgliesh waited. He was aware of a heightened interest in the room, an almost perceptible tightening of tension. Lord said, "Octavia's taken up with Gary Ash, the boy Venetia defended a month ago. He was accused of murdering his aunt in a house on Westway. You'll remember the case, of course." "I remember." "Apparently he made contact with Octavia almost as soon as he was released. I don't know how or why, but Venetia thought it was contrived. Obviously she was desperately worried. She told me they were actually thinking of getting engaged, or were already engaged." Dalgliesh asked, "Did she say whether they were lovers?" "She thought not, but she wasn't sure. That was the last thing she wanted, of course. Well, that would be the last thing any parent would want. I've never seen Venetia so upset. She wanted me to help." "In what way?" "By buying him off. Yes, I know it's absurd. I had to tell her so. But there it is. Or rather, there he is." "In the house?" "In Octavia's flat. Most of the time, I believe." Langton said, "I thought that Venetia was in a very odd mood when she got back from the Bailey on Monday. I suppose she was worried about Octavia." It was then that Ulrich looked up from his book. He said to Lord, "I'm interested in why you should think this is, how did you describe it, a factor in the situation?" Lord said curtly, "Gary Ash was accused of murder. This is murder. A convenient suspect. But I can't see how either he or Octavia could have known about the blood in the refrigerator, or where the full-bottomed wig was stored. I have no doubt you are right to bring the matter to the attention of the police, but I fail to see why Venetia was so worried. After all, the young man was found not guilty. A brilliant defence, I believe. Venetia should have been gratified that he obviously wished to maintain his links with the family." He returned to his book. Dalgliesh said, "Excuse me," and drew Kate outside. He said, "Tell Ferris what we're looking for, then get the Aldrich address from Harry Norton, and take Robbins with you. If there's a chance of finding out what the girl and Ash were doing last night without upsetting her too much, do so. And I want the cleaners here, Mrs. Carpenter and Mrs. Watson. As they work at night, there's a good chance one of them will be at home. Oh, and leave a WPC and a man at the house, will you, Kate? The girl may need some protection from the press. And speak to the housekeeper, Mrs. Buckley. In private, if you get a chance. She could be helpful, but don't spend too long. We'll need to go back later, and the real questions can wait until the daughter's over the shock." Kate wouldn't, he knew, resent the instructions, or see this chore as an irritating interruption in the real detection. Nor would she resent the fact that this was regarded as a woman's job. It was always better to send a woman to another woman, and women, with some notable exceptions, were better at breaking bad news than men. Perhaps down the centuries they had had more practice. But Kate, even as she comforted, would be watching, listening, thinking, assessing. She knew as well as any police officer that the first encounter with the bereaved was, as often as not, the first encounter with the killer. Chapter 14. The address given by Harry Norton for Miss Aldridge was in Pelham Place, SW7. Checking her list of addresses and consulting the map before driving off, Kate said to Sergeant Robbins, "After we've seen Octavia Cummins, assuming she's at home, we'll try Mrs. Carpenter at Sedgemoor Crescent. That's in Earl's Court. The other cleaner, Mrs. Watson, lives in Bethnal Green. Earl's Court will be quicker. But we need to talk to one or both of the women as soon as possible. We could telephone and check if they're at home, but it's better to break the news face to face. Pelham Place was a quiet, attractive street of equally attractive period terraces, identical three-storied gleaming houses with elegant fanlights, railed front gardens and basements. The street and the houses had a perfection which was almost intimidating. No weed, thought Kate, would surely dare to push its unsanctified tendrils through these carefully tended small lawns and flower beds. There was a noticeable absence of cars, and the street lay in a morning calm, with no sign of life. Kate parked in front of Miss Aldridge's house, with an uneasy feeling that she might well find the car clamped or missing when she and Robbins returned. Looking up at the glistening facade, the two tall windows at first-floor level with their ironwork balcony, Robbins said, "Nice house, pleasant road. I didn't think members of the criminal bar did that well for themselves." "It depends on the barrister. Venetia Aldridge didn't just rely on legal aid. Not that legal aid cases are as badly paid as some lawyers make out. But she's always had a number of wealthy private clients. There were those two cases last year, one of criminal libel and the other fraud against the Inland Revenue. The second lasted 3 months. Robin said, "She didn't win it, though, did she?" "No, but that doesn't mean she wasn't paid." She wondered why Venetia Aldridge had chosen this particular street, and then thought that she knew why. South Kensington Underground Station was within a few minutes' walk, with only 6 stops from there to the Temple. Miss Aldridge could be in chambers in about 20 minutes, whatever the congestion on the roads. Robbins put up his hand to a gleaming bell-push. They heard the thin scrape of the chain, and an elderly woman peered anxiously out at them. Kate showed her warrant card. She said, "Mrs. Buckley, I'm Detective Inspector Miskin, and this is Sergeant Robbins. May we come in?" The chain was released, and the door opened. Mrs. Buckley was revealed as a slight, nervous-looking woman with a small, precisely formed mouth between bulging cheeks, which gave her the appearance of a hamster, and an air Kate had noticed before in the Insecure, a somewhat desperate respectability, tempered by an attempt at authority. She said, "The police. You'll be wanting Miss Aldridge, I expect. She isn't here. She's at her chambers in Pawlet Court." Kate said, "It's about Miss Aldridge that we've come. We have to see her daughter. I'm afraid there's bad news." At once the anxious face paled. She said, "Oh, God, so there is something wrong." She stood to one side, shaking, and as they entered, pointed soundlessly to the door on the right. As they came in, she whispered, "She's in there, Octavia and her fiancé. Her mother's dead, isn't she? That's what you've come to tell us." "Yes," said Kate. "I'm afraid she is." Surprisingly, Mrs. Buckley made no attempt to precede them, but left Kate to open the door, then followed last behind Sergeant Robbins. They were met immediately by a strong breakfast smell of bacon and coffee. A girl and a young man were seated at the table, but got up as they entered, and stared at them with unwelcoming eyes. It could only have been a couple of seconds before Kate spoke, but in that brief moment her keen eyes had taken in the girl, her companion, and the layout of the room. It had obviously originally been 2, but a dividing wall had been taken down to make one long, dual-purpose room. The front part was the dining room, with an oblong table in polished wood, a sideboard to the right of the door, and opposite, a period fireplace with fitted shelves on either side, and an oil painting above. At the garden end was the kitchen, and Kate noted that the sink and stove had been fitted to the left-hand wall, so that the window gave an unimpeded view of the garden. Small details impinged upon her eyes and mind. The row of terracotta pots of herbs under the far window, an assortment of porcelain figures, discordant in size and period, placed rather than arranged on the display shelves, the smear of grease on the cluttered table left by the discarded plates. Octavia Cummins was skinny but full-breasted, with the face of a knowing child. Her eyes, the irises a rich chestnut brown, were narrow and slightly slanted under thin brows, which looked as if they'd been plucked. They gave an exotic distinction to a face which might have been thought interesting, if not pretty, were it not for the sullen downturn of the overlong mouth. She was wearing a long sleeveless cotton dress, patterned in red, over a white shirt. Both were in need of washing. Her only jewellery was a ring, a red stone surrounded by pearls, on her engagement finger. In contrast to her grubbiness, the young man looked aggressively clean. He could have sat for a portrait in black and white. Dark, almost black hair, black jeans, a pale face and a very white open-necked shirt. The dark eyes stared at Kate with a look, half insolent, half appraising, but which, as their eyes held, became disconcertingly blank, as if for him she had suddenly ceased to exist. Kate said, "Miss Octavia Cummins. I'm Detective Inspector Kate Miskin, and this is Detective Sergeant Robbins. I'm afraid we have some very bad news. Miss Cummins, I think it would be better if you sat down." It was always a useful warning of impending disaster, this convention that bad news should never be taken standing up. The girl said, "I don't want to sit down. You can if you like. This is my fiancé. His name is Ash. Oh, and this is Mrs. Buckley. She's the housekeeper. I don't think you want her, do you?" Her voice held an unmistakable note of bored contempt. And yet, thought Kate, it was surely impossible that she should have no realization of the significance of their visit. How often did the police come bearing good news? It was the housekeeper who spoke. "I should have known. I should have rung the police last night when she didn't come home. She's never stayed out all night without telling me. When I rang this morning, that man, the clerk, said she was there in chambers. How could she be there?" Kate kept her eyes on the girl. She said gently, "She was there, but I'm afraid she was dead. The clerk, Mr. Norton, found her body when he arrived for work. I'm very sorry, Miss Cummins." "Mother's dead? But she can't be dead. We saw her on Tuesday. She wasn't ill then." "It wasn't a natural death, Miss Cummins." It was Ash who spoke. "You're telling us that she was murdered?" It was a statement, not a question. His voice puzzled Kate. It was superficially ordinary enough, and yet it struck her as artificial, one of many voices he could summon up at will. It was not, she thought, the voice he had been born with, but then was hers. She was not the Kate Miskin who had lugged her grandmother shopping up 7 urine-smelling flights of stairs at Ellison Fairweather Buildings. She didn't look the same. She didn't sound the same. She sometimes wished that she didn't feel the same. She said, "I'm afraid it looks like that. We shan't know the details until the post-mortem." She turned again to the girl. "Is there anyone you would like to have with you? Shall I ring your doctor? Do you want a cup of tea?" A cup of tea. That English remedy for grief, shock, and human mortality. She had made tea in so many kitchens during her career as a policewoman, in squalid, stinking pits where the sink was piled with unwashed plates and rubbish spilled from the bin, in neat suburban kitchens, small shrines of domesticity, in elegantly designed rooms in which it was difficult to believe that anyone ever cooked. Mrs. Buckley glanced towards the kitchen and said, looking at Octavia, "Shall I?" The girl said, "I don't want tea, and I don't want anyone else. I've got Ash, and I don't need a doctor." "When did she die?" "We don't yet know. Sometime last night." "Then you won't be able to pin it on Ash like you did last time. We've got an alibi. We were down in my flat, and Mrs. Buckley cooked dinner for us. The 3 of us were there all the evening. Ask her." This was information Kate wanted, but she had had no intention of asking for it yet. One does not break the news to a daughter of her mother's murder, and at the same time inquire whether she and her boyfriend have an alibi. But she couldn't resist raising an interrogative eyebrow at Mrs. Buckley. The woman nodded. "Yes, that's true. I cooked a meal in the kitchen downstairs, and we were together all evening, until I went to my room. That was after I'd washed up. It must have been 10:30 or a little after. I remember thinking that it was half an hour after my usual time." So that put Ash and the girl in the clear. They could hardly have got to the temple in under 15 minutes, even by a fast motorcycle, and assuming the roads were unusually clear. The time could be checked, but why bother? Venetia Aldridge had been dead hours before 10:45. Octavia said, "So there you are. Hard luck. This time you'll have to find the real murderer. Why not try her lover? Why not question bloody Mr. Mark Ralston, MP? Ask him what he and my mother were quarrelling about on Tuesday night." Kate controlled herself with difficulty. Then she said calmly, "Miss Cummins, your mother was murdered. It's our job to find out who was responsible. But at the moment I'm more concerned to make sure that you're all right. Obviously you are." "That's what you think. You don't know anything about me. Why don't you go away?" Suddenly she collapsed onto one of the dining chairs and burst into a loud sobbing, as uncontrolled and spontaneous as the bawling of a small child. Kate instinctively made a move towards her, but Ash intervened and stood silently between them. Then he moved to the back of the chair and placed his hands on her shoulders. At first, seeing a small convulsive twitch, Kate thought that Octavia would shrug him away. But she submitted to the controlling hands, and after a little time the howl subsided into a low sobbing. Head slumped forward, the tears fell in a steady stream over the clenched hands. The dark, expressionless eyes again met Kate's over the girl's head. "You heard what she said. Why don't you go away? You're not wanted here." Kate said, "When the news breaks, there may be unwelcome media attention. If Miss Cummins needs protection, let us know. We shall want to talk to you both. Will you be in later today?" "I expect so. Here or in Octavia's flat. That's in the basement. You could try your luck in either place about 6. "Thank you. It would be helpful if you could make an effort to be here. It will save us wasting time by having to come back." Kate and Sergeant Robbins left, followed by the housekeeper. At the door, Kate turned to her. "We shall need to talk to you later. Where can we find you?" The woman's hands were shaking. Her eyes looked into Kate's with a mixture of fear and appeal, which was all too familiar. She said, "Here, I suppose. I'm usually here from 6 onwards to cook Miss Aldridge's dinner when she's in London. I have a small bed-sitting room and bathroom at the top of the house. I don't know what's going to happen now. I suppose I'll have to move out. Well, I won't want to work for Miss Cummins. I suppose she'll sell the house. It sounds awful thinking about myself, but I don't know what I'll do. I've got a lot of my things here. Small things, really. A desk, some of my late husband's books, a cabinet of china I'm fond of. I put the heavier furniture in store when Miss Aldridge took me on. I can't believe she's dead. And like that. It's horrible. Murder. It changes everything, doesn't it?" "Yes," Kate said. "Murder changes everything." She had already decided that it would have been inappropriate to question the daughter until later, but Mrs. Buckley was different. It wasn't possible to say much while lingering on the doorstep, but the housekeeper, as if anxious to prolong the interview, moved with them towards the car. Kate said, "When did you last see Miss Aldridge?" "Yesterday morning, at breakfast. She liked to get her own. Just orange juice, muesli, and toast. But I always came down to ask about the day. What meals she would be in for, any instructions. She left just before 8:30 to go to the Crown Court at Snaresbrook. She usually told me if she'd be out of London in case she was wanted urgently, and they rang here instead of Chambers. But that wasn't the last time I spoke to her. I rang Chambers at 7:45 last night." Kate was careful to keep her voice calm. She said, "Are you sure of the time?" "Oh, quite sure. I told myself that I'd wait until 7:30 before I worried her. And then when 7:30 came, I lifted the receiver but put it down again. I waited until 7:45. I'm quite sure of the time. I looked at my watch." "Did you actually speak to Miss Aldridge?" "Oh, yes, I spoke to her." "How did she seem?" Before Mrs. Buckley could answer, they heard footsteps, and turning, saw Octavia Cummins, running down the garden path, glaring like an angry child. She shouted, "She rang my mother to complain about me. And if you want to talk to my housekeeper, do it inside, not on the street." Mrs. Buckley gave a startled exclamation, and without another word, turned and scurried into the house. The girl took one last look at Kate and Robbins, then followed her. The door was firmly closed. Fastening her seat-belt, Kate said, "We mismanaged that. At least I did. Disagreeable little beast, isn't she? Makes you wonder why people bother to have kids." Sergeant Robbins said, "The tears were genuine." He added quietly, "Never the easiest part of our job, breaking the bad news. Tears of shock, not grief. And was it such bad news? She's an only child. She'll get it all. House, money, furniture, and that expensive oil over the fireplace. And no doubt a lot of the same upstairs in the drawing-room." Robin said, "You can't judge people by their reaction to murder. You can't know what they're thinking or feeling. Sometimes they don't know themselves." Kate said, "All right, Sergeant, we all know you're the humane face of policing, but don't lay it on too thick. Octavia Cummins never even bothered to ask exactly how her mother died. And think of her first reaction. All she worried about was that we wouldn't be able to pin it onto her fiancé, so-called. That's an odd setup. Young people today don't have fiancés, they have partners. And what exactly is he after, do you suppose?" Robbins thought for a moment. Then he said, "I think I know who he is. Gary Ash. He was acquitted about 4 weeks ago of murdering his aunt. The woman was found with her throat slashed in our house off Westway. I remember the case because a friend of mine was a detective constable working on it. And there's something else that's interesting. Venetia Aldridge was defending counsel." The car had been halted at a traffic light. Kate said, "Yes, I know. Drysdale Lord told us. I should have mentioned it on the way here, before we got to the house. Sorry, Sergeant." She felt angry with herself. Why on earth hadn't she told Robbins? It was hardly the kind of information which slipped the mind. Admittedly, she hadn't been expecting to find Gary Ash at the house, but that was no excuse. She said again, "Sorry." The car moved on. They were travelling now along the Brompton Road. There was a silence, then Robin said, "Do you think there's a chance of breaking that alibi? Mrs. Buckley struck me as honest." "Me too. No, she was telling the truth. Anyway, how could Ash or the girl have got into Chambers? And what about the wig and the blood? Would they know where to find either? We've been told that Octavia never showed her face in Chambers. What about this supposed lover? Spite or truth? A bit of both, I imagine. Obviously, he'll have to be seen. He isn't going to like it. Up-and-coming MP, not in the shadow cabinet, but a possible candidate for junior office. Majority of under 1,000 to defend. You know a lot about him. Who doesn't? You can hardly catch a political programme without seeing him pontificating. Take a look at the map, will you? These roads are tricky. I don't want to miss the turning into Sedgemoor Crescent. Let's hope that we find Mrs. Carpenter at home. The sooner we talk to these women, the better." Chapter 15. Dalgliesh and Pearce saw Harry Norton in his office. It seemed to Dalgliesh that the clerk would be more at ease there in the room where he had worked for nearly 40 years. Terry Gledhill, the junior clerk, had been questioned and told that he could go home. Norton would stay to deal with anything urgent. He sat now at his desk, hands on his knees, like a man in the extremes of exhaustion. He was of medium height and build, but seemed smaller, the tired, anxious face looking older than his body. The thinning grey hair was carefully brushed back from a lumpy forehead. There was a strained look in his eyes, which Dalgliesh thought was more long-standing than the result of the day's tragedy. But there was in his bearing The innate dignity of a man who is at ease with his work, does it well, and knows that he is valued. He was carefully dressed. The formal suit was obviously old, but the trousers were immaculately creased, the shirt freshly laundered. Dalgliesh and Piers had taken the other 2 chairs, and they sat among the usual apparently disorganized clutter of the clerk's room, the heart of Chambers. Dalgliesh knew that the man before them could probably tell him more about what went on in number 8 Pawlet Court than any of the tenants. Whether he would choose to do so was more debatable. On the floor between them was the tin which had held the full-bottomed wig. It was about 2 feet high, very battered, and with the initials JHL painted on the side, beneath a coat of arms now almost indecipherable. The tin was lined with pleated fawn silk, with a central padded column to support the wig. The lid was open, and the tin empty. Norton said, "It's always been kept in the clerk's office as long as I've been here, and that's as long as Mr. Langton, nearly 40 years. It belonged to his grandfather, who was given it by an old friend when he took silk. That was in 1907. There's a photograph of him wearing it in Mr. Langton's room. It was always lent to members of Chambers when they took silk. Well, you can see, sir, from the photographs." The framed photographs, some old, in black and white, and the most recent in colour, were hung to the left of Norton's desk. The faces, all but one, male, grave, self-satisfied, broadly smiling, or with a more controlled satisfaction, gazed at the camera above the silk and the lace. Some with their families, 1 or 2 obviously taken in Chambers, with Harry Norton, rigid with vicarious pride, at their side. Dalgliesh recognized Langton, Lord, Ulrich, and Miss Aldridge. He said, "Was the tin kept locked?" "Not in my time. There didn't seem a need. It was locked in old Mr. Langton's time. Then the clasp got broken, I think about 8 years ago, maybe more, and there didn't seem any point in getting it mended. It's always kept closed to preserve the wig, and isn't usually opened until a new QC is appointed. And sometimes a QC will borrow it if he's invited to the judge's annual service." "And when was it last worn?" 2 years ago, sir. That's when Mr. Montague took silk. He works from the Salisbury Annex. We don't often see him here in Chambers. But that wasn't the last time I saw the wig. Mr. Costello was in the office last week, and he tried it on." "When was that?" "Wednesday afternoon." "And how did it happen?" "Mr. Costello was looking at the photograph of Miss Aldridge. Terry, my assistant, said something like, 'You'll be next, sir.' Mr. Costello asked whether we still had Mr. Langton's wig. Terry dragged it out of the cupboard, and Mr. Costello opened it to look. Then he tried it on. It was only on his head for a moment. He took it off and put it back almost at once. I think it was intended as a humorous gesture, sir." "And as far as you know, the tin hasn't been opened since?" "Not to my knowledge. Terry put it back in the cupboard at once, and no more was said." Piers asked, "Didn't you think it odd that Mr. Costello should ask whether you still had the wig? I thought it was generally known in Chambers that the wig was kept in your office." "I think it was generally known. Mr. Costello was probably speaking lightly. I can't be absolutely sure of the exact words. He may have said, 'You've still got the full-bottomed wig here, haven't you?' Something like that. He'll be able to be more accurate, I expect." They then went over Norton's first account of the finding of the body. He had recovered from the worst of the initial shock, but Dalgliesh noticed that his hands, which had been resting on his knees, began a restless plucking at the trouser creases. Dalgliesh said, "You acted with great sense in an appalling situation. You realize that we are still anxious that the business of the blood and the wig shouldn't be spoken of by the few people who've seen the body." "It won't be spoken of by me, sir." He paused, and then said, "It was the blood. That's what got me. The body was cold, stone cold. It was like touching marble. And yet the blood was wet, tacky. That's when I nearly lost my head. I shouldn't have touched the body, of course. I realize that now. I suppose it was kind of instinctive, to make sure she was dead.
It didn't occur to you that the blood must be Mr. Ulrich's? Not then. Not later, either. I should have realized at once that it couldn't be Miss Aldrich's blood. It seems odd now, but I think I tried to put the picture out of my mind, not to think about it. But you knew that Mr. Ulrich had a pint of blood stored in his fridge? Yes, I knew. He told Miss Caldwell, and she told me. I think it was generally known in chambers, among the staff, that is, by the end of Monday. Mr. Ulrich was always very careful about his health. Terry said something like, "Let's hope he never needs a heart transplant, or God knows what we'll find in his fridge." Pierce said, "People tended to make a joke about it." Well, not a joke, exactly. It just seemed an odd idea, taking your own blood into hospital. Dalgliesh seemed to rouse himself from a reverie. He asked, "Did you like Miss Aldridge?" The question was as unexpected as it was unwelcome. Norton's pale face flushed. "I didn't dislike her. She was a very fine lawyer, a respected member of these chambers." Dalgliesh said gently, "But that isn't really an answer, is it?" Norton looked at him. "It wasn't my job to like or dislike, only to see that she got the service she was entitled to. I know of no one who wished her ill, sir, and that includes me." Dalgliesh said, "Can we go back to yesterday? Do you realize that you may have been the last person to see Miss Aldrich alive?" "When was that?" "Just before 6:30. Ross and Halliwell, the solicitors who gave her a great deal of work, had sent round a brief. She was expecting it and rang to ask me to bring it up as soon as it arrived. I did that. Terry had run out to get a copy of the Evening Standard, just after 6, and I took that up too." "And the Standard was complete? No one had extracted part of it?" "Not that I noticed. It looked untouched." "What happened?" "Nothing, sir. Miss Aldridge was seated at her desk, working. She seemed perfectly all right, just as usual. I said good night and left her. I was the last of the staff to leave, but I didn't set the alarm. I could see a light in Mr. Ulrich's office downstairs, so I knew he'd be leaving after me. The last person out usually sets the alarm, and then when the cleaners arrive, they disconnect it while they're working." Dalgliesh asked him about the cleaning arrangements. Norton confirmed what Lord had already told him. The work was in the hands of Miss Elkington's domestic agency. Miss Elkington specialized in the cleaning of lawyers' offices, and employed only the most reliable women. Their two cleaners were Mrs. Carpenter and Mrs. Watson. They would have been there last night, arriving at their usual time of 8:30. The hours were 8:30 until 10 on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Dalgliesh said, "We shall, of course, be speaking to Mrs. Carpenter and to Mrs. Watson. One of my officers is fetching them now. Do they clean the whole of the building?" "Except, of course, for the upstairs flat. They have nothing to do with Mr. Justice Boothroyd and Lady Boothroyd's flat. And sometimes they can't get into one of the rooms here if a member of Chambers chooses to lock it. This is very rare, but it can happen if there are highly sensitive papers about. Miss Aldrich did occasionally lock her door, which has, of course, a key, not a security device. She disliked those press-button systems. She said they spoilt the look of Chambers. Miss Aldrich always had a key, and I had a duplicate. I keep duplicate keys to all the rooms in this cupboard here." During their interview, there had been intermittent messages coming through by fax. Now Norton glanced anxiously towards the machine. But there was a last question before they let him go. Dalgliesh said, "You have earlier described exactly what happened this morning. You left your house in Buckhurst Hill at 7:30 to catch your usual train. You would expect to be in the office by about 8:30, but it was 9 before you rang Mr. Langton. There seems to be about 30 minutes unaccounted for. What were you doing in that time?" The question, with its implication of facts withheld, of a long-established routine inexplicably broken, could not have been more unwelcome, however gently put. Even so, the response was surprising. Norton looked for a moment as guilty as if he had been accused of the murder. Then he recovered himself and said, "I didn't come straight into the office. When I got to Fleet Street, there were things I needed to think over. I decided to go on walking for a time. I can't remember exactly where I went, but it was along the embankment and then up to the Strand." "Thinking about what?" "Personal things. Family matters." He added, "Mostly about whether I'd accept a year's extension here if it were offered." "And will it be?" "I'm not sure Mr. Langton did talk about it, but of course he couldn't promise anything before it was discussed at Chambers meeting." "But you expected no difficulty?" "I can't say. You had better ask Mr. Langton, sir. There may have been members who thought it was time for a change." Piers asked, "Was Miss Aldridge one of them?" Norton turned and looked at him. "I think her idea was to have a practice manager instead of a clerk. 1 or 2 chambers have appointed them, and I believe it's working well." "But you hoped to stay on?" Piers persisted. "I thought I did, as long as Mr. Langton was head of chambers. He and I came here the same year. But it's different now. Murder changes everything. I don't suppose he'll want to stay on. This could break him. It's a terrible thing for him. A terrible thing for Chambers. Terrible." The enormity of it seemed suddenly to have overwhelmed him. His voice broke. Dalgliesh wondered whether he was about to cry. They sat in silence. It was broken by the sound of hurrying footsteps, and Ferris came in. Keeping his voice controlled, he said, "Excuse me, sir, but I think we've found the weapon." Chapter 16. The 4 members of Chambers waited together in the library, for the most part, without speaking. Langton had taken the chair at the head of the table, more from habit than from any wish to preside. He caught himself glancing at each of his colleagues' faces with a momentary intensity, which he was half afraid they would detect and resent. He saw them as if for the first time, not as 3 familiar faces, but as strangers involved in a common catastrophe, stranded in some airport lounge, wondering how each would react, curious about the circumstances that had so fortuitously thrown them together. He found himself thinking, "I'm head of Chambers, and these are my friends, my brothers in the law. I don't even know them. I have never known them." He was reminded of a day when he was 14. It had been his birthday, and he had for the first time looked in the bathroom glass, and subjected every detail of his face to a long, unsmiling scrutiny, and had thought, "This is me. This is what I look like." And then he had remembered that the image was reversed, and that never in all his life would he see the face that others saw, and that perhaps it was more than his features that were unknowable. But what could one tell from a face? There's no art to find the mind's construction in the face. He was a gentleman on whom I built an absolute trust. Macbeth. The unlucky play, or so actors claimed, the play of blood. How old had he been when they had studied it at school? 15, 16? How odd that he could remember that quotation when so much else had been forgotten. He glanced across the table at Simon Costello. He was sitting at the far end, and continually pressing back his chair as if to rock himself into equanimity. Langton looked at the familiar, pale, square face. The eyes which now seemed too small under the heavy brows, the red-gold hair which could flame in high sunlight, the powerful shoulders. He looked more like a professional rugger player than a lawyer, though not when he wore his wig. Then the face became an impressive mask of judicial gravitas. But, thought Langton, wigs metamorphose us all. Perhaps that's why we're so unwilling to get rid of them. He looked across at Ulrich, at the slight, delicate face, the undisciplined brown hair falling across the high forehead, the eyes keen and speculative behind the steel-rimmed spectacles, yet sometimes holding a look of gentle melancholy, even of endurance. Ulrich, who could look like a poet, but could rasp out his words with the occasional venom of a disappointed schoolmaster. He was still sitting in one of the armchairs beside the fireplace, with the same book spread open on his closed knees. It didn't look like a legal tome. Langton found himself unreasonably curious to know what Ulrich was reading. Drysdale Lord was looking out of the window, with nothing of him visible but a perfectly tailored back. Now he turned. He didn't speak, but gave a short, interrogative twitch of his eyebrow, and an almost imperceptible shrug. His face was perhaps paler than usual, but otherwise he looked as he always did, elegant, confident, relaxed. He was, thought Langton, easily the best-looking man in Chambers, perhaps one of the handsomest at the bar, where confident good looks were not unusual before they hardened into the peevish arrogance of old age. The strong mouth was sculptured under the long, straight nose, the hair a dark, disciplined thatch, flecked with grey above deep-set eyes. Langton found himself wondering what his relationship with Venetia had really been. Lovers? It seemed unlikely. And wasn't there a rumour that Venetia was sexually occupied elsewhere? A lawyer? A writer? A politician? Someone well-known. He must have heard something more definite than this vague recollection of old gossip, perhaps even a name. If so, like so much else, it had escaped him. What else, he wondered, had been going on that he hadn't been aware of? Lowering his eyes to look away from his colleagues and down at his own clasped hands, he thought, "And what about me? How do they see me? How much do they know or guess?" But at least so far in this emergency he had acted as head of Chambers. The words had come when he had needed them. The event, so dramatic in its horror, had imposed its own response. Drysdale, of course, had almost taken over, but not quite, not altogether. He, Langton, had still been head of Chambers. It was to him that Dalgliesh had turned. Costello was the most restless. Now he got up from his chair, almost overturning it, and started a deliberate pacing along the length of the table. He said, "I don't see why we have to stay cooped up here, as if we were suspects. I mean, it's obvious someone from outside got in and killed her. It doesn't mean it was the same person who decorated her with that bloody wig. Bloody in more than one sense." Looking up, Ulrich said, "It was an extraordinarily insensitive thing for anyone to do. It isn't particularly pleasant having blood taken. I very much dislike the needle. And there's always a risk, however small, of infection. Of course, I provide my own needles. Blood donors make out that the procedure is painless, and no doubt it is, but I have never found it agreeable. Now I shall have to cancel the operation and start all over again." Lord said, half amused, half protesting, "For God's sake, Desmond, what does it matter? All you've lost, however inconvenient, is a pint of blood. Venetia's dead, and we've got a murder in Chambers. I agree it would have been more convenient had she died elsewhere." Costello stopped his pacing. "Perhaps she did. Are the police sure that she was killed where she was found?" Lord said, "We don't know what Dalgliesh is sure about. He's hardly likely to confide in us. Until he knows the time of death and the hours for which we are expected to provide alibis, I suppose we have to be considered suspects. But surely she was killed where she was found. I can't see a murderer carrying a dead body through the Middle Temple just to leave it in Chambers for the purpose of incriminating us. Anyway, how would he get in?" Costello began again his vigorous pacing. "Well, that's not going to be difficult, is it? We're hardly security-conscious here, are we? I mean, you can't exactly describe this place as being secure. I frequently find the front door ajar, or even standing open when I arrive. I complained about it more than once, but nothing gets done. Even the people with security buttons on their inner doors don't bother to use them half the time. Venetia and you, Hubert, have refused to have them fitted. Anyone could have got in last night, walked into the building and up to Venetia's room. Well, someone obviously did." Lord said, "It's a comforting thought, but I don't somehow think Dalgliesh is going to believe that this murdering intruder knew where to find the full-bottomed wig or the blood." Costello said, "Valerie Caldwell did. I've been wondering a bit about her. She was terribly upset when Venetia wouldn't take her brother's case." Looking round at their faces, suddenly stern, and Lord's disgusted, He said feebly, "Well, it was only a thought." Lord said, "Best kept to yourself. If Valerie wants to mention it to the police, then it's up to her. I certainly shan't. The suggestion that Valerie Caldwell could have had anything to do with Venetia's death is ludicrous. Anyway, with luck she'll have an alibi. We all will." Desmond Ulrich said with a note of satisfaction, "I certainly haven't. That is, not unless she was killed after 7:15. I left chambers just after 7:15, went home to wash, leave my briefcase and feed the cat, then returned to have dinner at Rule's in Maiden Lane. Yesterday was my birthday. I've had dinner at Rule's on my birthday since I was a boy." Costello asked, "Alone?" "Of course. Dinner alone is the proper end to my birthday." Costello sounded like a cross-examiner. "Why bother to go home? I mean, why not go to the restaurant straight from here? Lot of trouble, wasn't it, just to feed the cat? And to leave my briefcase. I never check it in when I have important papers, and I greatly dislike leaving it under my chair." Costello persisted. "Did you book?" "No, I didn't book. I'm known at Rule's. They usually manage to find me a table. They did last night. I was there by 8:15, as the police will no doubt check. May I suggest, Simon, that you leave the police work to them?" He returned to his book. Costello said shortly, "I left chambers just after you, Hubert, at 6 o'clock. Went home and stayed at home. Lois can confirm it. What about you, Drysdale?" Lord said easily, "This is all a bit pointless, isn't it, until we know the time of death? I, too, went home, and then to the theatre to see When We Are Married at the Savoy." Costello said, "I thought that was at Chichester." "It's been transferred to the West End for an 8-week run until November." "You went on your own? Don't you usually go to the theatre with Venetia?" "Not this time. As you say, I went on my own." "Well, it was conveniently close, anyway." Lord kept his voice calm. "Conveniently close for what, Simon? Are you suggesting that I could have dashed out in the interval, killed Venetia, and got back in time for the second act? I suppose that's something the police will check. I can just imagine one of Dalglish's minions leaping out of his seat, tearing down the Strand, timing it all to the minute. Frankly, I don't think it could be done." It was then that they heard the sound of wheels in the court. Lord moved to the window. He said, "What a sinister-looking van. They've come to take her away. Venetia leaves chambers for the last time." The front door was opened. They could hear masculine voices in the hall, the measured tread of feet on the stairs. Langton said, "It seems wrong to let her go like this." He pictured what was happening in the room above them, the corpse being zipped into the body bag, lifted onto a stretcher. Would they leave the bloody wig on her head, or transport it separately? And didn't they tape the head and the hands? He remembered seeing that done last time he had watched a crime series on television. He said again, "It seems wrong to let her go like this. I feel there's something we ought to do." He moved to join Lord at the window and heard Ulrich's voice. "Do what, precisely? Do you want to find Harry and Valerie and then line us all up in a guard of honour? Perhaps we should be wearing robes and wigs to make the gesture more appropriate." No one replied, but all except Ulrich stood at the window and watched. The burden was carried out and loaded into the van, swiftly and efficiently. The doors were quietly closed. They stood watching until the sound of the wheels had died away. Langton broke the silence. He said to Drysdale Lord, "How well do you know Adam Dalgliesh?" "Not well. I doubt whether anyone does." "I thought you'd met." "Once at a dinner party given by the last commissioner. Dalgliesh is the Yard's maverick. Every organization needs one, if only to reassure the critics that it is capable of inspiration. The Met doesn't want to be seen as a bastion of masculine insensitivity. A touch of control eccentricity has its uses, provided it's allied with intelligence. Dalgliesh certainly has his uses. He's advisor to the Commissioner, to begin with. That could mean anything or nothing. In his case, it probably means more influence than either would be willing to admit. Then he heads a small squad dignified with some innocuous name set up to investigate crimes of particular sensitivity. Apparently ours qualifies for that privilege. It's a device for keeping his hand in, presumably. He's a useful committee man, too. At present, he's just finished serving on that advisory group the Met set up to discuss how to assimilate the spies of MI5 into conventional policing. There's a nice little pot of trouble brewing up there. Unexpectedly, Ulrich looked up and asked, "Do you like him?" I don't know him well enough to feel any emotion, as positive as like or dislike. I have a certain prejudice, irrational as prejudice usually is. He reminds me of a sergeant I knew when I was doing my spell in the territorials. He was perfectly qualified to take a commission, but preferred to remain in the ranks. Inverted snobbery. More a kind of inverted conceit. He claimed that remaining a sergeant gave him a better chance of studying the men, as well as greater independence. He was actually implying that he despised the officers too much to wish to join them. Dalgliesh could have been commissioner, or at least a chief constable. So why isn't he? Ulrich said, "There is his poetry." True, and that could be more successful if he put himself about, did a bit of publicity. Costello said, "Will he realize that the work here has to go on? That's what I'm asking. After all, it's the beginning of the Michaelmas term. We've got to get access to our rooms. We can't see clients when there are heavy-footed detective constables stamping up and down the stairs." Oh, he'll be considerate. If he has to clamp the handcuffs on any of us, he'll do it with a certain style. And if the killer has Venetia's keys, Harry had better arrange to have all the locks changed, and the sooner the better. They were too preoccupied to listen for noises outside the heavy door. Now it burst open, and Valerie Caldwell almost tumbled in, white-faced. She gasped, "They found the weapon. At least they think it's the weapon. They found Miss Aldridge's paper knife." Langton said, "Where, Valerie?" She burst into tears and dashed towards him. He could hardly hear what she was saying. "In my filing drawer. It was in my bottom filing drawer." Hubert Langton gazed helplessly at Lord. There was a second's hesitation, in which he almost feared that Drysdale wouldn't respond, that he'd say, "You're head of chambers. You cope." But Lord went across to the girl and put an arm round her shoulders. He said firmly, "Now, this is nonsense, Valerie. Stop crying and listen. No one is going to believe that you had anything to do with Miss Aldridge's death simply because the dagger has been found in your filing cabinet. Anyone could have put it there. It was the natural place for the murderer to drop it on his way out. The police aren't fools. So pull yourself together and be a sensible girl." He urged her gently towards the door. "What we all need now, and that includes you, is coffee. Proper coffee. Fresh, hot coffee. And plenty of it. So be a good girl and see to it. We're not out of coffee, are we?" "No, Mr. Lord. I brought in a fresh packet yesterday." "The police will probably be glad of some, too. Bring ours in as soon as it's ready. And there must be some typing you have on hand. Keep busy and stop worrying. No one suspects you of anything." Under the calming influence of his voice, the girl made gallant attempts to control herself, even to manage a smile of thanks. After the door closed behind her, Costello said, "She's feeling guilty, I suppose, because of that business with her brother. It was stupid to feel resentment over that. What the hell did she expect? That Venetia would present herself in a north-east London magistrate's court, complete with Junior, to defend a boy accused of trading a few ounces of cannabis? Valerie shouldn't have asked." Lord said, "I gather that Venetia made that only too obvious. She could have been more gentle about it. The girl was genuinely distressed. Apparently she's deeply devoted to the brother, and if Venetia couldn't or wouldn't help, someone here could have done something. I can't help feeling we let the girl down." Costello rounded on him. "Do what, for Christ's sake? The boy had a perfectly competent solicitor. If he'd felt the need for a barrister and got in touch with Harry, one of us would have taken the case. Me, for example, if I'd been free." "You surprise me, Simon.
I didn't realize you were so happy to appear in the lower courts. A pity you didn't suggest it at the time." Costello bristled, but before he could retort, Desmond Ulrich spoke. They turned to him as if surprised to find him still among them. Without looking up from his book, he said, "Now that the police have the weapon, do you suppose they'll let us back into our rooms? It really is most inconvenient being excluded. I'm not sure that the police have the power to do it. You're a criminal lawyer, Simon. If I demand to have access to my room, legally has Dalgliesh the power to keep me out?" Langton said, "I don't think anyone has suggested that, Desmond. This isn't a question of police powers. We're just trying to be reasonably cooperative." Costello broke in. "Desmond's right. They've found the dagger. If they think that's the weapon, then there's no reason why we should stay cooped up here. Where is Dalgliesh, anyway? Can't you demand to see him, Hubert?" Langton was saved from the need to reply. The door opened, and Dalgliesh came in. He was carrying an object in a thin plastic bag. Taking it over to the table, he took it from the bag with his gloved fingers, then slowly drew the dagger from its scabbard while they watched, as if this simple action had the intense fascination of a conjuring trick. He said, "Could you confirm, Mr. Lord, that this is the steel paper knife which you gave to Miss Aldridge?" Lord said, "Of course. There would hardly be two. That's the paper knife I gave Venetia. You'll find my initials on the blade below the maker's name." Langton gazed down at it, recognized it, knew it for what it was. He had seen it often enough on Venetia's desk, had even on some now-forgotten occasion watched her using it to slit open a heavy envelope. Yet it seemed to him that he was seeing it for the first time. It was an impressive object. The scabbard was of black leather, bound with brass. The handle and guard were brass. The whole made to a design that was both elegant and unfussy. The long steel blade was obviously very sharp. This was no toy. It had been made by a swordsmith, and by any definition, it was a weapon. He said with a kind of wonder, "Can this really be what killed her? But it's so clean, it doesn't look any different." Dalgliesh said, "It's been thoroughly wiped. There are no prints, but then we didn't expect any. We shall have to await the post-mortem report to be certain, but it looks as if this was the weapon. You've all been very patient. I'm sure you want now to get back to your rooms, and we shan't any longer need to tape off part of the court, which will be a relief to your neighbours. Before you leave chambers, it would be helpful if you would see one of my officers, and let him or her know where you were last night from 6:30 onwards. If you could write the details down, it would save time." Langton felt the need to speak. He said, "I think we could all undertake to do that. Is there anything else you need?" Dalgliesh said, "Yes. Before you go, I'd like to know anything you can tell me about Miss Aldridge. The four of you here must have known her as well as anyone in chambers. What was she like?" Langton said, "You mean as a lawyer?" "I think I know what she was like as a lawyer. As a woman, as a human being." The four of them looked at Langton. He was swept by a wave of apprehension, almost of panic. He was aware that they were waiting, that something was expected of him. The moment required more than the platitudes of regret, but he wasn't sure what. It would be intolerably embarrassing to slip into bathos. At last he said, "Venetia was a very fine lawyer. I put that first, because that was the most important thing about her, to the very many people who owe their liberty and their reputations to her skill. But I think she would have put that first herself. I don't think you can separate the lawyer from the woman. The law was what mattered most to her. As a member of Chambers, she could be a difficult colleague. That isn't unusual. We have a reputation for being difficult. Chambers is a collection of intelligent, highly independent, idiosyncratic, critical and overworked men and women whose profession is argument. It's a dull set which doesn't contain its share of eccentrics and personalities who could be described as difficult. Venetia could be intolerant, overcritical, rebarbative.
So can we all be, at times. She was very greatly respected. I don't think she would have regarded it as a compliment if she'd been described as someone who was greatly loved. So, she made enemies. Langton said simply, I haven't said so. Lord obviously thought it was time to speak. He said, Being difficult in chambers is practically an art form. Venetia brought it to a higher pitch than most, but we none of us like to live too peaceably. Venetia would have been a distinguished lawyer in any branch of the law. The criminal bar suited her for some reason. She was a brilliant cross-examiner. But then you've probably heard her in court. Dalgliesh said, Sometimes to my discomfort. So there's nothing else you can tell me. Costello broke in impatiently. What else is there to say? She prosecuted, she defended, she did her job. And now I'd like to get on with doing mine. It was then that the door opened. Kate put her head in and said, I have Mrs. Carpenter here for you, sir. Chapter 17. Dalgliesh had early learned not to judge in advance of the facts. This applied as much to appearances as it did to character. Even so, he was surprised and a little disconcerted when Janet Carpenter walked with a quiet dignity across the reception room and held out her hand. He had got to his feet as she entered, and now took the outstretched palm, introduced her to Kate, to whom she made a gesture of acknowledgment, and invited her to sit down. She was composed, but the thin, scholarly face was very pale, and his experienced eyes detected the unmistakable ravages of shock and distress. Watching her as she seated herself, he felt a small jolt of familiarity. He had met her in various guises before, as much a part of his Norfolk childhood as the 5-minute bell on Sunday mornings, the Christmas gift fair, the summer fete in the rectory garden. She wore the clothes which were so familiar, the tweed suit with a long jacket and skirt with 3 front pleats, the floral blouse, discordant with the tweed, the cameo brooch at the neck, the serviceable tights, a little wrinkled round the thin ankles, the sensible walking brogues, as polished as new chestnuts, the woolen gloves which she now held in her lap, the felt-brimmed hat. Here was one of Miss Barbara Pym's excellent women, a dying breed, no doubt, even in country parishes, but once as much as part of the Church of England as sung evensong, an occasional irritant to the vicar's wife, but an indispensable prop to the parish, Sunday school superintendent, arranger of flowers, polisher of brass, scourge of choir-boys, and comforter of favoured curates. Even the names came back to him, a sad roll call of gentle, nostalgic regret. Miss Moxon, Miss Nightingale, Miss Dutton-Smith. For a second his mind amused itself with the fancy that Mrs. Carpenter was about to complain about last Sunday's choice of hymns. The brimmed hat made it difficult to see her face clearly, but then she looked up and her eyes met his. They were mild but intelligent, set beneath strong, straight brows, darker than the glimpse of grey hair under the hat. She was older than he had expected, certainly over 60. Her face, devoid of makeup, was lined, but the jaw was still strong. It was, he thought, an interesting face, but one which might defeat an identikit to tell from a million others. She was holding herself with a controlled stillness, willing herself to contain the fear and distress which momentarily he saw in her eyes. He saw something else there, too. For a fleeting second, there was a tinge of shame or disgust. He said, "I'm sorry we had to bring you back so urgently, and no doubt so inconveniently. Inspector Miskin has told you that Miss Aldridge is dead." She didn't say how. The voice, deeper than he expected, was not unattractive. "We believe Miss Aldridge was murdered. We can't know until the post-mortem how exactly she died, or the approximate time of her death, but it must have been sometime last night. Could you tell us what precisely happened here from the time you arrived? When was that?" 8:30. It's always 8:30. I work Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from then until 10. "Alone?" "No, normally with Mrs. Watson. She should have been here yesterday, but Miss Elkington telephoned just after 6 o'clock to say that Mrs. Watson's married son had been involved in a road accident and was badly injured. She left at once for Southampton, where the family live.
Did anyone except you and Miss Elkington know that you'd be working on your own yesterday night?
I don't see how they could know. Miss Elkington rang me as soon as she got the message. It was too late to find a substitute, so she told me to do what I could. Obviously, she would make a deduction in the Chamber's monthly bill.
So you arrived at the usual time. By what entrance?
The Judge's Gate at Devereux Court. I have a key to the gate. I take the tube from Earl's Court to the Temple Station.
Did you see anyone you recognized?
Only Mr. Birch, coming from Middle Temple Lane. He's senior clerk at Lord Collingford's chambers. He sometimes works late, and when I see him leaving, we've got used to greeting each other. He said good night. There was no one else.
And what happened when you got to Pawlet Court?
There was a silence. Dalgliesh had been watching Mrs. Carpenter's hands. Her body was still, but her left hand had been methodically stretching the fingers of her gloves, finger by finger. Now she ceased this fidgeting, raised her head and gazed past him with the concentrated frown of someone trying to recall a complicated series of events. He waited patiently, aware of Kate and Piers, sitting equally silent each side of the door. It had only been yesterday, after all. There was something histrionic about this apparently careful attempt at recollection. Then she said, "There were no lights showing in any of the rooms when I arrived, only a light in the hall. That's generally left on. I unlocked the front door. The alarm hadn't been set, but that didn't worry me. Sometimes the last person in chambers forgets to set it. Everything else seemed usual. There is a secure entry device on the door to the reception and through to the clerk's office. I know the combination. Mr. Norton tells me in advance when it's going to be changed, but they only do that about once a year. It's easier for everyone if they keep the same combination of numbers."
Easier, but hardly an effective safeguard, thought Dalgliesh, although he wasn't surprised. Security systems installed with enthusiastic zeal seldom survived the first 6 months of conscientious use. Mrs. Carpenter went on. "Another 3 doors have similar devices, but most members of chambers don't bother to use them. They each have keys to the front door, and a key to the outer and inner doors of their rooms. Mr. Langton dislikes seeing security systems on the doors, and so did Miss Aldridge." "Did you see Miss Aldridge?"
"No. There was no one in chambers. At least no one I saw or heard. Sometimes one of the lawyers or Mr. Norton will work late, and then I leave their rooms till last, hoping to get in when they leave. But yesterday they had all left. At least, I thought they had all left."
"What about Miss Aldrich's room?"
"The outer door was locked. I thought, of course, that she'd already gone home and locked up after herself. She used to do that occasionally if she wanted to leave out private or important papers. Of course it meant that her room didn't get cleaned, but I don't think a little dust worries lawyers. Some of them aren't very tidy either. You have to get used to their ways if you have the job of cleaning chambers."
"And you are sure there was no light visible from the room?"
"Quite sure. I'd have noticed when I arrived. Her room's at the front. The only light on was the one in the hall. I turned that off when I left, after I'd set the alarm."
"In what order did you clean the rooms?
Perhaps it would be best if you talk us through your routine." "I fetched my duster and polish from the cupboard in the basement. As Mrs. Watson wasn't with me, I decided just to go over the floors with the carpet sweeper and leave the vacuum cleaning. I saw to the carpet in the reception room and dusted and tidied there first. After that I cleaned the clerk's room. All that only took about 20 minutes. Then I went upstairs and swept and dusted the rooms which were open. That's when I discovered that Miss Aldrich's room on the first floor was locked."
"What other rooms couldn't you get into?"
"Only hers and Mr. Costello's on the second floor."
"You heard no noise from either?"
"Nothing. If anyone was inside, they had the light off and were very quiet. Last of all, I went down to the basement and into Mr. Ulrich's room. I always do the basement last. There's nothing down there but Mr. Ulrich's room, the ladies' lavatory, and the storeroom.
Was it your job to clean Mr. Ulrich's refrigerator?
Oh, yes. He likes me to clear it out occasionally, and to see on Friday that nothing is left to get stale over the weekend. He uses it mostly for his milk, sometimes for his sandwiches and for his Malvern water and ice. If he buys food for his dinner, he'll keep it in the fridge until he goes home. Mr. Ulrich is fastidious about cleanliness and freshness. Sometimes he keeps a bottle of white wine in it, but not often. And, of course, he's got his pouch of blood stored there, ready for when he's called in for his operation. The blood's in a plastic bag, rather like a transparent hot water bottle. I would have had quite a shock if he hadn't warned me.
When did you first see the blood?
On Monday. He left a note on his desk addressed to me. It said, "The blood in my refrigerator is for my operation. Please don't touch." It was considerate of him to warn me, but it still gave me quite a shock. I thought the blood would be in bottles, not in a plastic pouch. Of course, he didn't need to tell me not to touch. I never touch papers, for example, even to tidy them, except the journals in the reception room. I certainly wouldn't touch anyone's blood.
Dalgliesh didn't pause before asking the crucial question, and his voice, carefully neutral, gave no hint of its importance. Was the pouch of blood in the refrigerator yesterday night?
Well, it must have been, mustn't it? Mr. Ulrich hasn't had the operation yet. I didn't look into the fridge yesterday. Because Mrs. Watson wasn't at work, I had to struggle to get through the essentials. I knew I'd be clearing out the fridge on Friday anyway. Is there some problem? Isn't the blood there now? Are you saying someone has stolen it? That's extraordinary, surely. It wouldn't be of any use except to Mr. Ulrich, would it?
Dalgliesh didn't explain. He said, "Mrs. Carpenter, I want you to think very carefully. While you were cleaning chambers, could anyone already here, perhaps in one of the locked rooms, have left the building without your noticing?" Again there was that concentrated frown. Then she said,
I think I would have noticed when I was cleaning the reception room. I had the door open, and even if someone passed down the hall unnoticed, I think I would have heard the front door close. It's very heavy. I'm not sure about the time when I was cleaning the clerk's room. Someone could have left unnoticed then, I suppose. And, of course, if anyone had been in Mr. Ulrich's room, or anywhere in the basement, they could have left while I was cleaning the upper floors. She paused, then said, There is one thing I've just remembered. I don't know whether it's important. There must have been a woman in chambers not long before I arrived.
How can you be sure of that, Mrs. Carpenter?
Because someone had been using the ladies' lavatory in the basement. The basin was still damp, and the soap was lying in a pool of water and was very wet. I've been meaning to bring in a soap dish for the ladies' lavatory. If the users don't wipe the basin after use, and of course they never do, the soap is usually left dissolving in a pool of water beside the tap, and it's very wasteful.
Dalgliesh said, How wet was the basin? Did you gain the impression it had been used very recently?
Well, it wasn't a hot night, was it? So it wouldn't dry very quickly. But the soak-away isn't working very efficiently either. The water takes a long time to drain. I've spoken to Miss Caldwell and Mr. Norton about getting a plumber, but they haven't done anything about it yet. I think there was about half an inch of water in the bottom of the basin. I remember thinking at the time that Miss Aldridge must have used the room just before she left. She often worked late on a Wednesday. But then Miss Aldridge didn't leave, did she?
No, said Dalgliesh. Miss Aldridge didn't leave. He said nothing about the full-bottomed wig. It had been important to ask whether she had opened the fridge and seen the blood, but the less she knew about the details of Venetia Aldridge's death, the better. Dalgliesh thanked her for her help and let her go. She had sat through the interrogation with the docility of an applicant for a job, and now left as quietly and with as much careful dignity as she had come in. But Dalgliesh sensed her relief in the more confident gait, the almost imperceptible relaxation of the shoulders, An interesting witness. She hadn't even asked directly how Venetia Aldridge had died. She had been totally without the ghoulish curiosity, the mixture of excitement and spurious horror, so often found in those innocently caught up in murder. Violent death, like most disasters, afforded its satisfactions to those who were neither victim nor suspect. She was certainly intelligent enough to know that she had been on his list of suspects, at least at this early stage. That alone could account for the nervousness. He wondered which of his colleagues, Kate or Piers, would say how much she differed from the usual image of a London daily cleaning woman. Probably neither. Both knew his dislike of that unthinking stereotyping of a witness, which was as inimical to good policing as it was demeaning to the infinite variety of human life. Piers spoke first. "She looks after her hands, doesn't she? You wouldn't guess that she earns her living cleaning. Wears rubber gloves, I suppose. Hardly significant, though. The gloves, I mean. Her prints can legitimately be found all over Chambers." "Did you think she was telling the truth, sir?" "The usual mixture, I think. Some truth, some untruth. Some things left unsaid. She's hiding something." He had learned to be as wary of intuition as he was of superficial judgments, but it was hardly possible to be a long-serving detective officer and not know when a witness was lying. It wasn't always suspicious or even significant. Nearly everyone had something to hide, and it was optimistic to expect the whole truth at a first interview. A wise suspect answered questions and kept his counsel. Only the naive confused a police officer with a social worker. Kate said, "It's a pity she didn't open that fridge, assuming, of course, that she was telling the truth. Odd that she didn't ask why we were so interested in Ulrich's blood. But if she did take it, then it was probably safer for her to say that she never looked in the fridge than to say that she did and the blood wasn't there. But if the blood hadn't been there, then at least we could be certain that Aldridge was dead in her room before Mrs. Carpenter arrived." Piers said, "That's going a bit far. She could have been killed any time after she was last seen, and the blood poured over her later. Two things we can be certain of, though. Whoever decorated the corpse so dramatically knew where the full-bottomed wig was kept, and knew that there was Ulrich's blood in that fridge. Mrs. Carpenter must have known about the wig, and she admits she knew about the blood." Dalgliesh turned to Kate. "How did she take the news when you and Robbins broke it to her? Was she alone?" "Yes, sir. She was in the small top-floor flat, one sitting room and one bedroom, I think. But we didn't get any further than the sitting room. She was alone and had her coat and hat on, ready to go out to shop. I showed her my warrant card and gave her the bare facts, that Miss Aldridge had been found dead, apparently murdered, and that it would be helpful if she could come back to Chambers and answer some questions. She was very shocked. She looked at me for a second as if she thought I was mad, then went very pale and swayed. I put out a hand to support her and led her to a chair. She sat down for a few minutes, but recovered quickly. After that she seemed perfectly in control." "Did you think that the murder was news to her? I realize that it's hardly a fair question." "Yes, sir. Yes, I did. I think Robbins will say the same." "And she asked no questions?" "Neither in the flat nor on the way here. She just said, 'I'm ready, Inspector. I can start right away.' We didn't speak on the journey. Oh, I did ask her if she was all right, and she said she was. She sat in the car, with her hands folded in her lap, looking down at them. She gave the impression of thinking." Sergeant Robbins put his head around the door. "Mr. Langton is anxious to see you, sir. He's worried that the press will get hold of it, or that the news will break in some way before he's had time to tell the other members of Chambers. And he's asking how long Chambers will have to be closed. Apparently they've got some solicitors arriving this afternoon. Tell him I'll be with him in 10 minutes. And you'd better ring public relations. Unless some interesting news breaks tomorrow, this is likely to make the front page. And Robbins, what was your impression of Mrs. Carpenter's reaction when she first heard the news?" Robbins took his time. He always did. "Surprise and shock, sir." He paused. "Yes, Robin. I thought there was something else. Guilt, perhaps. Or shame." Chapter 18. At 3 o'clock, Dalgliesh had a meeting at the yard of the working party, set up to discuss the implications of the Security Services Act, but had arranged to meet Venetia Aldridge's solicitor at Pelham Place with Kate at 6 o'clock, and then go on to Pimlico to see Mark Ralston. Kate had spoken to the solicitor, a Mr. Nicholas Farnham, when the meeting was arranged. The man's voice had been deep and with some of the measured authority of late middle age, so that she was expecting to meet a long-standing family solicitor, cautious, conventional, and probably inclined to keep a suspicious eye on any police activities in his client's house. Instead, Nicholas Farnham, who came leaping up the steps as Kate rang the bell, was revealed as surprisingly young, vigorous, cheerful-faced, and apparently not greatly distressed by the loss of a client. Mrs. Buckley opened the door to them, and told them that Miss Octavia was in the basement flat, but would come up to see them later. Then she led them upstairs, and showed them into the drawing-room. When she had left, Dalgliesh turned to Nicholas Farnham. "We'd like to go through your client's papers now, if you have no objection. It's helpful having you here. Thank you for making the time." Farnham said, "I've been here already, of course, late morning. I wanted to see if there was anything the firm could do for Miss Aldridge's daughter, and assure her that we'd arrange for her to have money paid from the bank. It's almost the first thing the bereaved ask. What do I do for money? It's natural enough, really. Death puts an end to a life. It doesn't put an end to the need to eat, settle the bills, pay the wages." Dalgliesh asked, "How did you find her?" Farnham hesitated. "Octavia? I suppose the conventional answer is bearing up remarkably well. More shocked than grieved. I'm not sure that would be fair. How can you tell what people are feeling at a time like this? Her mother had only been dead a matter of hours. She had her fiancé with her, which didn't help. He asked most of the questions, wanted to know the terms of the will. Well, I suppose that's natural enough, but it struck me as insensitive." "Did Miss Aldridge consult you about her daughter's engagement?" "No, she didn't." "Well, there was hardly time. And there wouldn't be much point, would there? I mean, a girl's of age. What could we or anyone else do? When I got her on her own for a few moments this morning, I did murmur that it wasn't wise to make important decisions about one's future life when in a state of grief or shock, but the hint wasn't well received. It's not as if I'm an old family friend. The firm has acted for Miss Aldridge for 12 years. Mostly it's been the divorce and conveyancing. She bought this place just after her divorce." "What about the will? Did you draw that up?" "Yes, we did. Not the one drawn up when she married, but she revised it after the divorce, and we acted for her then. There should be a copy in the desk here. If not, I can tell you the main provisions. It's very simple. A few bequests to legal charities, £5,000 to the housekeeper, Rose Buckley, provided she's in her service at the date of death, 2 of her pictures, the one in Chambers and the Vanessa Bell here, to Drysdale Lord. All the residue goes to her daughter Octavia, in trust until she comes of age, and then absolutely." Dalgliesh said, "She is, I understand, now of age. 18 on the 1st of October. Oh, yes, I forgot. There is a bequest of £8,000 to her ex-husband, Luke Cummins. Considering that the total value of the estate, apart from the house, is £750,000, he may well feel it should either have been nothing or something more." Dalgliesh asked, "Has he kept in touch with her or the child?" "Not as far as I know. But then, as I've said, I don't really know much about the family. I think he was pushed out of her life pretty effectively. Or maybe he didn't need pushing. There's something spiteful about that £8,000, and she never struck me as a petty or spiteful woman. But I didn't really know her. Of course, she was a very fine lawyer. That seems to be her epitaph." Farnham said, "Well, you can't really wonder. Perhaps it's the epitaph she would have chosen herself. It was the most important thing about her. Look at this house, for example. It isn't exactly lived in, is it? I mean, you don't get much impression of the woman from these rather conventional rooms. Her real life wasn't here. It was in Chambers and the courts. Dalgliesh drew up a second chair at the desk, and Kate and he began their methodical search of the cubbyholes and drawers. Farnham seemed content to leave them to it, wandering round the room and inspecting each item of furniture with the air of an auctioneer, assessing the possible reserve price. He said, "Drysdale Lord should be happy with this Vanessa Bell. She could be a slovenly artist at times, but this is one of her best. Odd that Miss Aldridge was so keen on these Bloomsbury painters. I'd have expected her to go for something more modern." The thought had crossed Dalglish's mind. The painting was an agreeable picture of a dark-haired woman in a long red skirt, standing at the open window of a kitchen, and gazing out over flat countryside. There was a dresser holding a variety of jugs, and a vase of cornflowers on the window-sill. He wondered whether Drysdale Lord knew of the bequest. He wondered, too, why it had been made. Farnham continued his pacing. Then he said, "Odd job you have, grubbing through the leavings of a life. But I expect you get used to it." Dalgliesh said, "Not altogether." His and Kate's task was almost finished. If Venetia Aldridge had been able to predict the exact time of her death, she could hardly have left her affairs in better order. A locked drawer held the statements of her various bank accounts, her will, and details of her investments. She paid her bills promptly, kept the receipts for 6 months, then obviously destroyed them. A manila file marked insurance contained the policies for the house, its contents, and her car. He said, "I don't think there's anything we need to take away, and I don't think there's anything more we need to do here. I'd like to see Miss Cummins and Mrs. Buckley before I leave." Farnham said, "Well, you won't need me for that, so I may as well be on my way. If there's anything else you want to know, give me a ring. I'd better have a word with Octavia before I leave. I've already told her the terms of the will, but she may have questions, and of course you'll probably need help and some support at the inquest and funeral. When is the inquest, by the way?" "In 4 days' time. We'll be there, of course, although it'll probably be a waste of time. I assume you'll ask for an adjournment. Well, goodbye, and good hunting." He shook hands with Dalgliesh and Kate, and they heard him bounding down the stairs, and caught his muttered words in the hall with Mrs. Buckley. He couldn't have spent long with Octavia. Within 5 minutes they heard footsteps, and the girl came in. She looked pale, but perfectly calm. She sat down on the edge of the chaise longue, rather like a child instructed how to behave in a strange room. Dalgliesh said, "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Cummins. It's been helpful to go through your mother's papers, but I'm sorry that we've had to bother you so soon after her death. There is one question, if you feel able to talk to us." She said, rather sourly, "I'm all right." "It's about the quarrel between your mother and Mr. Mark Ralston. Do you remember precisely what they said?" "No, I don't. I didn't hear what they said. I could only hear them quarrelling. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to remember it. And I'm not going to answer any more questions." "I understand. This is a terrible time for you, and we're very sorry. If you do remember more about it, please let us know. Is Mr. Ash here? We rather expected that he would be." "No, he isn't. Ash isn't very fond of the police. Do you wonder? You've stitched him up for his aunt's murder. Why should he talk to you now? He doesn't have to. He's got an alibi. We've already explained that." Dalgliesh said, "If we need to speak to him, then I'll be in touch. I'd like to see Mrs. Buckley before I leave. Would you be good enough to tell her? You could try her sitting room, top floor at the back, but I shouldn't take much notice of anything she tells you." Dalgliesh, who was beginning to get up, sat down again, and said in a voice of calm interest, "Wouldn't you? Why is that, Miss Cummins?" She reddened. "Well, she's old, and therefore incapable of coherent thought. Is that what you're telling us?" "It's like I said, she's old. I didn't mean anything." Kate saw with satisfaction the girl's angry discomfiture, then told herself quickly to control her dislike. Antipathy could cripple judgment in a police officer as easily as partiality, and it was only hours since Octavia had learned of her mother's murder. Whatever their relationship, the girl must be in shock. Octavia repeated sullenly her last words. "I didn't mean anything." Dalglish's voice was gentler than his words. "No. May I give you some advice, Miss Cummings? When you're talking to a police officer, particularly about murder, it's wise to ensure that your words do mean something. We're here to try to find out how your mother died. I'm sure that's what you want, too. We'll find our own way up." They mounted the staircase without speaking, Dalgliesh waiting for Kate to lead the way. She had noticed from her first day in the squad that he always did let her go first, except when there was danger or unpleasantness to face. She saw it as an instinctive courtesy, but knew that she would have felt more comfortable with the macho thrusting of a typical male officer. Climbing the stairs, aware of him disconcertingly close behind her, she thought once again about the ambiguities of their relationship. She liked him. She would never allow herself a stronger word. She admired and respected him. She passionately needed his approval, and sometimes resented that need. But she had never felt completely at ease with him, because she had never understood him. The stairs to the top flight were carpeted, but Mrs. Buckley must have heard their footsteps. When they reached the top floor, she was waiting for them, and welcomed them into her sitting room as if they were expected guests. She was calmer than when Kate had first seen her, perhaps because she had recovered from the initial shock of the murder. Perhaps, too, she was more at ease with them, away from Octavia and on her own ground. "It's rather crowded, I'm afraid, but I have 3 chairs. If Inspector Miskin doesn't mind taking this one. It's rather low. It was my mother's nursing chair. I was given the basement flat when I first arrived, but Miss Aldridge explained that I might later have to move if her daughter needed it when she left school. That was only right, of course. May I offer you coffee? Miss Aldridge had this mini kitchen made for me, in what was a cupboard. I can make hot drinks and even cook a light meal in the microwave. Saves me the trouble of going down to the kitchen. If Miss Aldridge had a dinner guest, I could serve the main course and then come upstairs and eat here. If it was a large party, she usually got in outside caterers. My job here isn't really arduous, just shopping, cooking the evening meal, and a little light housework. We have a woman in twice weekly for the rough." Dalgliesh asked, "How did you come to work for Miss Aldridge?" "Forgive me if I wait until I've ground the coffee beans. One can't hear anything above the noise." "That's better. The smell is wonderful, isn't it? That's one thing my husband and I never economized on, our coffee." She busied herself with kettle and percolator while she told her story. In essentials it was common enough, and where she was reticent, neither Dalgliesh nor Kate had difficulty in filling in the details. She was the widow of a country vicar who had died 8 years previously. She and her husband had inherited a house in Cambridge from her grandmother, but after her husband's death she had sold it in order to hand over a substantial sum to her only son, and had moved into a cottage in rural Hertfordshire, the county in which she had been brought up. The son, an only child, had bought a house, sold it well within 2 years, and had moved to Canada with the profit, apparently with no intention of returning. The country cottage proved to be a mistake. She was lonely among strangers, and the village church on which she had pinned her hopes became uncongenial under the ministry of a new, young vicar. I know that the church has to attract the young, and there was a new housing estate on the fringes of the village which the vicar was anxious to bring in. We had a great deal of pop music and choruses. We used to sing Happy Birthday to You when anyone in the congregation had a birthday that week. The family communion was more like a concert than a service, and there really wasn't much for me to do in the parish. So I thought I might have a more fulfilled life if I came to London. I could let the cottage. That would bring in a little extra money. I read the advertisement for this job in The Lady, and Miss Aldridge interviewed me. She agreed that I could bring some of my furniture with me, and my own things do help to make me feel at home." The room, thought Kate, was indeed homely, if over-cluttered. The substantial desk at which Mrs. Buckley's husband must have written his sermons, the display cabinet crammed with patterned china, the small polished table crowded with family photographs in silver frames, the glass-fronted bookcase of leather volumes, and the row of rather anemic watercolours provided even for her, a stranger, a sense of continuity and security, of a life which had known love. The single divan bed placed against the wall, with a small shelf and a wall-mounted light above it, was covered by a patchwork quilt in faded silks. Looking at Dalglish's grave face, and the long fingers curled round the coffee mug, Kate thought, "He's perfectly at ease here. He's known women like this all his life. They understand each other." He asked, "You have been happy here?" "Oh, contented, rather than happy. I had hopes of evening classes, but it isn't really possible for an elderly woman to go out alone at night. My husband started his ministry in London, but I hadn't realized how much has changed. But I do get to a matinee occasionally, and there are the galleries and the museums, and I'm close to St. Joseph's, and Father Michael is very kind. And Miss Aldridge, you liked her?" "I respected her. She could be a little frightening at times, a little impatient. If she gave an instruction, she didn't like to have to repeat it. She was very efficient herself, and she expected it in others. But she was very fair, very considerate, a little remote, but then she advertised for a housekeeper, not a companion." Dalgliesh said, "That call to her yesterday evening. Forgive me, but you are sure about the time?" "Quite sure. I made it at 7:45. I looked at my watch." "Could you tell us about it? Why you made it? What exactly was said?" She was silent for a moment, and when she spoke, it was with a pathetic dignity. Octavia was quite right in what she said. It was to complain about her. Miss Aldrich disliked my telephoning her at Chambers, unless it was really urgent, and that's why I hesitated. But Octavia and that young man, her fiancé, came up from the basement flat and demanded that I cook them dinner. She isn't a vegetarian, but she decided that it had to be a vegetarian meal. The arrangement is that Octavia looks after herself in the flat. Of course, normally I wouldn't mind helping out, but she was very peremptory. I thought that if I gave way once, she would expect me to cook for her on demand. So I came up from the kitchen into Miss Aldrich's study and telephoned Chambers, and explained the problem as briefly as I could. Miss Aldrich said, "If she wants vegetables, cook her vegetables. I'll talk to her and sort it out when I get home. That will be in about an hour's time. I'll get my own dinner. I can't discuss it now. I have someone with me." And that was all. And that was all. She sounded very impatient, but she never liked me to ring Chambers, and of course it wasn't a good time when she had someone with her. I went down to the basement kitchen and cooked a thick onion tart for them. It's one of Delia Smith's recipes, and Miss Aldrich always liked it. But, of course, I had to make the pastry first, and it's best to leave the dough in the fridge for half an hour while you prepare the filling, so it isn't a quick meal. Then afterwards they wanted pancakes with apricot jam. I made these after they'd had the onion tart, and served the pancakes straight from the pan. Kate asked, "So you can be absolutely certain that both of them were in the flat the whole of the time from 7:45 when you made the call until you went up to bed at about 10:30? "Oh, absolutely sure. I was constantly in and out of their sitting room, serving or clearing the plates. Both of them were under my eyes, so to speak, the whole evening. It wasn't very pleasant. I think Octavia was trying to show off in front of the young man. I didn't go downstairs again after I'd left them and come up here. I thought that Miss Aldridge would come up if she wanted to discuss anything that evening. I sat in my dressing gown until after 11, in case she wanted me, and then I went to bed. In the morning I went in with her tea, and found that the bed hadn't been slept in. That's when I rang Chambers again." Dalgliesh said, "We need to know as much about her as possible. What about dinner parties? Did her friends come here often?" "Not very often. She really lived a very private life. Mr. Lord came about once every month, or 6 weeks. They liked to go to exhibitions or the theatre together. I usually cooked them a light meal before they went, and he brought her home, but I don't think he stayed for more than a drink, and sometimes they went out to dinner together." "And was there anyone else? Anyone perhaps who stayed for more than a drink?" She flushed and seemed reluctant to reply. Then she said, "Miss Aldrich is dead.
It seems terrible even to discuss her, and more terrible to gossip about her life. We ought to protect the dead.
Dalgliesh said gently, "In a murder investigation, to protect the dead can often mean endangering the living. I'm not here to judge her. I've no right. But I do need to know about her. I do need the facts." There was a little silence. Then Mrs. Buckley said, "There was another visitor. He didn't come very often, but I think he did occasionally stay the night. It was Mr. Ralston. Mr. Mark Ralston. He's an MP." Dalgliesh asked her when she had last seen him. "It must be 2 or 3 months ago, perhaps more. Time passes so quickly, doesn't it? I can't really remember. But of course he may have come more recently, perhaps one night after I'd gone to my room. He was always gone early in the morning." Before they left, Dalgliesh asked, "What are you thinking of doing now, Mrs. Buckley? Staying on here?" "Mr. Farnham, that very pleasant solicitor, suggested that I should take my time. His firm and Miss Aldridge's bank are the executors, so I suppose they'll be paying me for the time being. I don't think Octavia will want me to stay on. In fact, I'm sure she won't. But someone ought to be in the house with her, and I suppose I'm better than nobody. She's spoken to her father, but she doesn't want to see him. I don't think I can leave her, even if she does resent me. But it's all so dreadful at the moment that I can't really think clearly." Dalgliesh said, "Of course not. It's been an appalling shock for you. You've been very helpful, Mrs. Buckley. If there is anything else that comes to mind, please get in touch. This is the number. And if you find the media intrusive, let me know, and I'll arrange some protection for you. I'm afraid you may be under siege when the news breaks." She sat for a moment in silence. Then she said, "I hope you won't mind my asking. I hope you won't think it's vulgar curiosity. But can you tell me how Miss Aldridge died? I don't mean the details. I would just like to know that it was quick and that she didn't suffer." Dalgliesh said gently, "It was quick, and she didn't suffer." "And there wasn't a lot of blood? I know it's silly, but I keep on seeing blood." "No," said Dalgliesh. "There wasn't any blood." She thanked them quietly and saw them to the door, then stood at the top of the steps, watching as they got into the car. Then, as they drove off, she raised her hand in a pathetic gesture of farewell, as if she were waving away a friend. Chapter 19. Just after 1 o'clock, Valerie Caldwell was told by the police that they had finished questioning her for the present, and Mr. Langton suggested that she should go home. A message would be put on the answer phone to say that chambers were closed for the day. She was glad of the chance to get away from a place in which everything familiar and comfortable now seemed strange, threatening, and subtly different. It seemed to her that the people she worked with, liked and thought liked her, were suddenly suspicious strangers. Perhaps, she thought, they all felt the same. Perhaps this was what murder did, even to the innocent. There was a problem about leaving so early. Her mother, who suffered from agoraphobia, complicated by depression since Kenny's imprisonment, would be worried if she arrived home in the afternoon without prior explanation. She would be worried even more on hearing the reason for it. Even so, it was better to telephone in advance. To her relief, it was her grandmother who answered. There was no knowing how Gran would take the news, but at least she'd be calm about it. Gran could break it to her mother. Valerie hoped, tactfully, before she got home. She said, "Tell Mummy I'll be home early. Someone broke into chambers last night and killed Miss Aldridge. Stabbed to death." "Yes, I'm all right, Gran. It's nothing to do with the rest of Chambers, but we're closing for the day." There was a brief silence while Gran took in the news. Then she said, "Murdered, was she? Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Always mixed up with criminals, getting them off. I expect one she didn't get off has come out of prison and done for her. Your ma won't like it. She'll want you to leave that place, get a job locally. Gran, don't let her start all that again. Just tell her I'm all right and I'll be back early. As usual, she had brought sandwiches for her lunch, but she didn't want to eat them at her desk. Even to be seen with food was a desecration. So she walked down Middle Temple Lane, turned west and into Embankment Gardens, and sat on a seat facing the river. She wasn't hungry, but there were sparrows who were. She watched their jerky peckings and sudden aggressive flurries, dropping an occasional crumb to the smaller, less assertive birds who were always too late for the pickings. But her mind was elsewhere. She had told them too much. She realized that now. It had been the good-looking young detective and the woman officer who had interviewed her, and she had sensed that they were quietly sympathetic. But that, of course, had been deliberate. They had set out to get her confidence, and they had succeeded. It had been a relief to talk to someone unconnected with Chambers about what had happened to Kenny, even if they were police officers. She had poured it all out. Her brother had been arrested for selling drugs, but he hadn't been dealing, not like real drug barons, not like the people one read about in the papers. He hadn't got a job at present, but he shared a house with friends in North London, and they smoked pot at their parties. Kenny said that everyone did. But it was Kenny who brought the drug, enough for the whole evening, and then the others paid him for their share. That was what everyone did. It was the cheapest way to get pot. But he had been caught, and, desperate, she had asked Miss Aldridge for help. Perhaps she had asked at a bad time. She knew now that it hadn't been wise, hadn't even been right. Her cheeks burned as she remembered the response, the coldness in her voice, the contempt in her eyes. I don't propose to startle the North London Magistrate Court by turning up complete with a junior to save your brother from his folly. Get him a good solicitor. And Kenny had been found guilty and sentenced to 6 months. The woman detective, Inspector Miskin, had said, "That's unusual for a first offence." He'd done it before, hadn't he? Yes, she admitted, he had done it before, but only once and in the same way. And what use was it sending him to prison? It had only made him bitter. He wouldn't have gone to prison if Miss Aldridge had defended him. She got people off who were far worse than Kenny, murderers, rapists, people accused of major fraud. Nothing happened to them. Kenny hadn't hurt anyone, hadn't cheated anyone. He was kind and gentle. He couldn't even stamp on an insect. Now he was in prison, and her mother couldn't visit because of the agoraphobia. And Gran mustn't be told, because Gran always criticised her mum about how she'd brought up her children. The two detectives hadn't argued with her, hadn't criticised any more than they had been openly sympathetic. But somehow she had told them other things that weren't her business, which they didn't need to know. She had confided about the gossip in Chambers over Mr. Langton's successor, about the rumour that Miss Aldridge was interested, the changes she might make. Inspector Miskin had asked, "How do you know this?" But of course she knew it. Chambers was a hotbed of gossip. People spoke in front of her. Gossip permeated the very air, as if by a mysterious process of osmosis. She had told them about her friendship with the Nortons. It was Harry Norton, the senior clerk, who had got her the job. She and her mother and Gran lived close to him and his family, and she went to the same church. She had been looking for a job when the vacancy came up in Chambers, and he had recommended her. At first she had been only the junior typist, but when Miss Jayston retired after 30 years, she had been invited to take over her job, and her own had been filled by a temp. The last temp hadn't been satisfactory, so for the past 2 weeks she had been managing on her own. She was still on trial, but she hoped her appointment as Chambers secretary would be confirmed at the next Chambers meeting. It was Inspector Miskin who had asked, "If Miss Aldridge had been appointed head of Chambers, would she have suggested you as secretary?" "Oh, no, I don't think so. Not after what happened. And I think she wanted to replace Harry with a practice manager. And if that happened, the new practice manager would probably want a say in how the staff were organized." She was amazed now how much she had confided to them. But there were 2 things she hadn't told them. At the end, she had said, trying not to cry, trying to retain some shreds of dignity, "I hated her for not helping Kenny. Or perhaps it was because she was so contemptuous about it.
Contemptuous to me. Now I feel awful because I did hate her, and she's dead. But I didn't kill her. I couldn't. Inspector Miskin had said, "We have reason to believe that Miss Aldridge was alive at 7:45. You say you were home by 7:30. If your mother and grandmother confirm that, then you can't have killed her. Don't worry." So they had never really suspected her. Then why so long in questioning? Why had they bothered? She thought she knew the answer, and her cheeks burned. It felt strange to be going home in the early afternoon. The tube was almost empty, and when it drew up at Buckhurst Hill Station, only one person was waiting on the opposite platform for the London train. The street outside was as quiet and peaceful as if it were a country road. Even the small terraced house at 32 Linney Lane looked unfamiliar and a little forbidding, like a house in mourning. The curtains were drawn in the front downstairs room and across one other window. She knew what this meant. Her mother was upstairs resting. If lying taut, eyes open, staring into the darkness could be described as resting. Her gran was watching television. She put her key in the lock and was met by a loud blare punctuated by shots. Gran loved crime films and had no inhibitions about sex and violence. As Valerie came into the sitting room, she pressed the remote control. So it must be a video. Gran wouldn't otherwise interrupt her viewing. Showing no interest in her granddaughter's arrival, she complained, "I can't hear what they're saying half the time. All they do is mutter at each other, and it's worse with those Americans." "It's the way they act now, Gran. Naturalistic, like they talk to each other in real life." "Fat lot of use, that is, if you can't hear a bloody word. And it's no use putting up the sound. It only makes it worse. And they keep dashing into nightclubs where it's so dark you can't see either. Those old Hitchcocks are better. Dial M for Murder. I wouldn't mind seeing that again. You can hear every word. They knew how to speak in those days. And why can't they hold the camera steady? What's the matter with the cameraman? Drunk?" "It's clever direction, Gran." "Is that what it is? Too clever for me by half." The television was Gran's entertainment, solace, and passion. She approved of almost nothing she saw, but watched incessantly. Valerie sometimes wondered whether it provided a convenient focus for Gran's combative view of life. She could criticize the words, behavior, appearance, and diction of actors, politicians, and pundits, without fear of contradiction. Her granddaughter sometimes found it surprising that Gran seemed unable to see her own appearance with critical eyes. The hair, dyed an incongruous ginger, above and around a 75-year-old face, which hardship had aged before its time into deep clefts and sagging skin, was embarrassingly grotesque, while a tight skirt an inch above the knee only emphasized the lean and mottled shanks. But Valerie admired her Gran's spirit. She knew that they were allies, even though she couldn't expect a word of appreciation or love. Together they coped with her mother's agoraphobia and depression, with the shopping Mrs. Caldwell couldn't do, with the cooking and housework, the paying of bills, the normal crises of everyday life. Her mother ate the food they placed in front of her, but had no interest in how it had got on the plate. And now there was the problem of Kenny. When he was sentenced, her mother had made her promise that Gran wouldn't be told, and she had kept that promise. It made it difficult to visit him in prison. She had only been able to go to him twice, and had had to devise complicated stories about visiting an old school friend, which had seemed unconvincing even to herself. Gran had said, "You're seeing a man, I suppose. What about the shopping?" "I'll call in at the supermarket on my way home. It's open until 10 on Saturdays." "Well, I hope you have more luck with this one than you had with the other. I knew he'd throw you over once he got to university. It's always happening. And you didn't take much trouble to keep him, I must say. You need to show a bit more spirit, my girl. Men like it." Gran, in her youth, had shown plenty of spirit, and had known exactly what men liked. As expected, Gran took the news of the murder in her stride. She seldom showed interest in people she hadn't met, and had long decided that Pawlet Court was her granddaughter's world, too remote from her life to be of interest. Real murder, particularly of someone she had never met,
paled beside those bright, violent images which energized her life and provided all the excitement she craved. Seldom did Valerie come home to interested questions about what sort of day she'd had, what people in chambers had said or done. But the unconcern was helpful when at last her mother's slow step was heard on the stairs, and the news had to be broken. Mrs. Caldwell was having a bad day. Preoccupied with her own misery, she seemed hardly to take in what she was being told. The physical death of a stranger could have no power over one who was enduring a living hell. Valerie knew what would happen. The cycle was predictable. Her mother's GP would increase the dosage of her drugs. She would break temporarily out of the depression. The reality of what had happened would break in on her, and then there would be the agitation, the worries, the reiteration that it would be so much better for everyone if Valerie could find a job locally, avoid the journey, get home earlier. But that was in the future. The slow hours of the afternoon dragged into evening. At 7 o'clock, with Gran and her mother both in front of the television, Valerie poured carrot soup from its carton and put the foil tray of cannelloni into the oven. It was only when they had finished the meal and she had washed up, then seen her mother again seated with Gran in the front room, that she realized what she needed to do. She had to see the Nortons. Harry would be home by now. She had to sit with him and Margaret in that warm, homely kitchen, where she had sat so often in childhood on her way home from Sunday school, and had been given homemade lemonade and chocolate buns. She needed the comfort and advice she had no hope of finding at home. They made no demur about her leaving. Gran only said, "Don't be too late now," without taking her eyes from the screen. Her mother didn't look round. She walked the quarter-mile. It wasn't worth taking the car, and the road was well lit. The street where the Nortons lived was, despite its nearness, very different from Linney Lane. Harry had really done well for himself. Because the members of Chambers all called him Harry, that was how she thought of him now. But when she spoke to him, it was always Mr. Norton. They could have been expecting her. Margaret Norton opened the door and drew her into the hall, enfolding her in warm arms. "You poor child, come in. What a day it's been for you both. Is Mr. Norton home?" "Yes, over 2 hours ago. We're in the kitchen, just clearing up after supper." In the kitchen there was a savoury casserole smell, and the uneaten part of a home-made apple tart was on the table. Harry was loading the dishwasher. He had changed from his office suit into slacks, topped with a knitted jersey, and she thought how different it made him look. Different and older. And when he drew himself up, leaning on the dishwasher for support, she thought, "But he is an old man, much older than he was yesterday," and felt a rush of pity. Afterwards they moved into the sitting room, and Margaret brought in a tray with 3 glasses and a bottle of medium sherry, the kind Valerie liked. Totally at home, comforted and secure, Valerie poured out her worries. "They were very kind, those 2 inspectors. I can see now that they were just trying to put me at ease. I can't remember half I told them. About Kenny, of course, and how I hated Miss Aldridge, but that I hadn't killed her, I wouldn't kill anyone. And I told them about the gossip, that she might be next head of Chambers, and what that could mean. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said any of it. It isn't my business. And now I'm afraid Mr. Langton and Mr. Lord will find out, and they'll know it was me, and I might lose my job. I wouldn't blame them if they sacked me. I don't know how it happened. I always thought I could be relied upon. You know, relied upon to be discreet, not to talk about things I learned in Chambers. Miss Jayston impressed that on me when I first came. You too, Mr. Norton. You told me the same. Now I've blabbed to the police." Margaret said, "You mustn't worry. It's their job to wheedle things out of people. They're good at it. And you only told them the truth. The truth can't hurt anyone." But Valerie knew that it could. The truth was sometimes more fatal than a lie. She said, "But there were 2 things I didn't tell them. I wanted to tell you." She glanced at Harry, and saw that his face was suddenly suffused with anxiety, and for a second something close to terror. She went on, "It's about Mr. Costello. At least one of the things is.
When Miss Aldridge came back from the Bailey on Tuesday, she asked if he was in chambers. I said that he was. Then later I had to take some papers up to put on Mr. Lord's desk. Miss Aldridge was just opening Mr. Costello's door, and they must have been standing close together. I could hear him speaking very loudly. Well, shouting, really. He said, "It isn't true. None of it's true. The man's a liar trying to impress you with a juicy piece of calumny. He'll never prove it, and if you confront him with it, he'll deny it. What good will it do you or anyone to make a stink in chambers?" I was on the top steps by then, so I quickly moved down the stairs and then came up again as noisily as I could. Miss Aldridge was closing the door by then. She passed me on the stairs without speaking, but I could see she was angry. The thing is, should I have told the police? What do I do if they ask me? Harry thought for a moment, then said quietly, "I think you were perfectly right to say nothing. If they ask you later whether you've ever heard Miss Aldridge and Mr. Costello quarrelling, then I think you have to tell them the truth. Don't make too much of it. You could have misunderstood. It could mean very little or nothing. But I think if they ask you, you'll have to tell them." Margaret said, "You said there were two things. The other's very odd. I don't know why it seems important. They asked me about Mr. Ulrich coming into chambers this morning. Could I remember whether he was carrying his briefcase? What did you tell them?" I said I couldn't be sure because he was carrying his raincoat over his right arm, and it could have been hiding the case. But it was a funny question for them to ask, wasn't it? Margaret said, "I expect they had a reason. I shouldn't worry. You told them the truth. But it was odd. I didn't tell them, and it didn't occur to me till afterwards that it was funny, but Mr. Ulrich usually pauses in the door when he comes in and says good morning. This morning he did call out, but he walked past as if he were in a hurry, and I didn't have time to reply. Such a small thing. I don't know why I worry about it. But there's something else. It's been so fine recently, almost like summer. Why was he carrying a raincoat?" There was a silence. Then Harry said, "I don't think you should worry about details like that. All we have to do is to get on with our work as well as we can and answer questions from the police honestly. We don't have to volunteer information. That isn't our job. And I don't think we should gossip in chambers about the murder. I know it's going to be difficult, but if we chatter and argue among ourselves and start putting forward theories, we could do great harm to the innocent. Will you promise me to be very discreet once Chambers reopens? There's bound to be gossip and speculation. We shouldn't add to it." Valerie said, "I'll do my best. Thank you for being so kind. It's helped me coming here." They were kind. They didn't hurry her away, but she knew that she mustn't stay long. Margaret went to the door with her. She said, "Harry tells me you fainted when you heard the news this morning. I know it was a shock, but that isn't right, not in a young girl. Are you sure you're feeling well?" Valerie confessed, "I'm all right, really I am. It's just that I've been rather tired lately. There's a lot to do at home, and Gran isn't really fit for it. And there's the sneaking out to try and visit Ken at weekends without letting Gran suspect. And perhaps trying to do without a temp at work wasn't such a good idea. I think it's all been a bit of a strain." Margaret put her arms round her. She said, "We'll try and see if we can get some help from social services. And I think you should speak to your Gran. The old are much tougher than you think. And I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't know about Ken already. There's not much you can keep from your Gran. And you're lucky that she and your mother were at home yesterday night. I wasn't. I was at the PCC, and then drove Mrs. Marshall home and stayed chatting. Of course I'd left supper ready for Harry, but I wasn't back home until 9:30. You've got someone to confirm what time you got home. Harry hasn't. Now, if there's anything we can do to help, you will let us know, won't you?" Reassured by the confident voice, the warm, enfolding maternal arms,
Valerie said that she would, and walked home, comforted. Chapter 20. It was 7:05, a little past his normal time, when Hubert got back to the flat which he supposed he ought now to call home, but in which he still felt as ill at ease as a guest who is beginning to suspect that he has outstayed his welcome. The flat had something of the overcrowded look of an auction showroom. The furniture and pictures he had chosen to retain, far from providing a familiar and reassuring sense of continuance, looked as if they were waiting for the auctioneer's hammer to fall. After his wife's death, 2 years previously, his daughter, Helen, had moved in, both literally and figuratively, to help with the organization of his life. She was a woman in whom a certain sensitivity, acquired rather than innate, was at war with a natural authoritarianism. He was, of course, to be fully involved in all decisions. On no account should he be made to feel that others were taking over control of his life. While he still worked, it would, of course, be sensible for him to live in London, preferably within easy travelling distance of the Temple. It would be ridiculously impractical, extravagant too, for a widower to keep on 2 homes. The message was communicated, and not subtly, that what was expected of his ageing generation was for the expensive family home to be sold, and for the proportion of its inflated value to be given to the grandchildren, to enable them to mount the first rung of the property ladder. He offered no objection to arrangements made primarily for the benefit of others. What did occasionally irritate him was the assumption that he should be grateful. The flat, chosen by Helen, was in a prestigious 1930s block in Duchess of Bedford's Walk in Kensington. Even after he had acquiesced in the purchase of the lease, she continued irritatingly to reiterate its advantages. A good-sized drawing-room and dining-room, and 2 double bedrooms. You won't need more. 24-hour porterage, and a modern security system. No balcony, which is a pity, but a balcony always increases the risk of burglary. All the shops you need in Kensington High Street, and you can go to chambers from the High Street Underground on the Circle line. It only means a short walk downhill. If you go an extra station on the journey home and get out at Notting Hill Gate, you can leave by the Church Street exit and avoid crossing either main road. There was the implication that Helen had arranged the London Underground system for his convenience. And there's a supermarket close to both stations, and Marks and Spencer at the High Street, so that you can easily pick up any food you need. At your age, there's no need to carry heavy loads. It was Helen who, through one of her complicated networks of colleagues and acquaintances, found him Eric and Nigel. They're gay, of course, but that needn't worry you. No, he said. It doesn't worry me. Why should it? But neither his comment nor the question had been heard. They keep some kind of antique shop south of the High Street, but they don't open before 10 o'clock. They're prepared to come in first thing and cook breakfast, make your bed, and do a little general tidying. You can have a daily woman for the heavy work. They offer to come back in the evening and give you dinner. Well, supper would be a more appropriate word, I suppose. Nothing complicated. Simple, well-cooked food. Eric, he's the elder, is reputed to be an excellent cook. He's Eric with a K, remember. He's particular over that. I can't think why, as he isn't Scandinavian. Born in Muswell Hill, I think he said. Nigel is a sweet boy, so Marjorie assures me, very blonde. But I suppose his mother rather liked the name, and didn't know or care about derivations. Now, we'd better discuss pay. It will be a tie for them, of course. This kind of service doesn't come cheap. He was tempted to say that he supposed the family would leave him enough from the sale of the house at Wolvercote to pay for part-time hired help. It had worked well, was still working well. Eric and Nigel were kind, efficient, and reliable. He wondered now how he had ever managed without them. Eric was a plump, dandyish 50-year-old, with a mouth too pink and perfectly formed above a rough beard. Nigel was slight, very fair, and the more vivacious of the two. They worked always together, Eric doing the cooking, Nigel his acolyte, preparing the vegetables, washing up, and providing vocal admiration. When they were in the flat, he could hear from the kitchen their constant antiphonal voices, Eric's slower bass, Nigel's high, enthusiastic treble. The sound was agreeably companionable, and when they were on holiday, He missed that happy bird-like chatter. The kitchen had become their domain. Even its smell was unfamiliar and exotic. He entered it as a stranger, wary of using his own pans and utensils, in case he should mar their perfection, examining with curiosity the labels on the extraordinary variety of bottles and jars, which Eric found necessary for his good, simple cooking. Extra virgin olive oil, sun-dried tomatoes, soy sauce. He would sniff, half guiltily, the herbs in their pots, set out in a row on the windowsill. The food was beautifully served, with a formality which complemented the quality of the meal. It was always Eric who brought in the supper, Nigel watching anxiously from the door, as if to ensure the proper recognition of its perfection. Tonight, Eric, putting down the plate, announced that he was to eat calf's liver and bacon with mashed potatoes, spinach and peas. The liver cut very thin, and seared rather than cooked, just as he liked it. It was one of his favourite meals. He wondered how he would manage to eat it. He spoke the usual words. "Thank you, Eric. That looks excellent." Eric permitted himself a brief, self-congratulatory smile. Nigel beamed. But something more must be said. Obviously they hadn't yet heard the news of the murder, but it would break tomorrow. It would look strange, suspicious even, if he came home and said nothing. But when he spoke, just as Eric had reached the door, he realized that despite the careful nonchalance in his voice, he had said the wrong thing. "Eric, can you remember what time I got home yesterday?" It was Nigel who answered. "You were late, Mr. Langton. 3/4 of an hour. We were a bit surprised that you hadn't telephoned. Don't you remember? You said you went for a walk after you left Chambers. It didn't matter because Eric never begins cooking the vegetables until you're drinking your sherry." Eric said quietly, "You got home just after 7:30, Mr. Langton." Something more had to be said. When the news broke about the murder, his question would be remembered, pondered over, its significance recognized. He reached for the bottle of claret, but realized in time that his hand wasn't steady. Instead, he spread his napkin over his knees and kept his eyes on the plate. His voice was calm. Too calm. "It may be of some importance. I'm afraid something very dreadful has happened. This morning, one of my colleagues, Venetia Aldridge, was found dead in Chambers. The police aren't sure yet how or when she died. There'll have to be an autopsy, but there is a strong possibility, almost a certainty, that she was murdered. If that is proved, then all of us in Chambers will have to account for our movements. A matter of police routine. Nothing more. I wanted to be sure that my recollection was accurate." He made himself look up at them. Eric's face was an impassive mask. It was Nigel who reacted. "Miss Aldridge? You mean the lawyer who got off those IRA terrorists?" "She defended 3 men accused of terrorism, certainly." "Murder? But that's terrible. How ghastly for you. You didn't find the body, did you, Mr. Langton?" No, I've just explained. The body was discovered early in the morning before I arrived." He added, "The temple gates aren't closed until 8 o'clock at night. Someone obviously got in." "But the door to Chambers wouldn't be open, would it, Mr. Langton? Must have been someone with a key. Or perhaps Miss Aldrich let her murderer in. It could have been someone she knew." This was awful. He said repressively, "I don't think it's helpful to speculate. As I said, the police haven't confirmed exactly how she died. It's a suspicious death. That's really all we know. But the police may ring or send someone to ask you what time I got home yesterday. If they do, obviously you must tell the truth." Nigel opened his eyes very wide. He said, "Oh, Mr. Langton, I don't think it's ever a good idea to tell the police the truth." "It's a much worse idea to tell them a lie." His voice must have been more impressive than he had intended. They left him without another word. 5 minutes later they came briefly into the dining room to say good night, and he heard the front door closing. He waited a few minutes to be safe, then took his plate and flushed the remainder of the meal down the lavatory. He cleared the table and left the dirty plates in the sink for Eric and Nigel to deal with next morning, rinsing them first to avoid overnight smells. It occurred to him, as it did every night, that he might as well finish the job, but this was not part of the domestic agreement drawn up by Helen. Now he sat in the silence of his over-tidy drawing-room beside the living flame gas-fire, which looked so realistic, gave so comforting a sense that someone had actually laid the kindling, carried the coals, and let the deadening weight of anxiety and self-disgust settle on his mind. He found himself thinking of his wife. His marriage had endured, and if it had brought him no heart-healing joy, it had given him little keen unhappiness. Each had sympathized with, rather than understood or shared, the other's deepest concerns. The children and her garden had occupied most of Marigold's energy, and in neither had he taken much interest. But now that she was dead, he mourned and missed her more than he would have thought possible. No adored wife could have bequeathed such a desolation of regret. Such a loss, he reasoned, might paradoxically have been easier to accept. Death would have been seen as a rounding off, something achieved, something distinctively human, a perfection of loving which left no regrets, no hopes unfulfilled, no unfinished business. Now all his life seemed unfinished business. The horror and the abomination of that blood-bloated wig now seemed a grotesque but not unfitting comment on a career which had begun so full of promise, but which, like a stream with too feeble a spring, had spent itself with a sad inevitability among the sandy shallows of unrealized ambition. He saw the rest of his life with horrible clarity, that long future of humiliating dependence and inexorable senility. His mind, which he had thought was the best, the most dependable part of him, was turning traitor. And now in his chambers there was this murder, bloody, obscene, with its overtones of madness and revenge, to demonstrate how fragile was that elegant, complicated bridge of order and reason, which the law had constructed down the centuries over the abyss of social and psychological chaos. And somehow he, Hubert Langton, had to deal with it. He was head of chambers. It was he who must cooperate with the police, protect chambers from the worst intrusions of publicity, steady the nerves of the frightened, find appropriate words to say to those who grieved or pretended to grieve. Horror, shock, disgust, astonishment, regret. Those were the emotions common enough after the murder of a colleague. But grief? Who would feel genuine pain for the death of Venetia Aldridge? What was he feeling now but a fear close to terror? He had left chambers just after 6 o'clock. Simon, leaving at the same time, had seen him. That was what he had told Dalgliesh when the police had interviewed each member of chambers separately. He should have been home by 6:45 at the latest. Where had he been during those missing 45 minutes? Was this total loss of memory just the most recent symptom of whatever it was that afflicted him? Or had he seen something? Worse still, done something so terrible that his mind refused to accept its reality? Chapter 21. The Ralstons lived in a stuccoed Italianate house on the eastern fringes of Pimlico. With its large portico, gleaming paintwork, and brass lion's head knocker, polished almost to whiteness, the house gave an impression of stolid affluence, just short of ostentation. The door was opened by a young woman, formally dressed in a calf-length black skirt, high-buttoned blouse and cardigan. She could, thought Kate, have been a secretary, housekeeper, parliamentary researcher, or general factotum. She received them with brisk efficiency, but without smiling, and said in a voice which managed to convey a hint of disapproval, "Mr. Ralston is expecting you. Will you come up, please?" The hall was wide, sparsely but impressively furnished, masculine, the only pictures a series of prints of historic London which covered both the hall and the staircase walls. But the first-floor drawing-room into which they were shown could have belonged to a different house. It was a conventional room, the dominant colour a soft greeny blue. The looped curtains framing the 2 tall windows, the linen covers of sofa and chairs, the small elegant tables, the richness of the rugs against the pale wood of the floor, all spoke of comfortable wealth. The oil over the fireplace was of an Edwardian mother, her arms round her two daughters, the sentimentality of the subject vindicated by the skill of the painter. Another wall held a series of watercolours, a third a miscellany of pictures, skilfully arranged, but giving evidence of a personal taste indulged without much thought of artistic merit. There were Victorian religious scenes, embroidered in silk, small portraits in oval frames, silhouettes, and an illuminated address which Kate had to resist the temptation to go over and read. But the crowded wall saved the drawing-room from being too obviously a model of conventional good taste, and gave it an individuality which was attractive because it was not self-conscious. One of the tables held a collection of small silver objects, and the other a group of delicate porcelain figures. In the corner was a grand piano, the top covered with a silken shawl. There were flowers, smaller arrangements on the low tables, and a large vase of uncut glass holding lilies on the piano. Their scent was pungent, but in this domestic ambiance, not funereal. Kate said, "How does he do this on an MP's salary?" Dalgliesh was standing in front of the window, apparently in thought, and taking little interest in the details of the room. He said quietly, "He doesn't. His wife has money." The door opened, and Mark Ralston came in. Kate's first thought was that he looked smaller and less handsome than on the television. He had the strong, clean-cut features to which the camera is kind. Perhaps, too, the egotism which can psych itself up for a performance, producing an aura of confident glamour, which in the flesh loses substance and vitality. She thought that he was wary, but not particularly worried. He shook hands with Dalgliesh, briefly and without a smile, giving the impression, intentionally, Kate felt, that his thoughts were elsewhere. Dalgliesh introduced her, but all she received was a brief nod of acknowledgement. Ralston said, "I'm sorry I've kept you waiting. I didn't expect to find you in here. My wife's drawing-room isn't really an appropriate place for the sort of conversation that we're likely to have." It was the tone rather than the words which Kate found offensive. Dalgliesh said, "We have no wish to contaminate any part of the house. Perhaps you would prefer to come to my office at the Yard." Ralston had too much sense to compound his mistake. He flushed slightly and gave a rueful smile. It made him look both more boyish and a little more vulnerable, and went some way in explaining his attractiveness to women. Kate wondered how often he used it. He said, "Perhaps you wouldn't mind coming up to the library." The library was on the floor above and at the back. When Ralston stood aside to let them in, Kate was surprised to find a woman obviously waiting for them. She was standing in front of the single window, but turned as they entered. She was slim and gentle-faced, with fair hair intricately wound and plaited, looking too heavy for her delicate features and long neck. But the eyes which looked into Kate's, with a first glance of almost frank curiosity, were steady, unchallenging, and not unfriendly. Kate was not deceived by her apparent fragility. Here was a woman of force. The introductions made, Ralston said, "I think I can guess what this visit is about. I had a telephone call from a colleague in my chambers just before you rang this afternoon. He told me the news about Venetia Aldridge's death. As you can imagine, it got round the Inns of Court pretty quickly. It's both deeply shocking and unbelievable. But then violent death always is when it touches someone you know. I don't see how I can help, but obviously if I can, I shall be glad to. And there is nothing you can ask which can't be said in front of my wife." Mrs. Ralston said, "Please sit down, Commander." "Inspector Miskin, is there anything you would like before we start? Coffee, perhaps?" Dalgliesh thanked her, but looking across at Kate, declined for them both. There were 4 chairs in the room, one behind the desk, a single small armchair with a table and reading lamp beside it, and 2 solidly upright, their uncushioned seats and high carved backs promising little comfort. Kate thought, they'd been brought in here for this interview. He'd always intended to have it in this room. Lucy Ralston seated herself in the low armchair, but sitting well forward, her hands folded in her lap. Her husband took the chair behind the desk, leaving Dalgliesh and Kate to sit facing him. Kate again wondered if this was a ploy. They might have looked like two candidates before a prospective employer, except that it was impossible for her to see Dalgliesh as a supplicant. Glancing at him, she knew that he had both seen through the stratagem and was unworried by it. Dalgliesh asked, "How well did you know Venetia Aldridge?" Ralston took up a ruler from the desk and began rubbing his thumb along the edge, but his voice was calm and he kept his eyes on Dalgliesh. "In one sense, very well for a time. About 4 years ago we began an affair. That was, of course, long after her divorce. It ended just over a year ago. I'm afraid I can't give you the precise date. My wife had known of the affair for about 2 years. She didn't, of course, condone it, and about a year ago I promised her that it would end. Happily, Venetia's and my wishes coincided. Actually, it was she who ended it. If she hadn't brought matters to a head, I suppose I should have taken the initiative. The affair can have no possible bearing on her death. But you asked me how well I knew her, and I have given you, in confidence, an accurate reply." Dalgliesh asked, "So there was no bitterness about the ending of the affair?" "Absolutely none. Both of us had known for some months that what we once had, or thought we had, was dead. Both of us had too much pride to scrabble over the carcass." "And that," thought Kate, "is as carefully thought out a piece of justification as I've heard. And why not? He must have known why we wanted to see him. He's had plenty of time to get his act together. And it was clever of him not to have his lawyer present. But why should he need one? He knows enough about cross-examination to make sure that he makes no mistakes." Ralston put down the ruler. He said, "It's clearer to me now how this affair happened. Venetia still has, an attractive man, Drysdale Lord, to squire her to theatres and dinners, but she occasionally wanted a man in her bed. I was available and willing. I don't think any of it had much to do with love." Kate glanced across at Lucy Ralston's face. An almost imperceptible flush passed briefly over the delicate features, and Kate detected a brief spasm of disgust. She thought, "Can't he see that she finds that crudity demeaning and humiliating?" Dalgliesh said, "Venetia Aldridge has been murdered. Whom she did or did not need in her bed is no concern of mine, unless it relates to her death." He turned to his wife. "Did you know her, Mrs. Ralston?" "Not well. We met from time to time, mainly at law functions. I doubt that I exchanged more than a dozen words with her at any time. I thought that she was a handsome woman, but not a happy one. She had a very beautiful speaking voice. I wondered if she was a singer." She turned to her husband. "Did she sing, darling?" He said shortly, "I never heard her. I don't think she was particularly musical." Dalgliesh turned again to Mark Ralston. He said, "You were with her at her house late on the Tuesday night, the day before she died. Obviously anything that happened during the days preceding her death is of interest to us. Why did you call on her?" If Ralston was disconcerted by the question, he didn't show it. But then, thought Kate, he must know that Octavia had seen him and heard part of the quarrel. To deny it would be futile. It would also be unwise. He said, "Venetia called me around 9:30. She said she had something to discuss and that it was urgent. When I got there, I found her in an odd mood. She said that she was thinking of trying for the bench. Did I think she'd make a good judge, and would it help if she took over from Hubert Langton as head of chambers? She hardly needed to ask me the latter. Obviously it would help. As to whether she'd make a good judge, I told her I thought she would. But was that really what she wanted? And more to the point, could she afford it?" Dalgliesh said, "Didn't you think it strange that you should be called out at night to discuss something which you could have talked about with you or others at a more convenient time?" "It was odd, certainly. Thinking about it on the way home, I decided that she probably had something quite different to discuss, but had either changed her mind when I was on my way, or had decided after I arrived that I couldn't help, and she wouldn't bother to raise it." "And you've no idea what that could have been?" None. As I said, she was in a strange mood. But I left no wiser than when I arrived. But you did quarrel. Ralston was silent for a moment. Then he said, We had a disagreement. I'd hardly call it a quarrel. I expect you've been talking to Octavia. You don't need me to tell you how unreliable that kind of information, based on eavesdropping, can be. It had nothing to do with the ending of the affair, or at least not directly. What was it about? Politics, mostly. Venetia wasn't a political creature, but she never pretended to me that she voted Labour. As I've said, she was in a strange mood that evening. She may have been looking for a quarrel, God knows why. We hadn't seen each other in months. She accused me of neglecting human relations in pursuit of political ambition. She said that our affair would probably have lasted, that she wouldn't have been so keen to end it, if I hadn't always put her second to the party. It wasn't true, of course. Nothing could have kept it alive. I replied the criticism was cool coming from her, that she'd neglected her daughter for her own career. It was that bit Octavia probably caught. We saw her standing at the open door. It's a pity, but she only heard the truth. Dalgliesh said, Could you tell me where you were between 7:30 and 10 o'clock yesterday? I assure you I wasn't in the Temple. I left my chambers in Lincoln's Inn shortly before 6, met a journalist, Pete Maguire, in the Wig and Pen for a quick drink, and was home here shortly after 7:30. I had an appointment to meet 4 of my constituents in the central lobby of the House at 8:15. They're keen on hunting, and wanted to lobby me about the future of the sport. I left here at 5 minutes to 8, and walked to the house down John Islip Street and through Smith Square. He put a hand into a desk drawer and took out a folded piece of paper. I've written the names of my constituents here in case you feel the need to check. If so, I'd be glad if you'd do it with some tact. I had absolutely nothing to do with Venetia Aldridge's death. I shall regard it as a serious matter if gossip gets around that I had. Dalgliesh said, Gossip, if there is gossip, will not come through us. Mrs. Ralston said quietly, I can confirm that my husband arrived home just before 7:30 and left for the house before 8. He was back for dinner an hour later. No one called during the evening. There were a couple of telephone calls, but they were for me. And there was no one here with you from 7:30 to when your husband returned at about 9 o'clock? No one. I have one live-in cook and a daily woman. Wednesday is my cook's night off, and the daily woman leaves by 5:30. I always cook dinner for my husband on Wednesday. That is, if he hasn't an appointment elsewhere, or isn't in the house. We prefer to dine at home rather than go out. We so rarely get the opportunity. And he didn't leave the house after I went to bed at 11. He has to pass through my bedroom to get to the landing, and I am a light sleeper. I should have heard him. She looked at Dalgliesh steadily and asked, Is that what you want to know? Dalgliesh thanked her and turned back to Mark Ralston. You must, of course, have known Miss Aldridge well over the 4 years of the affair. Were you surprised at her murder? Very. I felt the usual emotions. Horror, shock, grief at the death of someone who'd been close to me. But yes, I was surprised. It's always a surprise when something bizarre and horrible happens to someone you know. She had no enemies. No enemies in the sense that she was hated. She could be difficult, well, we all can. Ambition in a woman, success in a woman, sometimes attracts envy, resentment. But I know of no one who wished her dead. I'm probably not the best person to ask. They can probably tell you more in chambers. I know it sounds odd, but for the last 2 or 3 years we didn't see each other often, and when we did, our talk, and when we did talk, wasn't personal. We each had a private life and liked to keep it that way. She spoke about her friendship with Drysdale Lord, and I knew she was having trouble with her daughter. But who doesn't have trouble with adolescent daughters? There was nothing else to be learned. They said their goodbyes to Lucy Ralston, and her husband went with them to the front door. Unlocking it, he said, I hope it will be possible to keep this private, Commander. It concerns only my wife and myself, no one else. Dalgliesh said, "If your relationship with Miss Aldridge has nothing to do with this inquiry, then it need not be known." There was no relationship. It had been over and done with for more than a year. I thought I'd made that clear. I don't want telescopic lenses aimed at my windows, and my wife followed whenever she goes shopping, particularly now that sections of the press have become so intrusive and malicious. I suppose we are now entitled to believe that every press baron has lived an impeccable life of chastity before marriage, and of fidelity afterwards, and that the expense sheet of every journalist will bear the most scrupulous examination. Surely there has to be a limit to hypocrisy. Dalgliesh said, "I've never found one. Thank you for your help." But Ralston lingered at the door. He said, "How exactly did she die? Obviously there are rumours, but no one seems to know." There was no point in withholding at least some of the truth. The news would break soon enough. Dalgliesh said, "We won't be absolutely sure until after the post-mortem, but it looks as if she was stabbed in the heart." Ralston seemed about to speak, then changed his mind and let them go. As they turned the corner of the street, Kate said, "Not much sympathy shown there by either of them, but at least neither told us that she was a fine lawyer. I'm getting tired of that bleak epitaph. How much is that alibi worth, sir?" "It won't be easy to break. But if you mean did they conspire to murder Venetia Aldridge, I'd take a lot of convincing, and so would a jury. Lucy Ralston is a paradigm of virtue, devout Roman Catholic, active on behalf of half a dozen charities, mostly concerned with children, spends one day a week working in a children's hospice, self-effacing but efficient, generally regarded as the perfect MP's wife." "And the perfect mother?" "They haven't any children. I imagine that could be a grief to her." "And incapable of lying?" "No. Who is? But Lucy Ralston would only lie for what she saw as an overwhelming reason." Kate said, "Like keeping her husband out of prison. That story of why he was summoned by Aldrich doesn't ring true. She'd hardly ring him at night out of the blue, just to ask his advice on whether she should become a judge. But he was clever when you pointed that out. His explanation was ingenious." Dalgliesh said, "And it could be true. It's more likely that she wanted to discuss something important and urgent, and then thought better of it. Like Octavia's engagement. Then why didn't he suggest that as the reason? Oh, of course, if she didn't tell him, then he probably doesn't know about it yet. I suppose she could have had that in mind, and then decided that he'd be useless to her. After all, what could he do? What can anyone do? Octavia's of age. It sounds as if her mother was pretty desperate. She tried to get Drysdale Lord to help and got no joy." Dalgliesh said, "I wish I knew when that affair ended. Over a year ago, as he claims, or on Tuesday night. Probably only 2 people know the answer. One of them isn't telling, and the other is dead."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.